Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Welcome Aaron to the stream as well. He's already saying we back, which we are. Show is starting up right now. Welcome everyone to Utility Sports. I hope you guys do enjoy the live stream yet again today. Plan is to be live for 6 or 7 hours. So we're putting a lot of time in here. Hopefully this is fixed for you guys. I put a lot of off stream work into that. So hopefully you guys do enjoy the stream again today. Glad to have everyone in here. Welcome back, Bray. Welcome back, Texas Sports as well. And here we are, early call time today for our NBA trade deadline live stream. I'm going to be live even earlier tomorrow, the day of the actual trade deadline. So there's going to be a lot more to talk about even after today. And I'm super excited for it. Ludmill says it's mirrored again. Oh my goodness, Brayfit says fix the sign for me. I did. I put my hard work on, I put my hard hat on, went to work, and was able to get it done. Gremlin here says plot twist: Venkat is actually Steve Ballmer. Think about it, all the donations, all the Clippers questions. Yeah, Steve's just trying to get my insight on a Clippers trade here. That's a good plot twist, Gremlin. I like that one. Hopefully Venkata sees that later today. FMP says Houston Rockets fan. Shout out to you, FMP. Glad to have you in here. Always fun having a fan of a bunch of different NBA teams, which is why, just like yesterday, I'm going to ask again here. Let me know down in the comment section below who your favorite team is. Make sure to leave that comment down below so that I know exactly who I'm talking to. Who are you a big-time fan of? I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan myself, but I love the NBA. The NBA is really my passion and what I love to talk about. So I'm excited to do that again all day today. Welcome, John, to the stream. Glad to have you in here again, John. I appreciated all of your comments all week long. So super glad to see you in here again. Brian Cruz says, do you think teams will make trades today? Yes or no? I think today is much more likely. We are about 30 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Actually, even a little bit less than that, 29 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. So I am super stoked. I'm going to go ahead right now and send out the tweet saying that I am live because I want to get as many people as possible in here. So shout out to everyone who's already here. You guys must be part of Notification Gang. So shout out to you. If you don't have noties on, make sure to turn them on right now. Really appreciate each and every one of you. For stopping in today again, I am super excited. We'll answer some of your questions here in just a second. Come join the live stream. That's what I'm tweeting out right now. Appreciate you guys a ton. And let's get into some of those questions. Bray says, busy day. Hopefully, I hope so too. JC Navarro says, hey, what's up? Who do you think the Miami Heat may get? The Heat are in a weird spot because they don't have a ton of tradable contracts. There's a report coming out right now that they might look to move Caleb Martin. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. I'm a little skeptical of that report, but I mean, from a contract standpoint, it does make sense. He's one of their more tradable contracts at about $6 million. He is definitely something to watch for. Venkata here says Clippers trade rumors. Well, first of all, Venkata, there's a little bit of speculation right now that you might actually be Steve Ballmer. So, Steve, glad to have you in here if it's you. But Venkata, nonetheless, when it comes to some Clippers trade rumors, again, I think we're just waiting for that big power forward, small forward, power forward type who can defend across multiple positions. Whether that be a Dorian Finney-Smith, maybe a Jonathan Isaac. We've talked about him quite a bit already this week. Ghost J here says, thoughts on Hornets who get traded. For Charlotte, there's a few that I really want to keep my eyes on. Kyle Lowry, in a deal where they would send him out and take in a bad contract and hopefully get a draft pick because of that. I definitely think that one makes some sense. And I also think the same situation with Gordon Hayward. They have James Bouknight, who will likely get traded just because he's a second draft target for a team who maybe doesn't have a bunch of first-round picks. Maybe they can get their hands on a former lottery talent. And then off of that as well, Miles Bridges is someone to watch for, too, just given all of his circumstances. And then, of course, P.J. Washington, too. Gremlin says, sorry, but Victor Wembanyama is rookie of the year over Chet for real, for real. You're going to stir some people up here today, Gremlin. I like it. Cersei Cat says, go Raps, go. Well, congratulations, by the way, on Scotty Barnes making the All-Star game. Here, Cracker says, Thunder. He's a big-time Thunder fan. Shout out to you. John is a big Wizards fan. Brian likes the Lakers. I feel like Brian's been jumping back and forth between the Rockets and Lakers and a few teams this week. Braithit says, busy day. Ludmill says, MFFL. For those of you who do not know, that means Mavs fan for life. I'm throwing up that same exact hashtag, Ludmill. Welcome to the stream. But the Jig says, big Orlando Magic fan. Love to see that. Winter Soldier says, what do you think the Pelicans should do? Pelicans, I think, could really use an athletic center. If they get an athletic center, they could really take off, especially with the way that they play, the dribble handoffs, the zoom action. I really think an athletic big would do wonders there in New Orleans. Jimmy James says, Kings. We got a Sacramento Kings fan. Fred the Jig says, what's up, Sheldon, a.k.a. Utility? Well, I'm glad to have you guys all in here. Today's going to be a great day. We've already got 108 people watching live in the first 6 minutes of the stream. Huge shout out to all of you. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Cersei Cats here says, what would it take for the Raptors to get Lively? Lively's not available, Cersei Cats, unfortunately. As a Mavs fan, I can say thankfully. Azan says, hello all, good morning. Let's get some hype in the chat for everyone. I'm going to throw up some balloons already. Let's get some early balloons going. Let's get some hype in here now. Let's say good morning to each other. Welcome everyone into the stream. Earlier start time today because I am just that excited about the NBA trade deadline. And I've seen some questions about, is there going to be trades today? I think it's a lot more likely today. The last couple of days I've been saying low percentage chance, not very likely. Today I'm feeling quite a bit more confident. It might not be until later today, maybe this afternoon or tonight. But we are within 29 hours of the NBA trade deadline. So teams are starting to get restless. Trade calls are starting to become more and more frequent. I think this week we've had a lot of executives making calls, taking calls, and that kind of thing. And I think today and tomorrow is really when we're going to see the payoff of all of that hard work. Sal Kelly says, good morning, Sheldon. Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you all in here. Aiden, welcome to the stream, Aiden, says Charlotte Hornets. So I think the big thing for them is figuring out a Miles Bridges trade. Seeing if they want to trade PJ Washington, there's no pressure to do so, but perhaps they do. And then they've got two big expirings in Gordon Hayward, Kyle Lowry. Definitely could see what happens there. So, Sada says, bro, are you just on here yapping every day? This week, yeah, I'm just yapping, I guess is what we'll call it. Cram says, excited for Miami's trade. Yeah, we'll have to keep it is. Gremlin says, and there he is. Hi, Steve. That's awesome to see. Raptors moving Boucher and Brown. Yeah, I think Boucher is a big name to watch. He's also a good target for the Los Angeles Clippers. If we're being completely honest, I think he is someone who makes a ton of sense. No More Kings says, Sheldog, welcome to the stream. No More Kings, glad to have you in here. FMP says, I would want Harrison Barnes or Tyus Jones. Corey Kispert, Daniel Gafford, for Jock Landale, Aaron Holiday, and Jayshawn Tate. I think those guys are all pretty solid options. Kispert would be pretty good in Houston, I think. Bruce Sanik says, will the Suns trade for Simone Fontecchio? I'd be surprised if Fontecchio gets traded. But, I mean, if a team's like giving up multiple second rounders, I think maybe the Jazz would consider it. But Fontecchio is pretty good, so we'll see what happens with that. Venkata says Alex Caruso and Torrey Craig for PJ Tucker and Bones. I have no idea what just happened. Holy cow. Well, we're back. Hopefully that didn't freak everybody out. Holy cow. I think I hit back like on my mouse pad here or whatever. So welcome everyone back to the stream. I'm back to the stream now. Holy cow. That was crazy. Alex Caruso and Torrey Craig for PJ Tucker, Bones in a first. I think it would take a bit more to get Alex Caruso than that. Fred the Jig says, do you think Simons is a better fit in Orlando than Murray? Yeah, probably because of his outside game. But at the same time, I don't think Simons is actually available. Brady says, yo, welcome to the stream, Brady. Glad to have you in here. Veg Wellington, Magic. For those of you who do not know, Veg is Eric, and Eric actually made the logo. The logo you're seeing right here, Eric is the one who designed that. So huge shout out to him. Appreciate him a lot. He's done a lot of hard work for the channel, doing some awesome stuff for us. So really appreciate him a ton. James here says, Jazz going to trade Sexton? It's a possibility. It's a possibility, but I don't think so. X-Smoke says, back again, the grind is real. We are trying our hardest here to cover the NBA trade deadline to its fullest. 10 minutes in. I hope you guys are enjoying. D. Brown says, Pistons. That's awesome to see. B4 Osterchild says, Pistons. Got a Pistons fan in here. That's sweet to see. Luke Davis says, I'm going to fully become a Bulls fan with the way Kobe White is hooping these days. Kobe White was electric last night as the Chicago Bulls upset the Minnesota Timberwolves in Chicago. So it was a home game for the Bulls. The Wolves had a 23-point lead in that game, and well, Kobe White happened. He scored, I believe, 30 second half points, including overtime, which is crazy. Tequila, welcome to the stream. He says, Luka for Kuzma. Let's go, Wiz. Don't put that into existence, Tequila, please. Nico Harrison might see that and think it's a good idea. You never can trust him. Here, Shaq wants to know, do you think OKC makes a trade? If so, top 3 targets. I think Kelly Olynyk is really the top target for them. I would also like Alex Caruso or Bruce Brown. I think that both of those guys fit the way that they play. If they do something that's kind of counterintuitive to the way that they play to kind of shore up their weaknesses, I would say probably someone like Andre Drummond, who also had a very good game for the Bulls last night. But ultimately, players who fit their system and scheme, Olynyk, Brown, and Caruso make the most sense. Fred the Jig says, like up, everyone. You guys heard him. Make sure to smash that like button. I'm going to update right now. Let's see how many likes we're already at. Already at 30 likes on the stream, so you guys are killing it. Let's see if we can get that to 100 right away today. Iceberg says, for some reason, I hate Sexton since I seen that MF can't stand him. Sexton's actually one of the most prolific scorers since the start of 2024, for those of you who do not know. Let me pull up points per minute in the NBA since January 1, 2024. It's actually insane. He was like scoring almost a point a minute for the longest time. So he's been very, very productive. Veg Wellington says, I want Simon's Magic get spacing when they're a real playoff team. Then they're a real yeah, for sure. If they get Simons, they'd be so good. Simons would be really, really good today. Gremlin Machine Shop says, Pelicans should give Dyson Daniels to my team. OKC should give Cason Wallace to my team. Please and thank you. Everyone's just giving up their former lottery picks to you guys. You know, San Antonio, I think you guys are still in a great spot, even if you don't make a big trade this year. But I do think they will make some type of trade. Maurice Drake says, I'm feeling a trade today. That's awesome to hear. I am too. Let's get some hype for a trade in here. We got to manifest it. I'm gonna type hashtag manifest it in the chat. Let's get some hype in the chat for manifesting some trades. Mr. Obvious, welcome to the stream. He says Pacers targets. I think Toppin, Healed, and or Jalen Smith are on the block since they're expiring and likely won't be back. That is a good bet, if I had to guess, because those 3 guys together, if you cobble up their salaries, you're looking at roughly $30 million in tradable contracts, which is pretty notable, and that's something pretty good to work with. And then you could also deal them all separately. Jalen Smith's making $5 million, Toppin making, I believe, 6.8, and then Heald's making a little bit over $19 million. So you've got some tradable salaries that, like you said, are all expiring. Smith has a player option, probably won't accept the player option. We'll see what happens with that. Callum here says, let's go. Another one. Yes, another one. I feel like DJ Khaled here, but we're kind of hyped up right now. You guys are doing a great job. That like button on the stream is getting smash. Fred the Jig says to Veg, I want Simons as well. Be great for Orlando. Cramps TV says, hello, what are the Heat going to do on the trade deadline? The Heat don't have a ton of flexibility. Let's go talk about them right now on the stream. Let's pull them up here and give them a really good look at what their potential options are. As soon as we're done talking about them, we're going to come back to the Boston Celtics because that's where I wanted to start the stream today. But we will take a quick detour here to talk about Miami. They don't have a ton of tradable salaries. You see, they're already over the tax. No cap space to work with, obviously, then. You've got Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. Those 2 guys are not going anywhere. There has been constant speculation about Tyler Hero. He has been very productive for them this year. He's been efficient, productive. He's a big part of their half-court scoring. I just can't really see him getting traded. They obviously made a move for Terry Rozier as well. So all of their players are, pretty expensive at the top and players that they're obviously not going to move off of. Then we get to Duncan Robinson. Yes, this is a salary that would be nice to throw into a trade if you're looking to get a different $20 million player back. But I just think with the way that they've been playing this year, Duncan Robinson is rather essential to their team. We saw it in the playoffs last year, taking DHOs from Bam Adebayo and capitalizing against drop coverage against Brook Lopez. That was really the main reason that they were able to beat Milwaukee. Obviously, Jimmy Butler went off as well. That's something that we can bet on. But when it comes to surrounding Jimmy Butler with talent and shooting and the ability to work off of certain actions, I think Duncan Robinson is actually quite essential for the Miami Heat, which is where Caleb Martin, the rumors around his $6.8 million salary have started to heat up. The 28-year-old, I think last year had a fantastic playoff for himself, but I still think that there is some room for them to trade him if they feel like they're getting a significantly good offer and someone who fits their team long term, because Martin's contract is not a longer duration, and they might look to trade for someone who would be with them for a while, just like Terry Rozier. Aaron Roy says, I hope we see some movement. I hope so too. We'll see. Akumgo, welcome to the stream again here today. John says, what do you think about Daniel Gafford to the Pelicans? I think if the Pelicans are going to do something, it's going to be a bit bigger for someone like Jarrett Allen, but I don't know if that's going to come to fruition or not. KW Christian here says, PJ Washington for Green and Holmes plus second round pick. What do you think? That is something value-wise that makes some sense, but Green is actually poison-pilled, so that deal gets a little bit trickier to operate a trade like that. Echo 2020 says the Rockets are not trading Jalen Green for Mikal Bridges. It doesn't make sense. It's just stupid. Stop buying into that. Well, luckily I'm not really buying into that. There is just rumors about that right now that I think are worth monitoring, if anything. Old Crow says, time to turn to hopefully we get some first moves done leading into tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it'd be nice to see some moves get done today for sure. Let's go up to the Celtics here, because I want to talk about Boston here quite a bit, and I want to focus on what they have to do, because in recent news, they have been linked to DeLon Wright. They have been linked to a variety of different players that are making more than the minimum. And I want to talk about how unrealistic I think that is for a few different reasons. Now, I'm not saying it's completely impossible. It's not, but it's tricky to see them finding ways to do something like this. And the reason why is DeLon Wright makes $8 million. Let's just start with DeLon Wright because he has been rumored to them, okay? And people want to know, well, would they trade Al Horford in that deal? And I really think the answer to that is definitely not. So instead, what you'd end up having to see them do is cobble up all of these different salaries, and you're going to see how unrealistic this is. Like, you get here, this is your salaries, and you still don't even have the contract working. What? Don't listen to this right here. But yeah, the whole issue here is they don't have enough money to take back. So if they're doing something for DeLon Wright, they'd probably have to at least include Peyton Pritchard, and that feels like a backward move to me for them. So I just don't see any way that they do something for someone like DeLon Wright, or to be honest, anyone making more than $6 million. I just don't really see a way that they do something like that. David here wants to know, can the Spurs trade for Trae Young? My assumption is this year, no. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Maurice wants to know if I think any Warriors players are traded. Well, in the thumbnail, I'm sure you saw Klay Thompson. So let's talk about that as a possibility here. A couple days ago, I floated the idea of Klay Thompson to the 76ers as a player who would help them stay afloat right now while Joel Embiid is out, but still fit with them long-term, assuming Embiid comes back. And the thing is, it's hard for me to see them wanting to do Tobias Harris in a trade, if I'm being honest. So Sway here says, if Daryl Morey trades for bum Klay Thompson, I'm done. Thank you for the 5, Sway. Really appreciate you. He had to get that in there right away. He had to get that in there immediately, which is funny because I'm going to mock a Klay Thompson trade right now. I would think Marcus Morris would go to Golden State. I would think Robert Covington would go to Golden State. And then from there, we're still trying to make up a pretty good amount of salary. Furkan Korkmaz can go. Daniil House Jr. can go. And then off of that, we're still a little bit short. So we have to throw in another salary, Mo Bamba. And then financially here, this is where the deal would work. And we'll throw in a 2026 first. That one is a swap worst of a bunch of different teams. So it's really not that valuable of a first rounder. I know people will freak out. Also, looks like Fanspo is not working today because I don't know what this contract over thing is. That is not accurate. After the trade deadline, the team cannot trade Klay Thompson. I mean, the trade deadline's not over. So Fanspo is having an issue here. Let's Let me tweet at Fanspo if I can. I don't know if they even have a Twitter. Your trade machine isn't working. Please fix for my live stream. Let's see if they're listening to Utility Sports. But yeah, I would love for you guys to make sure to subscribe here. We got 291 awesome people watching. The trade says fail, but it doesn't actually fail. Don't listen to that. The cap is close enough. That's within 125%. So do not listen to that. Gideon here says, hope you are doing fine. I'm doing great. I hope you guys are as well. Old Crow wants to know what I envision the Hawks trying to do. Will they rebuild, reset, or hold? I think that they will kind of retool is the word that I would use. I think that they will do some different things, trade a couple of different players, because at this point in time, they're just not very good. And they've got a lot of contracts locked in. If they don't make a ton of trades this deadline, they could always operate in the offseason. They could always operate next year. But right now, I think makes the most sense if you're going to trade someone like Clint Capella. That makes sense. I don't think there's going to be that strong of a market for DeAndre Hunter given his contract. I think similarly with Bogdanovic, I think Bogdanovic is a better player than DeAndre Hunter, obviously. And he's got a descending contract, so I think there will be interest in Bogdanovic. It's just about finding the right team. I like the Lakers as a fit for him. DeJounte Murray, we've talked a ton about this week. Really talented player. I think in a different situation, his numbers look a lot different. I think he's capable of averaging 23, 24 points a game. I think he's capable of averaging 8, 9 assists a game, as well as 7 or 8 rebounds a game as well. So Boxing wants to know if I think they will trade Nick Richards. I think there's a real possibility to that for sure. Luke Davis says, if you had to put a percentage on how likely the Bulls are to start breaking things down, where are you at? 35%. I'm kind of skeptical, to be honest, which is, kind of crazy because the Bulls shouldn't be that confident in themselves, but I honestly think internally they are. Texas Sports wants to know D'Lo for Wiggins. I don't think the Golden State Warriors will touch D'Angelo Russell with a 35.5-foot pole, and it's funny because this is not the first time that those two guys would have been traded for each other. So Conqueror here says Control Alt Delete. Maybe he didn't like my Sixers trade. We'll see. We got some Eric hype in here. Love that. Luke Davis says, how does Shaedon Sharpe getting surgery impact the Blazers' approach at the deadline? Think Brogdon ends up staying put. Ultimately, I think that if you're Portland, you just have to make the best long-term plans and decisions. I don't think you should at all factor this current team into your decision making when it comes to making trades. I think you should ask yourself, does this make us better 2-3 years from now? And if the answer is yes, then that's when you make your trade. Gideon says, my parents think Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell are better than Jason Tatum all time. Tatum is more efficient and a better defender than Mitchell and more athletic than Spida, Mitch, and Brunson. Yeah, what I would tell you is don't listen to your parents about their takes on Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell. It sounds like they just have a crush on small guards. $1 out of 15 cents says trade Kerr for a second rounder. Interesting. He's probably going to get a contract extension in the next couple of months. Wake Up says trade Killian Hayes for an ounce of dirt. I think the earth is losing that trade. Killian Hayes is not worth that on a basketball court. I'm kind of kidding, kind of not. A team that I could actually see trading for him is, of course, San Antonio. So we will talk about that here quickly. Let's just do Cedi Osman. Let's just keep the trade nice and simple today. Cedi Osman for, where is he? Killian Hayes. And the Spurs give up a bad second-round pick a couple of years from now. Let's do this one, 2027 second. Something like this. Pistons fans get to brag. So anytime you see this contract over, Fanspo is broken right now, so don't worry about this, okay? This is what would pop up if it was after the trade deadline, which I don't know. Fanspo's time and date might be coded wrong on their website or something, or they might have thought that the trade deadline was yesterday. I don't know, but this actually does work, so don't worry about that, okay? So this would be something like that. That's what the CO stands for, is contract over. Just don't worry about that. I mean, I don't know how this makes the Spurs better, but Killian Hayes is younger, so I could see them still giving up something just so the Pistons don't feel bad. But really, it's not valuable because it's a second-round pick from one of 4 different teams. So Brady Thompson says, Pistons fans, pull up to the Discord. We need more of you guys in there. We definitely do. I'm going to send the Discord link right now. It's also in the description. So if you want to be a part of a great, awesome basketball community, we talk hoops all day long, go join. Sporting Game wants to know when the deadline is. The deadline is tomorrow, February 8th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Nas Storytime says, Hayes got potential, keep sleeping. All right. He's got potential to be a really good French guard if he goes back to the LNB Pro A. DC says, hope you have an amazing day. Maybe we will see a trade. We will be keeping our eyes out for it, and I am super stoked to see exactly what happened. Iceman like Gervin says, Wiseman and Hayes for Schroeder and Boucher. I'm not sure why Toronto would do that. I think Toronto would need a little bit more than just that. Wake Up says, I hope your team trades for Killian Hayes. Don't wish that on anybody. Don't wish. Hashtag manifest it, remember? Doob says, hey, yo, welcome to the stream, Doob. We're getting some manifestation in here. Gremlin says, I'll give you the popcorn machine for Killian, not a cool vending machine. Eddie says, Sheldon, you're a trade deadline beast. I'm trying my best over here. Appreciate you guys. We got some hashtag Pacers in here. Love to see that. Texas Sports says, Clippers, Celtics for the championship. Let's go talk about the Los Angeles Clippers, who are the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. That's right, everyone. Show some respect to the LA Clippers. I know it says 3 on here. Fanspo is not updated, okay? They have to get on top of their game. It is literally the trade deadline tomorrow. They better figure their stuff out because right now they are slacking, okay? They have to get their trade machine working because it is much better than ESPN's. So we are going to rely on it heavily. But when it comes to the Clippers, Norman Powell has been playing great basketball this year. I think he's been one of the biggest benefactors of James Harden's arrival in LA. It allows Powell to play off the basketball more often, utilize his skill set in a way that he's able to attack closeouts, play off the catch, rip up open threes, because that's what he does better than almost anybody in the league. He's been shooting the 3 at an extremely high clip, not only this year, but the last 4 or 5 years. So he's been just fantastic. PJ Tucker, that's the tradable salary here. We've talked a lot about the Wizards as a landing spot for PJ Tucker. And I know people are going to say, wait, what? Why would the Wizards want him? They would buy him out, but they have a trade exception that would fit that contract in since it's multi-year length. Zubats, man, they're not going anywhere. Plumlee could, theoretically, in a deal. We'll see what happens here. Kobe Brown's one of their sweeteners. They took him 30th overall. He is 24 years old, though, so not fantastic, but we will see. Donk says, I just want the Hornets to do something, anything at all. The product on the floor has nice for fans for a few years. Something drastic needed. We will look at the Hornets right now. As long as the site is working, let's go ahead and jump into it now. The Charlotte Hornets here. They have a bunch of tradable salaries. First of all, Gordon Hayward and Kyle Lowry, 2 expirings, really big contracts that they can work with a team to either take on longer-term contracts to help a team out, maybe get some draft picks by doing so, or you could theoretically use them for targeting a player or 2 you want to get. I don't really recommend that for them, though, just with where they're currently at. Their team is not very good. PJ Washington, he's a hot name to watch right now. The Dallas Mavericks have reported interest. The LA Clippers have reported interest, and I think more teams will gain interest in him as time goes on. Welcome, everyone, to the stream, by the way. 380 awesome people in here watching right now. Really appreciate you guys. Texas Sports wants to know, are the Rockets making another move prior to tomorrow's deadline? I'm not like 100% sold on that, Texas. I'm not, because, first of all, they already made a great trade. One thing is, the trade that they made isn't even technically finalized yet for Steven Adams. I know that the team said official, like the deal's agreed upon. That's not going to change. It's not like the Rockets are going to be able to keep more picks or they're going to send more picks to Memphis, something like that. What I think Memphis is doing from their standpoint, which even though the trade on here looks like it's already done, it's technically not. I think what Memphis is waiting to do is to see if they can trade Victor Oladipo. I know it says recently traded here. The reason that the trade isn't actually done yet is so that they could aggregate his salary, make it a 3-team trade, incorporate another team, and they would be able to add in Zaire Williams' contract, maybe Luke Kennard's contract, And if the Grizzlies want to do some window shopping this year and go buy somebody who they think will not only fit their team this season, which obviously has been more of a, kind of a down year for them given all their injuries, but going forward. So we're looking at someone like a Mikal Bridges type, someone who is a wing player, I would have to presume, a bigger forward perhaps if they don't go with a wing like Bridges, a bigger forward, someone who's 6'8", 6'9", who can provide some rebounding insurance next to Jaren Jackson Jr. I think that the Grizzlies have a lot of optionality right now. So I think if we see anything involving the Rockets, it would be something centered around Oladipo, probably getting rerouted somewhere with another salary, depending on how this all plays out. View says, yo, what's good, Sheldon? We finally made it to trade deadline eve. You're 100% right. Less than 29 hours till the NBA trade deadline. I am super excited. Riva here says, update on the Golden State Warriors, please. Let's talk about Golden State. Let's talk about the Warriors here. They're just not been very good this season. If you just look at where they're at in the standings right now, they are 11th. They did pass the Houston Rockets last night. At 22 and 25, though, you can't say that you're super confident in this team, which is a bummer because they have Steph Curry, and you want to be confident in this team. And I think with the rumors kind of heating up about a bunch of different possibilities, we've heard news and rumors about Wiggins possibly to the Milwaukee Bucks. I kind of understand that position here for both teams because Wiggins is like that hypothetical forward wing type that would fit well next to Giannis and Brook Lopez in a vacuum. But the reality is he hasn't played that way this year. So you're kind of making a big bet if you're John Horst making a trade like this. But it would be something along the lines of Wiggins to Golden State, Pat Connaughton and Bobby Portis back over to the Warriors, and then maybe on top of that, like AJ Green would go in this deal, or maybe one of the younger kids like Marjon Beauchamp, something like this. And the positives here is the Warriors get out of that big, huge contract. This would significantly help their depth around their stars as they're really far into the tax. This is something that I think would be worthwhile for a bunch of the Warriors. I think the Warriors would be really into something like this, honestly. Havoc Gaming says he's back. Welcome back, Havoc. Glad to have you back in here. D Brown says Pistons got to do something or Weaver is out of here. Let's spice up the music here a bit. We're going to go to acoustic cinematic here for a second. Like Texas Sports is saying, join the Discord if you haven't yet. We have made a solid community that loves to talk basketball as well as other things. If you need a friend or a family, Utility Sports has you covered. Yes, we do. Our Discord has been tremendous. Let's pull it up here. I'm going to get the Discord pulled up on the stream. That's something we've done before, but I just want to show you guys some stuff. So in the Discord, we've got some awesome community members. We've got some awesome things going on in there. Let me make sure to mute the tab, but this is what we got going on in here. Let me mute. Okay, good. The site is muted. Perfect. So in here, you see we talk all things basketball. So today we've just got a lot of different crazy stuff going on. But if you are curious, we got an NBA trade machine page in here where people send in their favorite trades. I like that quite a bit. There's also NBA mock draft discussion. It's a fun place to be. We talk about NBA mock drafts, and obviously my utility sports videos pop in here and populate. People get pretty excited about these. This is some funny gifts in there today. We have an NBA Pick'em channel, which is a season-long contest. We also have pictures of cats. This is my kitten, by the way. Her name is Moki. She's a little adorable little thing. But yeah, we got a lot of great things in here. So I'd really love if you guys could join the Discord. Link is in the description if you want to be a part of this. We've got teams everywhere. We've got people who have roles for teams. Like if we look at the colors here, it's coordinated with teams. Nick is one of our awesome moderators, so shout out to him. But yeah, this is kind of what the Discord looks like. I'd love for you guys to be a part of it. We got a lot of fun discussion, NBA content in here as well. So it's a great place to be for sure, and I would love for you guys to be a part of it going into the future. So make sure to join up on that. But let's get back to the trade discussion here. Deuce Walker wants to know the best Pacers trade. That's a great question. I would love for them to get Mikal Bridges. I really would. Mikal Bridges would be sweet in Indiana, but I really think the best thing to do is to go talk with Brooklyn here about maybe not Mikal Bridges, but someone else who can help them on the defensive end of the floor who's a little bit more attainable, and that is Dorian Finney-Smith. The big contract you guys have to trade is Buddy Hield. Send him to the Nets. Nets taking a little bit of money here, so it's important to get some salary back from them. And this is where you'd maybe see like a 3-team trade or something. Royce O'Neal will go to a 3rd team. Probably. Let's try and get that cooking actually, because I think this is an interesting component. Let's get the Bucks in here for Royce O'Neal, because why not? They have the contract that makes a pretty good deal of sense, which is Pat Connaughton. Let's send him to I don't know. I think the best place is the Nets, but let's trade Royce O'Neal to the Bucks here, and let's send back MarJon Beauchamp to Brooklyn, as well as sending. So money-wise, we have to send some money back out to the Pacers. So let's send Connaughton here like this. Financially, this should roughly work, and we'll send some second-rounders to the Nets here for the services of Royce O'Neal, and then the Pacers here will send maybe a first. Like, it's hard because they already traded one of their good firsts in the Siakam trade. So let's send the 2028 second rounder. We're just gonna load the Nets up with second rounders and something like this, I guess. It's not the sexiest trade, but it's one that would maybe have an impact on winning. Part of why they don't get a first round in here is they're getting Buddy Hield, who's good. They're getting MarJon Beauchamp, who I think could be good down the road. Pacers get Dorian and Pat Connaughton. Connaughton might not have a big role, but it's another tradable salary. So you're basically breaking Buddy Hield up into 2 players, which it's not like they need the depth, but what they do get is, again, another tradable asset here in Connaughton, and then they also get Dorian Finney-Smith, who's the main part for them. The Nets get loaded up with second-round picks and a young guy in MarJon Beauchamp. Buddy Hield could maybe get rerouted somewhere, and then Royce O'Neal goes to Milwaukee. I don't know, kind of a fun idea. Have a Gaming says Duke Capella to Oklahoma City will fix OKC's big weaknesses, which is need for taller forwards and big men. I just think that ultimately, you can ultimately make some stuff happen. Let's go to let's adjust the trade here. Some people are saying that if I mean, there's not really a settings is over here. Trade deadline. Okay, well that should be actually epic then. So, okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that idea there, Havoc. Appreciate that. Tyrone says, no, he's not. Dude is abysmal and on a horrid contract. I'm pretty sure he is talking about Andrew Wiggins there. DC says, Brian Windhorst says he expects Philly to make 1 to 3 trades before Thursday afternoon. Unlimited says, hey, Sheldon, you caught me in a good time. I'm in a free period. Well, shout out to you, Unlimited. Glad to have you in here. Kurt Golson says, joining and listening to the beginning of the stream, but hashtag Spurs Clan. Loved your trade deadline coverage last year. That got me into the channel and have been following since. Well, Kirk, thankful to have you back. Really appreciate it. For sure. Big Drop says, salute, bro. Will Lakers make trades? Well, first of all, Big Drop, welcome to the stream. Thankful to have you in here. And I think the Lakers will be tentatively active. I would love to see them get some more shooting. I think that's really what they need. They're last in the NBA in three-point attempts because they just do not shoot many threes around LeBron James and Anthony Davis. I don't think that's the way I would have built my roster, but it's kind of the reality that they're living in right now. So for their tradable contracts, it really starts with D'Lo and Rui Hachimura. I don't think Austin Reeves will get traded. Gabe Vincent's definitely a salary that they could use in a deal. And Taurean Prince is as well. So you're really looking at a bunch of flexibility here in terms of tradable contracts. And then their big trade chip, they have Jalen Hood-Schifino. That's pretty important. And then they have this 2029 first-round pick that they could theoretically in a trade send unprotected somewhere and probably net something pretty good back like they did last year with their 2027 first, getting D'Lo, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. I think they're in a spot where they'd be able to get some nice stuff. Brisket here says, clocking in, let's go, ready to see some moves today. Well, that is exciting. Glad to see it. Thank you guys for all the notes on the trade deadline being able to be turned off in Fanspo. Clearly, I'm not as seasoned of a Fanspo veteran as I thought, but I've never even opened the settings tab one time. So that is helpful to know. So appreciate you guys with that for sure. Gremlin here says, Marauder, Spurs will draft best available period. Hopefully Sarr or Topic. Our center depth way behind Victor Wembanyama is just as bad. So Sarr would be amazing. If they got Sarr, their front court defensive versatility would be unbelievable. Aiden wants to know my thoughts on Brandon Miller. He's been balling out. So I had him 4th on my big board, and I had him with potentially going into all NBA caliber. So I feel like what I expected from him is what I've seen from him. He's been really good. I labeled him as an all-star caliber forward at some point down the road in his career, which is extremely high praise for anyone coming out of a draft. If you think they're an all-star caliber player, it means you think that they're really darn good, which is exactly what I thought. Dwayne Session wants to know who I think the best on-ball defender is. If you're talking available at the trade deadline, Alex Caruso comes to mind. Otherwise, if you're talking about like just overall in the league, I really like Derek White because not only is he good at the point of attack, but he also can stick with plays, block some shots. He rides players' hips very well, which allows him to stay in plays that otherwise a lot of other guys would be able to would probably get beat. And Jaden McDaniels comes to mind. He's one of the best in the entire league. Herb Jones, I think, is a pretty special defender because of his versatility. And then Jonathan Isaac is extremely switchable. So when you're talking on-ball defender, you're probably thinking more perimeter defender, but like you could use someone like Jonathan Isaac's so good because he's able to switch across multiple guys and still be good at the point of attack, whether that's on a 7-footer like Karl Anthony Towns, whether that's on a perimeter player like Kawhi Leonard, whether that's on a guard like Luka Doncic. I've seen Jonathan Isaac guard everybody, which is one of the reasons why I love him in a trade for a whole bunch of people. Thank you, Dwayne, for the $2, and I hope that you enjoyed my answer there on that. Big Drop says DeMar DeRozan on the trade block. DeRozan had a pretty good game last night. His efficiency wasn't there, but he had 4 steals against the Timberwolves and had a pretty nice game, honestly. Live in Proof wants to know about Alex Caruso to the Kings. So let's go over to the Chicago Bulls here and talk about a potential Alex Caruso trade to the Sacramento Kings. And I think it's an interesting deal to talk about for a couple of different reasons. My fanspo is being just awful, so let me refresh it here, and we'll see if I can get it to work right. But I don't know why my fanspo is being so terrible, but here we go. Hopefully it'll work better now. Evan Fournier is the most traded player right now on fanspo, by the way, which those things always crack me up. I love that. So let's talk about Caruso to the Kings. I do think that's a pretty good trade destination for him. I think he would be quite good there. And his salary makes a good deal of sense for a few different reasons. We could do Vezenkov, but I think Davion Mitchell is really the best place to start with. Chris Duarte. You're looking at 2 former lottery picks in this type of trade. And from here, the Kings would also give up probably a 2026 first and then maybe a collection of second-round picks as well. Something like this, I know people are going to say, whoa, that's an overpay. Trust me, it's not. Alex Caruso is really darn good. I would love this trade for the Sacramento Kings, and I actually don't hate it for the Bulls either because Davion Mitchell is somebody who I think if you give him a bigger role, allow him to get comfortable with the basketball in his hands, he could probably thrive. So we'll see what happens with him. FMP here says I like Jordan Walsh as a prospect. I do too. Jordan Walsh, I think, is going to end up being very good. I think he'll end up being a really good point of attack defender. Jackie Denson says, I pray Cleveland does nothing. My expectation is that they're going to be pretty quiet. Sal Kelly here says, I think the Celtics have a trade exception. They do, I believe. I have notes on all of the trade exceptions, but we can just go over to Boston and look at there. So they don't have anything big enough for DeLon Wright, and you can't combine these. So, and even if they did, it still wouldn't be big enough for DeLon Wright. So that's why I'm pretty skeptical on their ability to get DeLon there. So that's what I would have to say about that. My family wants to know if I have any Warriors trade speculation. I think that really the biggest thing is, will they trade Klay Thompson? We've talked about Andrew Wiggins potentially to like the Milwaukee Bucks or Dallas Mavericks, I think also makes some sense. The teams that don't have assets and are trying to get better, that's where Andrew Wiggins makes sense because they won't have to give up much to get him. Dapper says, hey, Sheldon, hope the deadline is treating you well. It's been great so far. I've been really, really enjoying it, and I hope you guys do too. Nick and Dan says, I'd rather lose Chetty for nothing this offseason than getting Killian Hayes. Yeah, I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Havoc Gaming here says there are too many players who should be traded, which is why it has been quiet with trades this year. We'll keep our eyes out, though. Just because it's been quiet so far doesn't mean that the trade machine is over. Fanspo says it's fixed. Let's go, Fanspo. Let's pull this up on the stream. Shout out to Fanspo for being the real ones here. They responded right away. They got the issue fixed, and Huge shout out to them. Look at that. Right here on Twitter. Make sure you guys are going to follow our Twitter, by the way. 355 of you awesome people. Let's try to get to 1,400 followers on Twitter right now. But yeah, Fanspo responded and said they fixed it up. So huge shout out to Fanspo. Thank you guys. I really appreciate them. Venkata here with another 5. Steve Ballmer tuning in. He says DeMar DeRozan to the Hawks, Alex Caruso and Torrey Craig to the Clippers, Andre Drummond to OKC, and picks and players go to Chicago. I mean, interesting. I don't know why Atlanta would want DeMar DeRozan. I think if we're going to do something around Caruso, it's better to just focus on him in the trade, but we will see. Old Crow says, are the Nets actually shopping Cam Johnson, or was that just clickbait? Can't imagine them giving up on a young scorer. I don't know where you saw that. I have not seen that myself. So I don't know. I had that, I think, maybe I had that in an old video. Like, I don't know. Sometimes for thumbnails, I'm just trying to put players like for teams that people are like interested in. Like, you know, Pistons fans want to know who they're going to get. So I just try and worry more about the teams. Old Crow here says, who says no? Three-way trade. DeJounte Murray to, I'm presuming, the Lakers. Dinwiddie and a 2029 first to the Hawks. Nets get D'Angelo Russell. It's not a bad offer. It's not a bad offer at all. The Hawks get like financial flexibility going into next season because Dinwiddie is expiring. It's a pretty solid offer, Old Crow. So shout out to you. Appreciate you. I'll leave a like on that one because it's not a bad offer at all. Let's get back over to our trade, our own trade machine here. Especially now that it is fixed, we should be chilling here. So even with that on there, everything should be working. Let's give that a quick test here too. This is not a trade that I would see happening. I don't think that they're going to trade Alex Len, but I do want to just play around with it quick and see if this is working. So this should not say contract over now, and it doesn't. So look at that. Fanspo fixed it already. I actually do like the idea of Alex Len to Boston, by the way, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. So don't worry too much about that. František says, I am manifesting Hayes not going to the Spurs like I successfully manifested Reeves not going to San Antonio this summer. Mark says, just tuning in, what about the Golden State Warriors? I think the big thing for them is Andrew Wiggins, and if they want to move Klay Thompson, that would be pretty surprising to me. Woom said, is everyone shopping the Charlotte Hornets players? Yeah, I think a lot of teams are probably interested in Charlotte for a few different reasons. Some of them are probably looking to get off of contracts. And what I mean by that is if we go to a team like, let's say, what team has a contract they want to get off to? Like, let's just say Ben Simmons, okay? Like, this is something that I think actually makes a good deal of sense for the Brooklyn Nets, is you load like a second-round pick or two to the Charlotte Hornets to get out of some money this year. It saves you some money this year, which is important, and it also saves you a lot of money going into next season. The Hornets get incentivized by taking in second-rounders for dumping players that they no longer care about anyway. So that's what I like for them a bit. It's an interesting one for sure. Dwayne here with another 2 says, setting an example, got a question, then super chat. Yeah, here you go. Well, Dwayne, that's what Dwayne's saying. Dwayne's saying if you got a question, you got to put in a super chat. Appreciate you, Dwayne, for the $2. Definitely does go a long way in helping support the channel here. We got 370 awesome people watching. I'm assuming tomorrow's going to be a really crazy day. Hopefully 1,000 plus people tuning in. We'll see what happens. But Michael here says, Sheldon, put together a trade that puts Jonathan Isaac in Sacramento and DeJounte in Orlando. I like the idea of that. We've talked about kind of constructs similar to this a couple of times this week already. And you know that I like the idea of Jonathan Isaac going anywhere because I am a Jonathan Isaac stan, probably the biggest one on all of YouTube. I love that guy. So then we want to get the Hawks in here as well. So DeJounte Murray to the Hawks. I also love that idea. Probably not as good of a fit as Anthony Simons would be, but I don't think Anthony Simons is available. So if Orlando's looking for a meaningful upgrade, DeJounte Murray is probably the guy that makes the most sense in that regard right now. Jonathan Isaac here goes to Sacramento. And I guess the thing here for the Kings is they could look at using Trey Lyles, his contract, which I think would not be a bad idea. But let's try and build it without that. So we're going to send Vezenkov to the Hawks. We're going to send Davion Mitchell to the Hawks and Chris Duarte to the Hawks. And probably like close enough. We could also include Kobe Jones for like some more value. And maybe we have to reroute someone else to Orlando, although the money is going to get really tight if we try to do that. So this is probably the best way to build out the trade if we don't want to give up Harrison Barnes. Because the thing is, like, if you get Isaac and don't have to give up Harrison Barnes, you just got a lot better, I think. So we'll give up a pick here. Orlando's going to give up their 2024 first to the Hawks, and they're going to give up their 2025 first from Denver to the Hawks. Again, these are two picks that it's one outside of the lottery in a draft that is relatively less strong, and then you're also getting, a 2025 first from the reigning NBA champions. So that pick likely is not going to be too good. So I think it's worth it for Orlando to make a significant upgrade onto their roster. And then the Kings will also throw the Hawks a second rounder, and they will throw a 2025 second rounder to the Orlando Magic to help facilitate the deal. Something like this. I think this is pretty darn good, to be honest with you. Hawks get a couple of young pieces, Davion Mitchell, Kobe Jones specifically. Chris Duarte's already into his mid to late 20s because he was super old when he got drafted. Vezenkov is whatever. He's just in here for salary purposes. The Kings save a little bit of money, and they still get Jonathan Isaac. The Magic take in a little bit more salary, but that's okay. They have plenty of financial flexibility right now. DeJounte Murray's already extended. I think this makes them a lot better. Yes, they cost them a couple of first-round picks, but they get a 2025 second via Portland. So really, if you look at it, you're only moving this pick down a little bit to get down to this Portland pick. So I think that's a pretty big win, all things considered there. So I like the idea, Michael. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. If you guys have it in your hearts to send super chats, it definitely is extremely helpful. Really appreciate you guys a ton. David here says, Sheldon got the best NBA content on YouTube. I appreciate that. Norin wants to know if he missed anything. Nothing yet, Norin. Again, we're still in that calm before the storm. So I'm trying to we're trying to keep up on all the news, but I'm very, very excited about that and where we're at right now. Old Crow says, oh, that's actually shopping Cam Johnson. No, I don't believe so. Mavs trade Dwight Powell for Dwight Howard. Interesting. Havoc says, on God, I could get a bucket on the Pistons. Okay, I'm not sure about that. NBA players are pretty darn good. We'll see. Anthony Wendler says, good morning. Do you see any trades happening today? I think it's a lot more likely today. I'd say like a 60% chance we see a trade today. I'm not going to guarantee anything because I don't 100% know with certainty, so I don't want to lie to you guys. But I think it's a good possibility. Old Crow said, I said the wrong Cam. I was talking about Cam Thomas. Okay, Cam Thomas instead of Johnson. Do you see the Nets shopping any of Claxton, Dorian Finney-Smith, O'Neal, or Thomas? I see the Nets trading O'Neal for sure. I think O'Neal is their first player that will probably get traded. I think Nick Claxton's a real possibility because he's an expiring contract who does not have restricted free agency status because he was a second-round draft pick a few years ago. Because of that, he will not be a restricted free agent. So Brooklyn, if they let him get to free agency, they run the risk of losing him for nothing to teams with cap space, which is a big risk, of course. Then you also look at Dorian Finney-Smith, who would help a bunch of different contenders. They're going to get good offers for him. So it's going to be more dependent on what offers they receive for Dorian Finney-Smith, I believe. And obviously for Claxton, too, they're not just going to trade Claxton for nothing because they do have bird rights on him. They could probably pay him more than anybody else is willing to. So they could probably keep Claxton if they want to. They can keep Dorian Finney-Smith if they want to. I don't think Cam Thomas will get traded at all. I would be very surprised to see Cam Thomas get traded, honestly. FMP says, could you see Ime Udoka going to trade for Marcus Smart? No, I don't think so at all. I would be surprised. Memphis and Houston already made a trade. If it was something around Marcus Smart, he would have been in that deal, I think. Unbiased opinion, want to know what Wiggins was going for in the deal. I believe I had Bobby Portis, AJ Green, and Marjon Beauchamp. So salaries, you could argue maybe the Warriors have to give up a second-round pick with that too. Victor here says, do you think a Cade Cunningham trade is coming in the next few years? No, I do not. I do not think so at all. By the way, Old Crow, thank you for the 5 as well. I really appreciate the 5. It means a lot. And it does go a long way in helping support the channel here. CL Oracle says, I need the Hornets to send Miles Bridges to Phoenix for Nasir Little, Chimezie Metu, and 2 or 3 second-rounders. Metu is definitely a possibility. Otherwise, you could see something like Bull in there as well. That's the player who I've often thrown in because the Suns do not care about him in any way, and he is just useful for salary. So, for example, Miles Bridges to the Suns for Nasir Little. Let's go grab Bull. Bull's $2 million contract and 2 to 3 second rounders, just like you said. We'll grab all of the remaining valuable ones that they have, and that trade would look something like this. Shout out to you, Oracle. I know you and I had some fun discussions before the season. Look, the big three have been really good, but remember, preseason, I predicted that the team would be around the 7 seed. They're the 6 seed right now, and they're half a game better than the 7 seed Pelicans. So just had to bring that back up, Oracle. I know you and I had a fun little exchange about it. I just had to bring it back up. Natik says Mavs need some defense. What's a good trade? A good trade is any trade they make that they don't give up their 2027 first rounder. There was a report yesterday that I saw, which is what I've been speculating about, that they are willing to trade this in the right package, 2027 first. And if they do that, I will be extremely displeased. I will be very, very disappointed, because this is their last real chip to getting way better right now. And if they trade it, well, they've sacrificed a ton of their flexibility. So I really hope not. JDC wants to know how many more hours until the trade deadline. We are 28 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. I am extremely excited. Max here says, what do you think the Raptors will do? I think the Raptors will look to trade possibly Gary Trent Jr., but we'll see what his market looks like. Maybe a few second round picks for him. Maybe a really low end first round or two could make some sense. And then also for Toronto, when it comes to Chris Boucher and Bruce Brown, I think those are some potential options for sure. By the way, guys, super chats, they pop up in a little starred location for me, so I see them a lot quicker than I do the normal comments, because I'm right now about 20 minutes behind on comments. I'm trying my best to go through them. Finney to Dallas or LeBron. Are you saying LeBron to Dallas, or are you saying Finney Smith to the Lakers? I think definitely a possibility. Norman Rat says Jalen Hood-Schifino is not a big trade chip. For the Lakers, he is. They don't have other stuff. If you go to their roster, you tell me what teams would want from here. Jalen Hood, do they want Hood-Schifino or Christian Wood more? Do they want Taurean Prince or Hood-Schifino more? Hood-Schifino holds more value around the league than most of this roster. Maybe Hachimura has value. D'Lo has some value, right? I think the intrigue around Hood-Schifino long-term would pin him with some value. Unbiased says, let Kuminga run wild. He's the future. Clay in that lineup holds his progression and the entire team back. I love Clay, but enough is enough. Interesting. Klay Thompson, I still think, has some good basketball ahead of him. John says, we need Sarr with the Wizards. You guys got Wemby. Spread the love. Sarr would be really good in Washington as well. They really need some defensive identity there. Jimmy Pope says, potential landing spots and packages for Bruce Brown. Well, Jimmy, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. I like your little profile picture there. It's a fun little Toronto Raptors thing. Let's go talk about the Raptors right now and see where could we possibly send Bruce Brown. So we've talked about the Lakers in the past. The Mavericks don't really make a ton of sense. I do think Sacramento isn't a bad landing spot for him, although it's a little weird because they would get a bit smaller. So maybe not Sacramento. Let's go on to talk about the Knicks, because the Knicks are definitely a spot that would have some interest in Bruce. And they have Fournier's contract to work with, as well as a 2024 first-round pick. They could send their own first-rounder out in this. And then maybe if they need money, they could throw in Jericho Sims. We've already seen these two teams work together this trade deadline, so I'm not exactly sure how likely it is. Although the Raptors did acquire Bruce Brown after these two teams had already made a trade. So a little bit of a different situation there. Damian Jackson says, hey, good morning. If Dallas could acquire either PJ for a fair package or Kuzma for the Mavs' best package, which would you prefer? I'd rather get PJ Washington for second rounders than Kuzma for a first. But at the end of the day, I don't think either really moved the needle enough for Dallas anyway. Patrick says, what are the odds that Indiana can get Jonathan Isaac? 0. I just don't see that happening. Although I guess the package here, and maybe not 0. Zero is kind of harsh, but I guess the package would look something like this: Isaac to the Pacers, Buddy Hield to the Magic, and the Pacers throw in 2 second rounders. The Magic needs shooting, actually, so this is something that makes some theoretical sense, but I don't know. Buddy Hield's just not an Orlando Magic type of player. That's just not the way that they value players. They like length and size and defense a ton, so I'm not exactly sure if they're going to do that. Brady says, W Fanspo. They went crazy. They went awesome for me, so really appreciate them. Robert Fowler here says Olynyk or Lonnie Walker to the Celtics. Lonnie Walker is someone who makes sense. That was another player who there were actual rumors about going to Boston. So I'm glad you brought this up, Robert. Appreciate you. Olynyk doesn't make sense because they just don't have the money unless they were to trade Al Horford. Al Horford for Olynyk actually makes some sense because Olynyk's just younger, but he's not nearly as good of a defender as Horford is, even at Horford's age. Whereas someone like Lonnie Walker makes a ton of sense. And I also think Dennis Smith Jr. would make a ton of sense for Boston. And if they're able to do Delano Banton and, say, Svi Mikhailuk for something like this, and then they throw in, a ton, they could even do this, to be honest with you. This would blow out other teams in trade value, because I don't see any other way that the Nets are probably getting a first-round pick for either of these guys, for DSJ or Lonnie Walker. But the Celtics could tell themselves, hey, this is pick 30. This is like the same thing as sending a second-rounder, but it looks way better because it's a 2024 first. They get two good defensive guards. They don't need both of them, but the point of getting both of them is so that Milwaukee doesn't get either of them. That's one real positive here. You're able to take in players who other teams would want, and you hold on to them. You keep them both. And as your roster ages, keeping Dennis Smith Jr. and Lonnie Walker IV would actually be really good for this team. And they both would have a pretty positive role on the Celtics, I believe. Nav says, third day, should Magic poach Garland from the Cavs? Price. That's probably not something that would happen this season. That would probably be more of an off-season thing if something ever came about that way. Dapper here says, what if Bulls pulled a reverse fire sale and traded for DeJounte Murray? I would not like that for them, to be honest with you. Dwayne Sessions says, if you have time to chat, then you can super chat $1. Dwayne's trying to get some super chats in here. Dwayne, appreciate you. Thank you for the 2 as well. Definitely goes a long way in helping support the channel. I appreciate that. It's color coded, by the way, too. So I think it's like yellow for 10, and I forget or maybe yellow is $20. I don't know. The super chat colors it's interesting though, because it looks like a light show after a while in my little starred section. So shout out to everyone here. Isaac says, is the deadline today or tomorrow? Isaac, the deadline is tomorrow. Okay, the deadline is tomorrow. Nick Perez says Shams tweet about All-Star Weekend. Okay, let me see what's going on with that. I will pull up Shams right now. I do need to do a better job. An all number 1 overall pick team at the Skills Challenge. Wow. Minnesota's Anthony Edwards, Orlando's Paolo Banchero, and San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama will all be participating in NBA All-Star Weekend, which is cool news. Very cool news for sure. Star Traffic here says Nets not interested in adding D'Lo money to Nets payroll. They have Claxton to pay next year. That's a good point. TZ says, could you see Isaiah Stewart trade? What teams could use him shooting 36% from 3? I'd be surprised if the Pistons trade him, to be honest. Andrew Tate says, Suns make any move? I think the biggest one, most likely one, would be I could see them working with the Nets here too, actually. If they don't do something for Miles Bridges, like turning Bol and Chimezie Metu, or maybe not Metu because they maybe want to keep some size. Turning, I don't think we want to do Damian Lee. Let's just do 1 for 1. And we could go get Dennis Smith Jr. here from them. This is why Boston, by the way, would want to go get both of the guys. It's just so that a team like Phoenix can jump in here and get one of them. You know, if you can corner the market yourself, it's not a bad idea to do, especially when you're as good as Boston is. Rudy says, Dwayne, stop sending other people's money. Rudy's funny. I like that, Rudy. Nick says, Shams tweeted Wemby, Ant-Man, Paolo participating in Skills Challenge. Some guy says, what do you think Klay Thompson trade value is right now? I have really no idea. It doesn't make any real sense to me for a team that has lived through their dynasty with him being a key part of it to trade him. It seems very cold-hearted if they do. So Kawika wants to know when the deadline is. The deadline is roughly 28 hours from now. So Alex here says, streaming Iron Man. Appreciate you, Alex. He wants to know an Isaac and Kennard trade straight up. I don't know if I see one actually straight up there, although, this is pretty good for Memphis long term, and I think it also helps, again, Orlando with some of that shooting need that we've talked about. So Kennard, we've got Isaac here. I think that we'd probably have to see some salary going back here as well. So maybe someone like Jake LaRavia could make some sense in this deal, plus maybe a Grizzlies second-round pick. This one's from the Clippers in 2026. Maybe something like that. Isaac's a bit more valuable, I think, than Kennard in the open market. So something like this. You throw in a former first-round pick in Jake LaRavia, who hasn't really shown a ton so far in his career. But, there's some upside shooting there that I think he would catch on in Orlando pretty well. And then 2026 second-rounder. Grizzlies get Jonathan Isaac, who would fit their team very well as another big, lengthy player next to Jaren Jackson Jr. So, Alex, thanks for the idea. ATG Rico says, what do you think the Pacers will do? For the most part, they've already made their big trade, so I think they could afford to be quiet. Shout out to Natik here. I'm going to star this comment so we can bring it back up later on if we want to. Let's keep rolling here now. John says, smash those likes for Sheldon. He's working hard with some trades that could happen. Appreciate you, John. Make sure to smash the like button, guys. If you haven't already, I'm going to update right now and check how many likes we're at. We are at 112 likes. You guys are doing a great job, but we have 450 people in here. There's no reason for that like button to not be at at least 200, 300 likes. Yesterday, we got 331. So let's see if we can beat that number today. 331 is the number to beat. I'm going to comment that down below so that we can remember exactly what number that was. Brian here says, Jalen Green to the Orlando Magic. That would be crazy if something like that happened. Divine Direction says, I don't think the Warriors are going to trade any of their players. I think that they'll trade someone. If it's Andrew Wiggins, that would be my best guess. The Finisher says, any chance Nuggets get Dennis Smith Jr. or Royce O'Neal? I don't think Royce is a real possibility, to be honest with you, but let's go back over to the Nets, and I'll explain why I don't think Royce O'Neal makes that much sense for them because of his contract. Okay, so when we look at Royce O'Neal, he's making $9 million. How do you match that money here? You'd have to do like Reggie Jackson plus Zeke Naji, and I just feel like you're subtracting a pretty good amount from the Nuggets' current participating roster. So I think the best case here is you use Justin Holiday's contract. You get back in this package Dennis Smith Jr. You can maybe argue Lonnie Walker instead, and then you do a second-round pick this year. And something like this is maybe enough to convince the Nets to move off of Dennis Smith Jr. You just have a salary, matching salaries here, and then you get your second-rounder in there as well. So Josh wants to know who's likely to trade for Klay if possible. I think the 76ers are the most likely team. They're contending. They want to win. They could use another shooter. I think that makes a good deal of sense. And they have cap space. They have financial flexibility going into this offseason for sure. Jared says, good morning, gents. Let's see some trades today. Welcome, Jared, to the stream. Hyped to have you back in here again, Jared's. DeAndre Carter says, OKC needs to trade by today or tomorrow because after yesterday's loss to Utah, they definitely need improvement and upgrade. We'll see what they do. I feel like they like where they're at overall. Josh Prince says, Pistons trade for... He left it blank. I think Landry Shamit's a player to watch for them. Brady Thompson says, where could Bogdan potentially end up if he does get traded? The Lakers make some good deal of sense to me as a team that could use him, although the Jared Vanderbilt injury definitely does change things a little bit on that front, because had they had Vanderbilt, it would make Bogdanovic even better for them, because I thought Rui Hachimura could have been expendable, although now they're in a tougher spot here. Let's do Gabe Vincent, Taurean Prince, Jalen Hood-Schifino, and let's do a couple of second-rounders. Like maybe 3 seconds, something like this. It's hard because you're giving up Hood-Schifino, who is just a first-round pick this past draft. So, you're looking at something like this. The money basically matches here. The Lakers get someone who I think fits their lineup very well. The Hawks get tradable contracts, expiring salaries, a former first-round pick, and 3 seconds. I don't hate this as an idea, to be honest. I really don't. Lester says, Suns all day. Shout out to you, Lester. Welcome to the stream. ATG Rico wants to know about Miles Bridges to the Pacers. I just really don't see Indiana doing that. Bridges would fit their roster pretty well, but it's a pretty big PR hit for a guy that I don't think is super necessary to their team. So that's what I would say. Venkata, thank you for the 2. He says Daniel Gafford to the Clippers. Let's look at a Daniel Gafford Clippers trade. I think Gafford would actually be quite good with the LA Clippers because of James Harden. James Harden maximizes a Daniel Gafford style player extremely well. And of course, they have the tradable salary of PJ Tucker, which makes sense. I think that also we could see in here Brandon Boston getting traded for sure, as well as probably a collection of second rounders. Something like this. I mean, I think this is a pretty strong package. 3 second-round picks for Daniel Gafford. Brandon Boston, who I went on a rant about this yesterday, but he played 27 minutes against the Wizards the other night when he's normally out of the rotation. So that's an important thing for sure. Miles to Phoenix, I think, is very likely, like you're saying, Lester. Scotty Skill says, does Bridges to the Kings move the needle at all? Like, are you talking Miles? It does. He makes them better, but I just don't see them actually doing that. AJ Analysis says, I'm a Sixers fan and I am sad. What do we do? I think buying is still a real possibility. Adrian Wojnarowski reported yesterday that you guys are still going to be aggressive. You're going to look to upgrade the roster, and I think you have a good possibility to do that for sure. Norin Rad wants to know who the best player in the world is today. Probably Nikola Jokic or Joel Embiid when he's healthy. Arguments for Luka Doncic, Kawhi Leonard, a few of the other guys in that conversation as well, like Shea. But, Jokic is just so good. Scott Foster here says, do you see the Nets getting a deal done with Houston to get their picks back? No, I do not. I think Houston is going to be very against the idea of trading for Mikal Bridges, just given the fact of what the asking price is going to be. Bridges, he's a really good player, really talented, super useful. Like, money-wise, it's already hard to see how a trade gets done unless Jalen Green's a part of the deal, plus, Jock Landale's salary, something like that. And then if you're trading back their picks, I just feel like that's a pretty big win for the Nets, honestly. Like, something like this, I think this is a huge win for the Nets if they're able to get something like this done. So that's what I would say. Dwayne says, $2. Appreciate those who support Sheldon Best Channel. Thank you, Dwayne. Really appreciate you. Appreciate everyone in here. Thank you all so much for spending today with me. It's crazy. We have 415 awesome people watching. We're going to continue to cover the NBA trade deadline all day long. I am just extremely stoked. Maurice here says, thank you, first of all, Maurice, for the 5. He says, can teams get in trouble for just staying mediocre for years like Chicago? It's like ownership doesn't care. They can't get in trouble. The NBA does not care. If you're mediocre and trying to win at least some games, they're going to be pretty happy with you. But it is definitely the most frustrating place to be as a fan of an NBA team. Norin Rad says, I want Whitmore. For those of you who do not know, Norin is a Lakers fan. Bad draft selection. Yeah, Jalen Hood-Schifino, I know, disappointing. I know he hasn't played, I know, I get it. But he's still valuable. There's going to be some trade interest in him, I would think. John Piner says, Brad is starting to find his rhythm with Suns. They're going to get going if they stay healthy, but they have not much defense. Why I think someone like Clips takes them out. Yeah, the Clippers are going to be really tough to beat. The Clippers are just really good. Alex says, all right, Dwayne, Cat for Mikal Dorian Finney-Smith over Cat. Oh my gosh. Since this is a super chat, we will entertain it. I do not think the Timberwolves will trade Karl Anthony Towns. To be very clear, I do not believe that will happen, but in a situation where he became available, something like this would make a ton of sense. A ton of sense. Maybe, I don't even know if there's any picks in this. Like, maybe just something like this. I don't know. Who says no? What's your gut reaction to this? Who says no? It projects neither team gets any better or worse. So, that's interesting, for sure. That's interesting. Alex, thank you for the 2. Really appreciate you. Let's keep rolling here down as we go. Edgar wants to know about Portland trades. My absolute favorite one here, Edgar, my favorite one is a Portland Trailblazers trade with the New York Knicks. And in this, we're going to send the 2024 first. We're going to send Evan Fournier and Quentin Grimes for Malcolm Brogdon. I think this is like my favorite trade. The Knicks, who are really good, they're a true contender this year. Yes, I said that. They're really, really darn good. I could see them winning 2 or 3 playoff series for sure. Like, Getting Brogdon, I think, would really help move the needle for their bench unit. Yes, it hurts to give up Quentin Grimes. Yes, it's unfortunate giving up one of your first-round picks, but this is a really good move for them, I think. So, Taste here says, I agree Bridges would be perfect for the Pacers, but what about what would a trade with the Nets look like? It would have to probably include Jarris Walker or Benedict Mathurin, plus Ben Shepherd, plus 2 first-round picks at least. So, Mikal would be awesome there, but I just really don't see that actually happening. Josh here says Evan Fournier or DeAndre Hunter to Detroit. I could see DeAndre Hunter, maybe. Bra here says if Celtics trade for Olynyk, they would probably have to trade Horford to Utah, and that would make Horford a buyout candidate. I mean, I could also just see Danny Ainge keeping Horford. Danny Ainge likes Horford, so I could also see him keeping him because he likes him. But yeah, you're definitely right. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Utility Sports. Would love to have you be a part of what we're doing here. And then also go right now, comment your favorite team. 400 of you awesome people in here. Let's get a bunch of spam going in the chat right now. Everyone throw in their favorite team. I want to see everyone's favorite team right now. Celtics 34 says Oklahoma City trades for Stu. He would be a pretty good fit for them for sure. I don't want it, but I can see that happening. I agree with you. 3K Racing says would love Jonathan Isaac, Cam Johnson, or Tyus Jones would be my realistic trade wants. I want Jonathan Isaac to play for my team. Zach says any team wiping that number 1 pick team, not really, but it's the skills challenge, so who knows? Yeah, it's the skills challenge is always so funny. The big men always do so much better in the skills challenge. I don't know why. Is Meta World Peace in the celebrity game? What's the odds he throws an elbow? What are the odds? Shout out to James Harden getting elbowed in the back. Sergi here says, first of all, welcome to the stream, Sergey. He says, does any trade happen today? I think there's a good chance that there's a trade for sure this year. So Elijah here says Keith Smith tweeted that role players are getting traded this year. All-stars are unavailable. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's still impactful. Like, role players help decide championships. Like, think about how important Bruce Brown was last year to the think about how important Bruce Brown was to the Denver Nuggets. Fuke here says, I just switched to my other account and subscribe. Appreciate you, Fuke. Huge shout out to you. Hassan here says, T-Wolves send Cat and Mike Conley to Nets for Ben Simmons, Spencer Dinwiddie, and first rounder. I don't think the team that is hovering around the first seed in the Western Conference will do that trade. Elizabeth Allen says Bucks should get Dennis Smith Jr. for a point of attack defender if that's his value. Yeah, like that's the thing is if you're Boston, you could probably outbid all of these other teams. But I do really like the idea of Dennis Smith Jr. Going to the Bucks. We could even throw back. Let's not do Beauchamp here. Let's do AJ Green and a second. This year's second from the Portland Trailblazers. That's a pretty good, valuable second. And let's offer that here for Dennis Smith Jr., who I think would actually be a really great fit into Milwaukee. This is another trade I like here quite a bit. Let's get a 2024 second rounder, pretty valuable for a guy who is playing on the minimum. This is one I'm even going to tweet out, I think. Who says no? That's all of my tweets this week is, hey, who says no in a trade? But appreciate you guys all being in here. Let's get back to the trade machine. Shout out to everyone right now. If you guys haven't, share the link with someone who would love to watch this stream as well. I'm sure a lot of you guys have friends who are big time fans of the NBA. I would love for you guys to share the link with them so that they can get in here as well. I'm going to send the link right now. Go share that with somebody. That way, hopefully, we can get more people in here, more awesome people talking about the NBA trade deadline. Ronell says Nets trade Royce to the Suns for Grayson and a second round pick. For Grayson, that's interesting. I think if anything, if we saw a trade of Royce O'Neal to the Suns, which I'm not sure if Sean Marks loves the idea of helping out Kevin Durant or not. By the way, that's, I think, something to watch in this. But let's trade Royce O'Neal to the Suns. I think it's more likely we'd see something around Nasir Little and another contract like Bol, and then probably a series of second rounders. So you're looking at a little bit better draft pick compensation to Brooklyn, something like this. Oh, $403,000. All right. All right. We have to cut some money, which means instead of Bull, sorry, Bull, you don't get a new spot. Damian Lee, you're actually just going out the door instead. And something like that. There you go. I swear to God, how many times have I been like this close to a trade off by like $100,000 in this past week? It usually never happens, but it's happened a ton. Dr. Restitution says, what if Sixers offer Tobias and 3 firsts and 4 seconds for Bojan and Cade? I know it seems unlikely, but I'd like to see how it works out financially. Detroit could build around Duran with lots of picks. I just don't think that I just really don't think Cade's going to get traded. So I just don't think it's going to happen. Arhan here says, Nets fan here. I don't see Nets trading Dennis Smith Jr. or Lonnie, but if they don't at least get someone decent with bird rights in return. Yeah, I guess I see your point there. Alex says, do you think Kings would somehow be able to get Caruso and Tyus Jones without giving up Harrison Barnes, Herter, or Trey Lyles? Financially, that's going to be pretty tough because you're looking at $20 million in salary there to match. So probably not, Alex. James Corsi says Miles Bridges to Philly. That could be a real possibility, as well as talk. I like that we're talking about the Sixers more today. That was something I wanted to make sure we do today, is I wanted to talk about more teams, different teams, especially that I think are likely to make trades. So let's get. I went to the Suns. Whoops. Let's go grab the Hornets. Miles Bridges to the 76ers. We can do Furk and Korkmaz's contract plus Jaden Springer's contract. He's the young guy going to Charlotte in this that maybe they'd have some real interest in. And we could throw a pretty thick collection of second rounders at Charlotte even to get this done. So this is probably one of the better trade offers Charlotte will get, I think, for Miles Bridges. I'd be pretty surprised if they get a first round selection for him, just being completely honest. So something like that, I mean, that makes some good sense. You get Jaden Springer, former first round pick, 4 seconds, Korkmaz's expiring contract. Isaac here says, can you think of a trade of PJ Washington to the Clippers? I actually tweeted you with a mock trade, but I don't know if it's realistic. Thanks for tweeting at us. I will put one together here, and I'll probably look at yours in a little bit as well, Isaac. Let's go over to the Clippers here now, and let's go over to the Charlotte Hornets. Oh, we already have them. Perfect. PJ Washington to the Clippers, PJ Tucker to the Hornets, as well as probably Kobe Brown, plus you could throw in either Bones Highland. Yeah, let's just do Bones. Money will work there, plus 3 second-round picks. So the funny thing here is about doing trades with like the Bucks and Clippers and stuff is it's pretty obvious what picks they have to trade because it's not very many options. So something like that. Clippers do take in a little bit more salary, which isn't ideal for them, but I mean, they can afford it. They've got Steve Ballmer as their owner. So plus Gafford plays great with Ross. That's a great point there, John. Brian K says, do you think Denny Avdia is available? It could be a bidding war if he is, in my opinion. It would be, if he is, I'd be pretty surprised because, he, like you're saying, I think he's really good. And I think like a lot of teams would have interest in him because he can fill a bunch of different roles. He can handle the ball. He can run pick and rolls a bit. He's a pretty versatile defender, can guard up and down the lineup a small amount. So I would be surprised if he's available. But to your point, there would be a war for him, I think. Apketch here says, can you do a Markkanen to Miami trade? I know it's not very realistic, especially by the deadline, but I remember the Jazz were interested in Hero last offseason. I just don't think it's going to happen, Apketch, at all. So I don't mind doing some of those kinds of trades, but especially now that we're just within basically a day, I want to kind of really dial in on some more of the realistic trades going forward. Elijah here says, can I see a Troy Weaver and Killian Hayes trade to Japan? I don't know how to do that on my trade machine here, but definitely don't hate the idea. JDC says Denny Avdia to Dallas. I would love that. I love Avdia's game a lot. Elizabeth Allen says he's not their centerpiece ahead of Ivy or Ausar. His defense is not good too. I don't know who if you're talking about Cade, I mean, he is their centerpiece. So Brandon says DeRozan to Philly. Let's talk about that. I want to, like I said, I want to focus on some of these teams we've paid less attention to, and Philadelphia is definitely one of them. So let's look at the DeMar DeRozan 76ers pathway, $28.6 million. the beautiful thing is they have a pretty easy, quick pathway to get there. If you see what I'm saying. They have a pretty quick way of getting to $28 million. You could throw in Jaden Springer as like the young piece that the Bulls would want. This also would get the 76ers, I believe, either out of the tax or right by that number, which is pretty important for them as well. And then we'll throw in that second rounder, and we'll do this 2026 first, which is a swap worse with a bunch of teams. So it's not super valuable, but the Bulls could at least say, hey, we're getting a first-round pick, a young player, a second rounder, an expiring salary for DeRozan. And the 76ers could say, hey, this guy makes us better, especially when Embiid's out. I don't know how much better he makes them. I don't know how much of a fit he really is with Embiid. I think that they could really use more three-point shooting, but a scorer doesn't hurt. Like, it never is bad to have a lot of scoring, ever. Yeah, Cat's ballooning salary does hurt. I agree. Hassan Ball says, I'll take it. ATG Rico says, Paul George back to the Pacers. In the offseason, ATG, I do have a video up on the channel talking about that. Definitely don't hate that idea. Alex says, all right, Dwayne, Cat. Okay, this is the one we talked about already. And then Dwayne here says, $2 running out of super chat money at Rudy. Send me $2. Dwayne's got jokes this morning. Dwayne, you're keeping it funny and lighthearted in here, which is hilarious. Elijah here says, Adam Silver says no. That's funny. Paul Goldstein says, how about Marcus Smart to the Lakers? I don't think Marcus Smart's getting traded, guys. Welcome, Paul. Glad to have you in here. Shout out to you. And also shout out to Elijah as well for being in here. Oralip says, what move do you think the Bucks are about to make? Maybe Bruce Brown. Who else could it be? And is there a move that could make the Bucks serious contenders again? To be honest, I really like the trade for Dennis Smith Jr. or Lonnie Walker for them. I think that makes a ton of sense, just given how cheap their contracts are. But if I'm Milwaukee, like, something with Bruce Brown, it's just kind of hard to see happening because you're going to need, like, you would need Toronto interested in these guys. What I could also see maybe is, like, if we went to a third team, let's get Dallas involved here. And I think Grant Williams fits into Toronto a little bit better because he's more perimeter centric than Bobby is. So let's trade Bobby instead to Dallas. And we'll send second rounders to Toronto. So something like this maybe. Bruce Brown to the Bucks. Grant Williams and Pat Connaughton to the Raptors with 2 second rounders. And the Mavericks get Bobby Portis. I mean, I don't think this is absolutely awful. Bruce Brown's a little bit of an overrated defender, I think. So he's not going to fix all the Bucks' issues, but he's physical. So Elizabeth Allen says, what does that matter for free agency? Imagine they go into the summer without Cade. I don't know. They need Cade Cunningham. Zach Aldridge says it also says Timberwolves defense gets worse from that trade. Unless its defensive rating, then down is good. But when the +0 wins doesn't make sense based on the... Yeah, I know. It doesn't at all. The +0 is just... It's funny. Danny here says... Welcome, Danny, by the way. He's been watching the channel all week long. Shout out to Danny. He says, Raptors to trade Chris Boucher. What type of return can they get? Not much at all, in my opinion. Only if they combine with Trent Jr. in a trade. I actually think that they could get probably, like... I think the Raptors are in an okay spot trading Boucher. And one that I think makes a ton of sense is if they just work with the Clippers here to get they would like take in PJ Tucker for Boucher. Something like this. They maybe get Brandon Boston, former second round pick who has some potential, and a 2030 second rounder. Something like this, like, I know it doesn't look sexy. I know this is one that people will glance over and say, oh, this doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't know. I don't hate this for the Clippers. I think getting Boucher could help them. And then I think that 2030 second rounder, I know it doesn't sound like much, and people are going to say, oh my God, second round pick. That might be a pretty good second rounder. That might be toward the top of the second round in 2030, which gives you a trade asset down the road. Who knows? That might be the moving needle, the needle mover in a trade at some point down the road. So the more assets you can have, the better. So if Toronto can do something like that for an expiring, or not an expiring, but a player who's expendable like Boucher, that makes sense. Tony wants to know if Tobias Harris is looking like a Piston. Yeah, I think his return to Detroit might be inevitable, although Charlotte might try to jump in. Patrick's a Pacers fan. Alex is a Spurs fan. Raptors fan. Cavs fan. Spurs. Mavericks. Shout out to Brian. Shout out to my Mavs. Woo! Scotty here says he's a Kings fan. Fuke is a Pacers fan. Love to see that. JXN is a Mavericks fan. Maurice likes the Chicago Bulls. Celtics 34 says Tobias is going to the Pistons in the offseason. Brian likes the Bulls and Thunder. Good win for the Bulls last night. Very impressive. Kobe White went off in the second half. Minnesota did not guard him at all, and a lot of it was fueled by bad transition defense, honestly. So Minnesota fell apart, and Kobe White hit a bunch of shots. Mathias says OKC. John says the Wizards. Chris says the Sixers. We got hashtag Pacer Nation here. Ronell says Cam Johnson for Boyan. That would be good for Detroit. Fanboy says the Raptors. Alex says light the beam. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. Glad to have you guys all in here. CL Oracle is a Suns fan. PJ Salazar likes Wembanyama. I like that one. Pacers for Dapper. G Master is a Clippers fan. I love how many Clippers fans we have in here, by the way. Kind of a smaller fan base, but definitely a good one for sure. Appreciate you guys. Grip Williams says he's a Lakers fan. Raphael says he likes Kevin Durant and the Lakers. I like that. Fred the Jig is an Orlando Magic fan. James Corsi says Trae Young to the Lakers. Not sure if I see how that would happen, but I like that. I like that for sure. We will keep our eyes on all of these teams for sure. We're going to be talking about all 30 NBA teams as the year goes on. Sean Johnson says Blazers are more likely to keep Brogdon. Yeah, I just don't agree with that reasoning, though. Like, I don't think that that's what they should do. So I will continue to mock trades for them because I would not keep Malcolm Brogdon myself. I would trade him. Rio says Magic. Elizabeth Allen says, how does Smart for Russell make any sense for Memphis? Just gave up multiple firsts for him. He's going nowhere. That's what I agree with as well. J.R. Glenn says, do you think it would be smart for the Spurs to trade for Fultz to pair with Wemby for a while until drafting a point guard? I mean, I don't hate the idea of Fultz to San Antonio because he is probably attainable. And I think this would be like in the 3-team construct, something where the Spurs are kind of the third team. So if you're looking at something like this between Orlando and Atlanta, if it's DeJounte Murray to Orlando, I don't think that they would hate the idea of getting Markelle Fultz back because he's expiring anyway. But maybe they would want something different this year, like some other salary. Like Doug McDermott to the Hawks in this, like he's a shooter, whatever. And then maybe they could get like a young guy with it, like someone, I don't know. People are going to love it, but Blake Wesley, let's just trade him to the Hawks as well. I know people are going to say, whoa, we don't want to give up Blake. Like Blake Wesley doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Magic give up 2024 first here to the Hawks and a 2025 first from Denver to the Hawks. Something like this. I don't know, Spurs basically upgrade Blake Wesley to Markelle Fultz. That's the entire trade for them. Hawks get McDermott and then a young guy. I mean, it's all right. It's not great, but it's all right. Scotty Skill says, if you were the Kings, would you trade Keegan Murray for Mikal Bridges and 2 firsts? I don't think Keegan Murray's getting traded at all. I don't think that the Kings are going to entertain any offers around Keegan Murray as of right now. Cans here says Wiggins to the Bucks. I think that is a very realistic possibility. If we want to look at a possible trade that could look like, I think that there's a few good options in here for sure. So let's pull up the Warriors and Bucks. And I think that would look something like this. Bobby Portis, Pat Connaughton to the Warriors, Andrew Wiggins to the Bucks and they throw in a second-round pick, and the Warriors also get AJ Green. Something like this. It's a 3-for-1. I think this makes some theoretical sense for both sides. Bucks get one more little trade asset, could help them out a little bit, and then the Warriors get depth instead of Andrew Wiggins' contract, which seems like a bigger win for them to me. But I still think Wiggins is like here's the thing. Wiggins is not good for Golden State anymore. Wiggins just probably won't work in Golden State, but we'll see. Venkata says, my dream Clippers targets are Dorian Finney-Smith, PJ Washington, Jonathan Isaac, and Daniel. I'm not sure exactly who you mean by Daniel, but what I want you guys to do now is comment your favorite team, and I want you to comment your favorite target for them. Mavs target, I'm going to put it just like this, okay? I just put it in at the very bottom, okay? I want you guys to do something just like this, okay? I just put it in here. Everyone comment your favorite team and then your favorite target for your favorite team. Okay, let me know who you think it will be. Who do you want your team to get? Let me know down in the comment section below for sure. Appreciate you guys. Sean Johnson here says Brogdon for Grimes, Fournier, and a first-round pick. Who says no? I like that a lot for both sides. Can says Portis to the Warriors. Yep, that's exactly what we've talked about here now. James Corsi says Zion to the Knicks. Zion's not getting traded. Dirty Dancer says, I don't think Knicks would do Grimes in a first. It's one or the other. I mean, like, I could see that positioning, but at the same time, I don't know. Brogdon's, like, pretty valuable. So, if that's the case, they might just go for someone like Clarkson then instead. Gremlin Machine Shop said, but where's the Zodiac guy with the astrological analysis? Yeah, I haven't seen him for a little while, so I'm not sure where he's at. Hopefully he's doing okay. Rafael Duran says, NBA Draft 2024 Lakers won. They can't trade it, so. Elizabeth Allen says, Sean, everyone thinks that's the trade for a while now. Portland just trying to wait for more offers to drum up competition. Nick says, damn, Zodiac was a legend during last year's trade deadline streams. Yeah, he brought in all of the hot takes and analysis. Welcome to nearly 500 people watching live. You guys are all extremely awesome. Huge shout outs to all of you guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more. Share that link with some of your friends if they're looking for trade deadline streams right now. Paul Goldstein says Marcus Smart makes perfect sense. Ball stopper with three-point capabilities, veteran, smart, tough player. I mean, yeah, he'd be great for the Lakers. The Grizzlies just do not want to give him up, though, Paul. Zach says, did you see that poll where it asked who the best player between Grayson, Hauser, Beasley, and Nesmith? And Allen was winning by a lot. Beasley was second. That's pretty rough, man. That's pretty rough. That's okay. It's like, it makes total sense, though. It makes total sense that that's how the voting would go, even though that's not the way the voting should go. Shonoff says, good morning. How can the Wizards get Jaden Hardy from Dallas? Go Wizards. That would probably be in something for a trade for Kyle Kuzma. If there's a Kuzma trade cooking, that's where we could see the Mavericks giving up Jaden Hardy. It would probably be something like Rashawn Holmes plus Maxi Kleba plus Jaden Hardy plus this 2027 first, maybe like top 10 protected to the Wizards for Kuzma. Something like this. We cook something like that up. I don't know. That's off the top of my head. Just threw that together. I think it's a pretty decent package all in all. Cadillac says, Supersonics target. Expansion. I like that, Cadillacs. For those of you who don't know, I have a video up on the channel breaking down NBA expansion, what it could look like. I have mock jerseys in there. A lot of really crazy fun stuff. I think it would be a great place for you guys to go check out for sure. And Gremlin here manifesting at Zodiac Guy. So we'll have to get Zodiac Guy back in here at some point for sure. Zach says they were all in a poll because they're top 4 in three-point percentage. Makes sense. Okay. And it wasn't just voting for three-point shooting though, right? It was just like who's the best player. Like that's pretty ridiculous. Brandon says any chance Pistons could get Leonard Miller. The report is interested in Morris, but I don't know what additional assets would be needed. Probably just second rounders, Brandon. I would guess it's going to be second round picks instead of Monte Morris. Second round picks for Monte Morris instead of other stuff in there too. So definitely important. Ronell says Korkmaz has been asking for a trade for about 4 years and yet he is still a Sixer. They've held firm on him, man. He's valuable. They don't want to give him up. Frickin' Korkmaz, dude. He thinks he could take over the league if he was in a better situation. It's like the Killian Hayes trade report saying he's running out of hope with the Pistons. Dude, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. Dr. Restitution says, why would a Hornets trade Bridges for that little? Springer and Korkmaz are absolutely garbage because they are trading a guy who, quite frankly, beat up a woman. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say it. That's the reasoning. Okay? That's the reasoning why they would trade him for that little, because he's a good player. He's actually a very good player. But if you trade first-round picks for him, you look like an idiot because you're trading for an expiring contract on a qualifying offer because no one wanted to sign him because the whole league was afraid of him. Okay? That's the reality. Wiso says, which teams in the NBA right now need a center or even a backup center? That's a great question, Wiso. This is, right now I'm telling you, this backup center is one of the biggest positional needs right now across the league. The 76ers have interest in a backup center because of Joel Embiid's injury. I promise you, the Sixers have interest in backup centers. The Celtics would like to get another center. I mentioned them as an Andre Drummond team. Andre Drummond will get traded. I am almost certain of it. I think a bunch of different teams will want Andre Drummond. Cavaliers do not. The Bucks, I think, would be receptive to it if one became available, but that's not really their biggest need. The Knicks, I think, will sniff around backup centers, but I think it's more likely that they find a backup guard, if anything. Pacers are a no there. Orlando, I think, is a no. I think they like Wendell Carter and Goga Bitadze enough to be pretty content. Miami, I could see them getting a backup big man. I mean, they've done that in years past, but I don't think that's a huge need for them. As much as other things on their roster, like a little bit more shooting and just more offensive scoring would be useful. They kind of got that already with Rozier, though. The Thunder could use definitely a backup big man. That's like where you would see Kelly Olynyk in a trade with the Utah Jazz. Let's mock one of those up real quick because we haven't looked at that too much last couple of days, but maybe something around Vase Micic's contract and a young guy like Pokashevsky. I could see Danny Ainge being pretty happy with that. And a 2024 first via the Clippers. You could argue maybe a second-round pick has to be in there or whatever, right? Maybe the Thunder give up a little bit more. Maybe the Jazz give up a little bit more in this too. Something like this. This is a pretty good trade for a backup big man right now. Kelly Olynyk could really help swing the needle in the playoffs. I think if you're looking at OKC trying to match up with Denver, having a little bit more size would help. While still not sacrificing the way that you play, Kelly Olynyk makes just too much sense for Oklahoma City. I think he would be a huge home run for them if they got him. He's averaging a career high in assists. He's shooting over 40% from three, shooting over 60% from two. He's been really great this season. Fugue wants to know about Buddy for Tim Hardaway Jr. I just don't see that happening for the Mavericks. Wow Factor says Miles Bridges has a no trade clause where he can veto and looks close to the Suns as the Suns owner. Knows him from Michigan State. I just think that ultimately Miles Bridges' value is not as high as everyone else thinks. Cans wants to know about Clay to the Lakers. I just don't see that. For the backup big man question too, like if we're looking at other teams in the West, I think the Pelicans are in the market for a big man possibly. The Clippers are just looking for upgrades in their front court period. The Timberwolves obviously don't need one. The Nuggets don't care. They like DeAndre Jordan as their backup center. Phoenix is looking for anybody who can play basketball still. Dallas is looking for anyone who can rebound the basketball period. Lakers are looking for anyone who can play basketball. Yeah, that's kind of how the trade market is shaping up, though. Frederick here says, do you think Keldon Johnson is available, or would you keep him long-term in San Antonio if you were GM? I don't think he's available, really, this year. I would be pretty shocked if he gets traded this season, to be honest with you. So we'll keep our eyes on it for sure, but... Oh, okay, Elizabeth. I see what you're saying. Okay, gotcha. Sometimes it's hard. I'm trying to keep up with all the comments. I feel like I do a pretty good job of that, but you never really know. Sometimes it gets a little tricky. Wow Factor said, Raphael, are you joking? Durant to Lakers? No, I think he's saying that's his favorite like player and team, I think. Zach says, anyone else think WNBA players in the celebrity game is stupid? Yeah, I think that they're trying to promote the WNBA, but they're not doing it in the best ways, I think, which a little bit better. Mark here says, Brogdon to the Knicks, Grant, Grimes, and Dallas, 2024 first to Mavs. Prosper and future picks to Portland. I don't think that Portland or New York would want to rope Dallas into the trade. I think it would be just better to see them work by themselves. Dr. Restitution says, no way Sixers trade for DeMar. He can't shoot, plus takes up the mid. All I'd be good for is when Embiid is off the court. Clay's the most logical vet. That's, yep, like I was saying. Drello says, can a player that's injured like Capella get traded? Yes, he can. Steven Adams just got traded last week, and he's out for the entire season. Shout out to everyone in here. 500 awesome people. Let's see how many likes the stream is at right now. I want you guys to go leave a like. It takes 1 second of your time. It's completely free to you, and it just lets me know I'm doing a good job. We're at 180 likes. Let's see if we can get that number. Again, we're trying to beat 331 from yesterday, so we've got some work to do, guys. Let's all get over there. Runner says, if the Wolves did move Cat, who would be a realistic landing spot? I think the Nets would make sense as a spot. I think OKC would be an interesting spot, but the contract probably doesn't line up, so not going to actually suggest that. Dallas would be a spot. I know Dallas would be very interesting, Karl Anthony Towns. I can actually guarantee that 100% that they'd be interested. But ultimately, I don't think Cat gets moved this year at all. I don't think that's even on the table. Robert says, Keldon is far too important a cog for the Spurs to even consider letting him go, let alone move his contract for anyone even comparable to him. I don't think Keldon's going anywhere. Fred here says, is Gary Harris and Chuma Okeke and the Denver first in 25 enough for Murray to Orlando Magic? No, I think you'd have to do at least one more pick in there. Probably your 2024 first, which is okay, Fred. Like, you have to probably at least offer 2 firsts, I think, in that situation. Harrison here says, do you see Wizards jumping in a deal as a third team? Yes, I 100% do, for a few different reasons. I'm going to put it on the ticker right now. One of those reasons, I'm going to put it even right here quick. They have a $12.35 million trade exception and a $9.8 million trade exception. If they are smart, they will use those to take in players. And I don't know why my banner thing is doing that. This looks just weird. There we go. This is better now. Looney for Olynyk. Olynyk would be very good in Golden State as well. Olynyk is going to be valuable everywhere. Olynyk would help a bunch of teams. Oracle says Grant Williams is such an annoying goof. I can't disagree. Juan says, what's the most likely spot for Miles Bridges if he's traded? I think it's Phoenix. Drello says, have there been trades today? Nothing yet. We're going to keep our eyes on it. I do expect some type of trade to probably happen today. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of ramifications from whenever that first deal actually goes down. So we will see. We are going to keep our eyes on it for sure. Stacks here says, what do you think about a case for Jalen swap for the Rockets? I don't think that they should trade Jalen Green. I think it's just very premature. He's 21 years old. Have a little bit of patience. Alex says, do you think the Kings... let's get this trade back up on the screen because I want this to be shown like this, guy. Do you think the Kings actually make a trade at the deadline that upgrades the team, or do you think they stand pat and upgrade in the offseason? They can stay pat. Like last year, I was wanting them to make a big move. There was rumors that they were in on Thibault. Let's go play around with the Thibault trade here between Portland and Sacramento, because I do think this is something that does make some good sense for both sides here as well. Vezenkov, or we could do Davion. Let's do Davion and Duarte. I think I could see the Blazers getting behind that, and a 2024 second and a 2028 second. We could argue protection on it, whatever. I don't really care. Something like this. Kings get a defensive-minded player who's a bit bigger than Davion Mitchell, probably a little bit more lineup flexibility. I think, honestly, Thibault would be pretty interesting in Sacramento, too. The way that they play on offense would probably maximize his offensive game, which is very limited. I am fully aware he doesn't shoot very well. Like, it would present some probably, like, real structural issues as well to Sacramento's offense. But I think if there's a team that's going to maximize him, it's probably Sacramento with the way that they play. So, yeah. I like that a lot for them, Alex. If they don't do something bigger, like kind of like what you're saying, like if they're a little bit more like hesitant about trading first for like someone like Kuzma or something, or Caruso, this is something that could make some sense for them as well. Fam is a Houston Rockets fan. Love to see that. A lot of H-Town fans in here. Stuart Lord is a Pistons fan. That's hyped to see. A lot of Pistons fans in the house. There is. If you're a Detroit fan, that's awesome to see. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel for more content too. We're up over 22,100 subscribers. You guys have been killing it with the subs. So huge shout out to all of you. And again, let's get that let's get those likes up on the stream here. I'm going to update again. We're up over 215. 35 people just left a like, so that's huge. Shout out to you guys. Again, we're still climbing toward that 331 number. Biza says the Knicks. Shout out to our New York fans. You guys are playing great basketball this year. Jonathan thinks LeBron's going to the Knicks. I'm a little more skeptical on that. Dale says, what about Jeremy Grant and Brogdon to the Sixers? Can that work? Okay, that's interesting. I don't hate the idea of Brogdon to the Sixers. I think the one thing that I will say, I should have just left Portland on there. I don't know what I'm doing. Salary-wise, like getting both Brogdon and Jeremy Grant there is a lot of money to try and figure out. Like, sure, you could do something around Tobias Harris's contract, but I just don't think that's the most realistic thing. So let's just focus on Malcolm Brogdon. I think that's the easiest thing to do here. And we have contracts that feasibly work pretty well here in this situation. And we can do that 2026 first-round pick, this one right here, plus maybe a second-rounder let's do the New York one here. Something like this. Couple of expiring contracts. This gives Portland some salary flexibility if they wanted it, while still getting some veterans back. Like if they think that's important to have veterans around their young guys, like Marcus Morris has spent a lot of time in the league. You could play him positionally. This opens up more minutes for Scoot Henderson. Furkan Korkmaz is a shooter that could help on the actual court as well a little bit, although I don't love Korkmaz's game. I think from a spacing perspective, maybe that makes some sense. And again, you're still getting a first-round pick with some flexibility down the road, 2024 second-rounder, and the Sixers get Brogdon, who would help them significantly. I think a good fit next to Joel Embiid. A winning player would be pretty interesting for me. Wow Factor says, bro, do all the Suns trades available? I see Miles Bridges is close, and he has no trade clause. I don't know about that no trade clause you keep talking about. Gremlin here says, plot twist, Bojan is actually a 400-year-old vampire. You know, that kind of checks out, to be honest. That's funny. Wiggins to the Bucks or Mavs? Yeah, I think that's a good possibility here, too. Let's talk about a Wiggins trade to the Dallas Mavericks. I like that we're talking more about some of these other teams today. We're talking... obviously, Dallas has been a staple here. Probably always will be because they're always trying to make trades at the deadline because their roster construction is always poor. But Wiggins to Dallas does make some sense around Richaun Holmes. And then it kind of comes down to what else do you want to include? Does Golden State want Grant Williams? Would Golden State want Maxi Kleber? They probably would want Grant Williams over Maxi Kleber if I had to guess. And I'm sure Dallas would be okay with it because they're the Dallas Mavericks. And then from here, like, this might just be a straight-up trade, to be honest with you. Something like that. Grant Williams, Richaun Holmes to the Mavs, or to the Warriors from the Mavs, and Andrew Wiggins to Dallas. MTJ says, go sports. I like that Toronto Raptors profile picture. That's pretty sweet. Laughing out loud, Young to the Lakers. Maybe Thad Young. Yeah, no kidding. Fred says, I love that trade for the Orlando Magic. Glad you liked it. Wizards target Jalen Green. Lakers will get Kyrie Irving. All right. What would be the biggest shock trade that's actually possible? I think the biggest shock trade would be like Mikal Bridges somewhere. Would be the biggest shock trade to me. I think it's like possible. It's like one of those where I'm not saying like, oh, he won't. Like for me, Lauri Markkanen will not get traded. I promise that. Mikal Bridges, I wouldn't necessarily 100% promise it. I don't think he will get traded. But if he gets traded, I'd be pretty shocked. And that's, I think, a good answer to your question there. And I think it's a great question, Patrick. I actually really, really like that question. Fred the Jig here says, send us Murray for Fultz and 2 first-rounders. Yeah, 24 and 25. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Mavs target Nick Claxton. I like the Nick Claxton idea as well a lot. Pacers target Alex Caruso. Spurs target nobody. I like that one. Wolves target Trae Young. Okay, now we're getting crazy. OKC target Olynyk or Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith also makes some sense for Oklahoma City. Kings target Caruso. I like that. Knicks, Alec Burks. That's a very cheap option. Understandably so. Lakers target Kyrie Irving. All right. You can see how accurate some of this the Lakers talk is here. Oracle, Suns target Miles Bridges. I think that's very realistic. OKC fan, Nick Claxton. Claxton would be awesome there, man. The way that they defend, they pack the paint a little bit. They shut down the gaps really well. Nick Claxton would maybe average like 3 blocks a game for the Thunder, I think. He'd be so good there. Mavs target Jimmy Butler. I don't think that's very realistic, but it'd be fun to see him play in Dallas. Jimmy says Rui for Bruce Brown. Interesting. All right. Gremlin says Spurs Andrew Nembhard. Nembhard would be awesome. That would be an awesome get for San Antonio. Polar says Raptors target Day'Ron Sharpe. I like that. Wiso says Raptors target Wendell Carter Jr., Paul Reed, or Robert Williams III. I like the idea of Wendell Carter a lot. I think Wendell Carter would be like the perfect center in Toronto, honestly. OKC target Wendell Carter Jr. He also makes a ton of sense. If they don't go the Olynyk route, I think Wendell Carter makes a lot of sense. Pacers Caruso, says Zach. I like him a lot. Mavs target Kuzma. Jeremy, I understand the idea there. I'm hoping the Mavericks do not get Kuzma because it probably means we're giving up a lot of draft picks or draft pick compensation at least. Maybe not a ton of picks, but valuable ones. Brady here says Hawks get Isaac McDermott, Jet Howard, Blake Wesley, Magic first, 3 seconds. Spurs first. Spurs get a first. All right. Oh, wait. Spurs first. Hawks get Murray, AJ Griffin. Spurs get Markelle. I don't think the Spurs would give up a first-round pick for Markelle Fultz. Markelle Fultz does not have that much value around the league. Dr. Restitution says Sixers target DeJounte Murray. Interesting. Fred the Jig says Orlando Magic target DeJounte Murray. DeJounte Murray shoots a lot of mid-rangers too, Restitution, is what I would say. So he shoots more threes than DeRozan, obviously, to your point that you made earlier, but he shoots a lot of mid-rangers too. MTJ says Raptors target Nick Claxton. Blazers 2025 first round picks. I like that, John. John's bringing the smart insight there, because that's what the Blazers should be targeting. That's actually really, really funny, John. I'm glad you sent that in there. DC says Hawks target Buddy Hield. Interesting. I was not expecting that. Fam17 says Houston Rockets. Hashtag Kelly. That's sweet. Pelicans Nola says, can the Pelicans get Young from Atlanta for CJ and picks? No. Trae Young is not available, I don't think. John Piner says Wizards picks and young players. Yep, smart. Karen says Lakers get Dorian Finney-Smith. That would be a good get for them for sure. Brandon says Detroit Pistons are first back from New York. That would be great for Detroit if they were able to get that done. Squidward's Granny says Pistons target Clint Capella. Ryan says Magic target Trae Young. Trae Young would be awesome there. Anthony Simons would be as well. Mavs target Andrew Wiggins. For the right price point, Brandon, I agree with that. Pacer says, I'm fine with the moves we've made. I like that as well. Getting Siakam was definitely good. Dale wants Lowry Markkanen for the Sixers. He would be awesome there. Brian Hernandez says, I would love Isaac in Dallas, but he is never healthy. Yeah, he's been injured a ton throughout his career, unfortunately. He's one of the best defenders I've ever seen play basketball. Scott Foster says, Lakers, everyone. That checks out. Pacers target Curry. Just kidding. Maybe you could get Seth Curry. You never know. It could be on the table. Van says Raptors target Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves. Spurs, Trae Young. Ryan K says Bulls target draft picks. Thunder target Caruso plus backup big. Well, those two teams can work together there. They could. I mean, this is perfect for you, Brian. You just got to send Caruso and Drummond. Obviously, Drummond doesn't fit the team very well, but just do it anyway. Just do it. And then your Bulls get the draft picks. So there you go. It's a win-win for you both ways. Zach says Nick and Dan's is always a legend. Yes, Nick is a beast. Lars, 3-team trade Rockets, Toronto, Knicks. Toronto gets Tari Eason and Evan Fournier. Knicks, Bruce Brown, and Rockets, Quentin Grimes. All right, solid. Danny Ribeiro says Toronto Raptors, Nick Claxton or Herb Jones. I like that. Damian Jackson here says Mavs target Jonathan Isaac. I like that one. Luck here wants to know why is no trade happening. It's because it's the day before the trade deadline. We're still waiting. There's still a lot that can happen. If you guys are excited about the NBA trade deadline, I want you guys to go join the Discord. We've got like 200-something awesome people in there. Let me go check the actual number right now. I'm going to go check the actual number of users in the Discord, and I want to see that number grow, okay? Let me see the number. So we have like 260 people in there, and there's 475 people watching. So there's no reason that we can't at least double the amount of users in there. I'm going to send the Discord link in the comment section. It's also in the description. Please go join the Discord. I will be shouting out everyone that joins. In fact, let's get this up on here right now. I want everyone to go join right now. So what I'm going to do to incentivize everyone joining, you're going to get a shout out here on the channel. Okay. Mason just joined into the server. Your name will pop up right here if you guys go join right now. So everyone go join right now. You're going to see your name pop up on the stream with your Discord. So everyone, please go join. Let's get some hype in here for Mason as well. Shout out to Mason. Thank you for hopping in the server, Mason. Really appreciate you guys. Everyone go join right now. Let's all get you in here right away. Wow Factor says, hi, bro. Have a look at the Suns, Miles Bridges, Alex Burke from Pistons, Hornets, Nick Richards, Miles Bridges, Bulls. So Miles Bridges going both ways. Andre Drummond and PJ Tucker and Danilo Gallinari in buyout markets. All right, interesting. Will the Sacramento Kings do something? Chuck Lee wants to know. I think there is a real possibility. Mike the Man says, W Streamer. Cadillac says, hi, welcome everyone. Make sure to go join the Discord. I want you guys to join the Discord. Everyone send invite links to their friends. Let's get as many people in the Discord today as possible. Do you think the Mavs could target Miles Bridges instead? I do think that's a possibility. Cadillac says the expansion video was fun. I had a great time with it. Everyone's getting hyped for YouTube right here. Look at that. We got some awesome hype in here for sure. That's sweet to see. Shout out to Big J. Big J's a big time W. How do I react on? I usually don't use my computer, so we're gonna have to send in a reaction. There we go. We'll send in that little smiley face, I guess, because can't. Retro Click is a Mavericks fan. That's sweet to see. Shout out to Retro. Ashley says Houston trading for Marcus Smart for a few seconds and contract relief would be perfect for Ime Udoka's culture. Keith Solomon says Kyle Anderson to Phoenix to play point forward. That is actually not a terrible idea. I think Kyle Anderson's salary is available. If Minnesota does look to move off from him, I would not be completely surprised. Cadillac says, I would love to not drive to Portland to watch basketball. Can Team Pow trade for Sohan? No, they can't, but he was snubbed big time. Desange Baller says, Dennis Schroeder trade. Yeah, I think there's a couple of real possibilities for sure. Shout out to everyone in the Discord, by the way. Make sure you guys go join the Discord. It's a great place to talk some basketball. You get your team roles, as you can see here. We got people who are fans of specific teams. Fancy Scorpion, big-time Raptors fan. We got some sweet stuff in here for sure. Texas Sports, one of our mods. Patrick is one of our mods, as well as Zach. So shout out to all of you guys. Mike's got the Celtics one, which is sweet, but very, very sweet. Sweaty here says, do DeMar and a Caruso trade. We will do that. Everyone go join the Discord right now if you guys haven't already. Would love for you guys to all be in there. Let's stop sharing this screen and let's pull up our trade machine again real quick. I would love to see you guys in there. And we want to do a DeMar and Caruso trade. So I'm not sure what a DeMar trade's going to end up looking like, to be honest with you. So let's just do a Caruso trade because I like the idea of Caruso going to a bunch of different spots. Let's do the Lakers this time. And this one will just be pretty straightforward. Gabe Vincent to the Bulls, Alex Caruso to the Lakers. Jalen Hood-Schifino also goes to the Bulls. Comes back Torrey Craig. And we're going to send a 2029 first. This is a win now move for the Lakers. They upgrade Gabe Vincent into Alex Caruso. They turn Jalen Hood-Schifino into a player who can play right now for them in Torrey Craig. And they give up their 2029 first-round pick to do something like this. I mean, it's a pretty aggressive trade for the Lakers, but that's kind of what we're seeing. Dwayne says, appreciate you, Sheldon. Catch you later. Glad to have you in here, Dwayne. Thank you again for all of the super chats. You went big time for us today, so huge shout out to Dwayne. Let's get some hype for Dwayne in here. I'm even going to send in some balloons myself. Let's get some hype for him. Here we go. Nick says, Zach Collins for Micic from the Thunder. I don't know if I see Zach Collins as a realistic target for the Thunder, given his contract extension, to be honest. Reggie Pierre says, is there a market for Daniel Gafford? Yeah, you're probably looking at either a really low-level first-round pick or a couple of second-rounders for him. Reborn here says, what do you think is to blame for the consistent Timberwolves shortcomings? They don't play the right way at the end of the game. The ball should be in Mike Conley's hands. They don't do that enough. So I think that is why they fall short in the fourth quarter, because it turns into isolations for somebody that shouldn't be isolating. Ashley says WNBA needs to stay out of the NBA, different fan bases. I mean, yeah, and it's just, there's ways to promote it without having to make it gimmicky, which is what I think the risk is of what they're doing a little bit. 39 Stack says, what do you think about Jalen Green trade for this deadline? They better not trade him. I think it would be very short-sighted, and I don't think that they will trade him. I think that they're going to be very, very weird. Spice, I think that they're saying that it's short-sighted in terms of, instead of just promoting the WNBA, they're trying to, throw them into NBA stuff instead of just, promoting them in other ways. And, I think if we just had better analysis around the WNBA game, a lot of people would have interest in it. I went to a bunch of WNBA games this past summer. I'm planning on going to a bunch again this summer. They're really fun to watch. WNBA has a lot of great basketball. For people who really love basketball, you'll enjoy it. And I don't think you have to kind of group them together. Ron in the Hunt says, Warriors targets. I would love for the Warriors to get either Alex Caruso, maybe Dennis Smith Jr. for a cheaper option, or a traditional defensive center. Realistically, though, we could probably only get someone like Boyan. Interesting. Douglas here says, should the Sixers just beg the rest of the season and trade Tobias Harris? No. I don't think that they're going to do that. Zach says, I really like Easton. I think Tari Easton's going to be really good down the road, too. Patrick says, Bruce's option is a team option, not a player option for what it's worth. That is correct. Kill Edward says, what move would you love for the Nuggets? Something small. I made a Dennis Smith Jr. trade for them today, or a Lonnie Walker trade. For the Nuggets, the hard thing with them, and let's look at them real quick, they don't have tradable salaries, really. You don't want to give up KCP, Gordon. I mean, this is their starting five, and they have the best starting five in the league, you could argue. And then from there, Reggie Jackson's been nice off the bench. They have Najee, but he's poison pilled because of his extension, so trading him is a little bit more tricky. You don't want to give up Brown or Strother or Watson. Chanchar's injured, but I just don't really see the benefit of trading him either. So I think really like the best thing is, can you go in and trade like Justin Holiday for Dennis Smith Jr. or Lonnie Walker? This time we'll do Lonnie Walker. And you send out a couple of second round picks to do something like that. Like, is this something that Brooklyn would be receptive to? I think like potentially get a couple of second round picks for Lonnie Walker, and the Nuggets just ensure the back end of their rotation a little bit more. So that's a big win. Alex here is a big Detroit Pistons fan. That's sweet to see. H-Town is an infamous name in utility sports Discord history. Yes, it is. Zach, I forgot all about that until just now. Holy cow. Holy cow. Mr. Austin says, are you surprised about how quiet this trade deadline has been? No. I mean, the first few days are always quiet anyway. Like, I usually love streaming because it's a great time to just chat with you guys. I think that's like a big time of, hey, a lot of my videos are more so me like just talking, whereas these are very discussion based where you guys ask questions, you guys share your input, I respond to it, react to it, make trades based on what you guys are thinking. And I think it helps me out a lot looking at all the possibilities of trades. And I think it's just a fun thing to do. So I'm not super surprised by it. I just enjoy sitting here, getting to chat with you guys, have a lot of fun conversation, and just talking hoops. So I'm not super surprised. I think today we'll see it pick up a little bit though. Jay Sean Williams says Nick Claxton and Cam Johnson for Klay Thompson and Nick Claxton. Nick Claxton can't get traded twice, Jay Sean. So we'll have to figure something out there. Rod Love says, go Pistons, Killian Hayes to Memphis for Zaire Williams. I don't love that for either team. It's okay for Detroit, maybe, I guess. Chris here wants to know what trades can the Kings make. The Sacramento Kings are really going to be focused around the contracts that they have on roster to deal, which is going to be Harrison Barnes if they do something big for someone like Kyle Kuzma, for example, or it's really combining like Davion Mitchell plus Chris Duarte plus maybe Sasha Vezenkov, okay? And I think one that I've liked, we talked about Caruso a bit today, and I think it's important to do so. He's, just an extremely valuable player. If you do Davion plus Duarte, two former lottery picks who just haven't really found their footing yet, plus a 2026 first rounder, plus this 2025 Portland second. This is a pretty strong offer. One that the Bulls probably could look at as, hey, this is realistically an okay package. We get a couple middle guys in their mid-20s who Davion Mitchell might turn into a pretty good player still at this point. Chris Duarte, we kind of know what he is. But for the most part, the Kings get much better, I think, for this year. Caruso is just much better than both of these guys. This really helps kind of shore up their defense and their rotation. It does cost them a lot in terms of draft pick capital, but I think it's pretty good. Quentin says, make that trade. Sal Kelly wants to know my awards. I will be making videos as the year kind of goes on about my award finalists and who I would pick. Ron in the Hunter says, I heard that the Rockets offered some of the Nets first rounders to the Nets for McHale. What do you think of that idea? I don't like it for Houston as much, to be honest. Dark Army says, bro, the Mavs need Draymond Green because it makes sense for both teams. Bro, the Mavs need Draymond Green. All right. I'm not sure about that, Dark. I'm not sure. Something will happen to Houston more down the line. Your core is a max of 3 players, which you support with role players. Jay Sean says, Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson in a first-round pick for Claxton, Dorian Finney-Smith, or Cam Johnson. Money doesn't work there, so you'd have to figure some stuff out. Oro Chimaru says, Robert Williams to the Mavs for Grant in 2 seconds. It doesn't help Dallas this year, and it's a backup center who's injury-prone, so I don't know. Kill Edwards says, what move do you love for the Nuggets? We just talked about that as a possibility, trading for a guy on a minimum contract. Oracle says, I'm bored at work and need some trades to spice up my life today. Yeah, I totally get it. Ethan Bailey says, Cavs trade. Let's talk about the Cavaliers because that's a team we have not really paid a lot of attention to. And there's a reason for that, Ethan. There's a reason we haven't talked about the Cavs. They don't have tradable players, really. Like Garland and Mitchell, not going to trade either of those. Jared Allen, they're not going to want to trade. Karis LeVert, maybe, but at the same time, he's been pretty important for them. Max Strus, they just signed him. He's been pretty important for them. Isaac Okoro, I think pretty important for them. He would be valuable if they did open him up for a trade. I just don't know if I see them making a big move. They might be the surprise team for me. I just don't see them making a bigger trade. Maybe something on the around the minimums, like Tristan Thompson, who's now suspended. Could they trade his contract? Maybe. Could they trade Sam Merrill, who's shooting the ball really well this season, like really, really well? Ty Jerome, maybe they could trade Damian Jones. Like, this is the team to watch to do something for like the minimum with some other team. Maybe something like Drummond actually makes a good deal of sense, just given the fact that now they're without Tristan Thompson. Like, would they do something like this? I know Drummond's been in Cleveland before. It didn't work out very well the first time. I don't know, something like this. Gives them another rebounder, another big man. Just kind of shores up their back into their big man rotation. I don't know. It's not crazy. Robert Carter says, what do you see the Miami Heat doing? Can we get DeRozan without trading Tyler? No. I don't see Miami doing a whole bunch of anything big like that. Wake Up says, outside of Murray, who is one player you'd bet on to be moved at the deadline. Drummond, I would bet on. I would bet Andre Drummond gets traded. I would bet, let me look around the teams here. I would bet Pat Connaughton gets traded. I think it's very likely Pat Connaughton gets dealt. I think it's very likely that Royce O'Neal gets traded. I would probably put him into that group, although you never know, but I would probably bet on that. I would also probably bet on Shake Milton getting traded. I would probably bet on that. I would probably bet on Jalen Hood-Schifino getting traded. Yeah, those are kind of my big like certainties, the ones that I feel very comfortable about. Overrated podcast says, do you think the Warriors will make any big moves? Yeah, I think they could trade Wiggins. That would be what I would say is a big move. Spice Creation says Spurs not giving all that up for Fultz. I just have Blake Wesley in the trade. So, I don't know. Ultimate top target for Indy would be Lowry still, to be honest. Supersized that starting lineup with still a lot of perimeter talent, but not happening. Yeah, definitely. They definitely don't even have enough draft assets now. Like, I know, like Jarris Walker, Utah wouldn't do that. Iskok says, bring my Magic Darius Garland. He would be sweet there, but not going to happen this year. Travel Coaster here says, when will we get some trades? Probably today at some point. We're going to keep our eyes on it. If any trade happens, I will be recording on it, whether that is live or maybe not live, but in a video format. I will be making content on all of the trades. So as promised, here are some of the people joining. X Steel, shout out to X Steel for joining. Let's get a wave to him. Hype that up. Shout out to Fred the Jig, glad to have you in the server. Shout out to Whodat and Mike the Man. Appreciate both of you guys. All of you guys are super awesome. Really appreciate all of you. So huge shout out to all of you guys for joining in here. Shout out to Fred. Shout out to everyone who has joined so far. As promised, I said I was going to show you guys' names. There you guys are. Shout out to everyone who was able to join the Discord. Again, the link is in the description. I will also send it again right here. Join if you guys want to. Would really appreciate if you guys could go hop in the Discord. Join that awesome community that we've got here. It would be great to have everyone in there. So really appreciate all of you guys and all the work that you guys put into that awesome Discord and all the great conversations in there. The Discord is completely lit, like Cadillacs is saying. It's a great place to talk ball and other topics. Reborn Cheese says, have your thoughts on Jaden McDaniels wane lately? No, not really. I think like part of it is just opportunity. If you look at Minnesota, like the ball's either in Cat's hands, Conley's hands, or Ant's hands, and then Naz Reid gets a lot of the backup touches, to be honest. So and then Kyle Anderson's pretty ball dominant. Like, to be honest, Jaden McDaniels plays without the ball so much. Like, I don't really care about his scoring numbers. Like, I really think Jaden McDaniels is one of the best defenders in the entire league. So I wouldn't be worried. I think it's more of a product of the fact that the ball doesn't get to him as often as it should. It's more of a product of Minnesota's failure to move the ball. And they don't have a player like that, like Luka Doncic, who maximizes guys like McDaniels, I think. Dr. Restitution says, love your content and how you engage with everyone. Appreciate that, Dr. Restitution. It's awesome having you in here. You've got some great takes in here. Obviously, I've appreciated talking some 76ers basketball with you, too. So it's been fun. Been fun talking about a bunch of different possibilities this year. Elizabeth Allen says, I literally already said that when you tried to claim a false rumor was a fact. I know the front office won't pay to keep them all. Moving the $13 million a year, all defensive wing does nothing for that. We'll see what all happens across the league. Mamadou, he's a big-time Blazers fan. Shout out to Mamadou being in here. He said, could you see a 3-team deal working out between Milwaukee, Dallas, and Utah where the Bucks get Olynyk, Dunn, Grant, Dallas gets Bobby Portis and Campaign, and Utah gets Connaughton, Beauchamp, and 4 seconds, 2 from each. That's actually not – it's not terrible. I think Utah could get more for Olynyk, which is my first, reaction to that. But let me, lay it out and look at it because then we can actually, really dive into what I fully believe on the deal. Especially once I see it, all laid out. So, Bucks get Olynyk, so let's start there. 2 Bucks, Kelly Olynyk, Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn would be great for Milwaukee, by the way. That's actually a really good pull. And Grant Williams, okay. So let's send Grant to Milwaukee here. You want Bobby to Dallas with Campaign. All right, I'm kind of failing to see the benefit here. Campaign, for some reason, is not... Oh, there he is, Cameron Payne. For some reason, I couldn't see him on the list. Utah gets Connaughton, Beauchamp. Okay, Connaughton to the Jazz. Beauchamp to the Jazz. 4 seconds, 2 from each. All right, trade to Jazz. Mavericks give up their 2 seconds. Literally all these teams have. Olynyk, Dunn, Grant. Okay, Portis. Okay, so something like this. Let's see where the finances come out on this. I mean, I think Utah could do better for Olynyk, but getting Beauchamp in there isn't bad. This gives Utah a couple of wings, which they don't really have much of right now. I think Fontecchio is really their only true actual wing. So it's not terrible. My initial reaction to this is actually not bad at all. I am going to tweet this one out. I don't know what your Twitter handle is. I wonder, it might be Mamadou. Let me see what we can do here. A viewer shared a trade idea. What's your guys' thoughts? It's an interesting package. Very interesting, to say the least. Very interesting. Patrick says, are Golden State Warriors in salary cutting mode yet? It seems that way. I think it's a possibility. Peyton here says, Naz Reid to the Mavs for Tim Hardaway Jr. and a first rounder. The Timberwolves are not going to give up Naz Reid. Timberwolves will not give up Naz Reid. That's a really good package, to be honest, but they're not going to do that, I don't think. Riles here sends a bomb emoji. You're scaring me here because now you're making me check Twitter to make sure that nothing has happened. I've got to keep my eyes on all of the possibilities here. On all of the possibilities. Jessup says Thunder staying put. Dwayne, we got some Dwayne hype. Kyle Anderson to Dallas. Don't love that. They need more shooting, if anything. CL Oracle says, if my Suns trade for Torrey Craig a third time, I'm going to laugh. It's a real possibility, to be honest. It's a very real possibility. Let's get Phoenix on the phone. We just know it's going to happen. We just, honestly, it's just going to happen. So here we go. Let's get Andre Drummond to the Suns. Torrey Craig to the Suns for Nasir Little. This is like if Phoenix thinks that they aren't able to get Miles Bridges, this is their backup plan of, hey, let's get another big man, Andre Drummond. Let's get Torrey Craig, get off of Nasir Little's contract, and cost us a second rounder for the 2 guys. Not bad. Brennan here says, please tell me the Kings are going to do something today or tomorrow, and I'm back after losing power in the storm. So Brandon, glad to have you back in here. Stay safe in the storm that you are experiencing. Don't want anyone to Don't anyone to have, whoa, I can't speak. Holy cow. Can you guys tell I've been speaking live for like 15 hours in the last 3 days? Holy cow. Can says, are the Warriors and Bucks talking yet? There's rumors that the Bucks are interested in Wiggins. We'll have to see. Patrick says, do you have any other content creators that you enjoy watching? If not, no big deal. Just a different question. I don't watch anybody, to be honest with you, like basketball related. I watch a little bit of like video game content every once in a while. Sometimes with my girlfriend, I'll watch with her, but like, I mean, we watch Hell's Kitchen on YouTube. Otherwise, no, we don't really. I don't really watch any other like basketball content. So, I just mostly like to. I feel like if I listen to other people, then they're like their analysis is going to impact what I think, and I don't want that to be impacting me because I want like part of my channel. I think is just me sharing my analysis with you guys, for better or worse. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, which is okay. But I just try not to get impacted too much. Jordan Dayer says, do you see Jaden Hardy being moved at the deadline, maybe for Kuzma? Yeah, I included him in a Kuzma deal earlier. I think that's a possibility. At this point, I want any trade to happen, says Jason. Me too. Trust me, it would be awesome if a trade happened. It'd give me like actual real content to talk about. Instead, we're just kind of bouncing off potential deals, which is fun. I mean, I'm having so much fun here today, guys. Jordan says, I think it's likely Trey Mann is moved. What team would you see bidding for him? I could see Utah being a team that would land Trey Mann. I could see the Wizards. I could see Detroit or Charlotte. Detroit really makes sense because Troy Weaver loves former first-round picks. Think about it. He's traded for Knox. He's traded for Bagley. He traded for Wiseman. It's like Troy Weaver's like crush is trading for first-round picks who aren't good. He just loves doing that. Brady says, Zach, that was a dark time in the Discord talking about H-Town. Dark Army says, bro, the Sixers need a new center. Get Andre Drummond. He's good and tough guy and more active player. Let's go to the Sixers because this was a question earlier too. It was a great question. And people were wondering, the question was wondering about backup center market and who's all in on backup centers. The Sixers are one of those teams, and Andre Drummond makes a ton of sense in a deal. Maybe Jaden Springer back, and maybe like Mo Bamba back to the Bulls, plus a second rounder this year, and maybe, I mean, with Jaden Springer in there, this is probably enough value. Something like this. Maybe you could argue one more second round pick has to be in here, something like that. But the Sixers get a backup big man who would fill in big time for Embiid's absence, give him another screen roller, and a guy who rebounds the ball very, very well. He's gotten better as a dunker spot occupier too as his career's gone on. So, Epic Wallpaper says, any wait to the Kelly Olynyk Bucks rumors. I don't know. I think it's going to be hard for Milwaukee to like outbid other teams for Olynyk, to be honest. If they do get Olynyk, that would be so good for them though. BP says DeJounte Murray is questionable all of a sudden. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have to be checking the PR staffs. Unless they love. Oh my goodness. Let's we gotta check Hawks PR. What's Hawks PR saying? Let's go. Oh, I clicked the wrong profile. Here we go. Hawks PR. They haven't tweeted anything since February 5th. Hawks PR has been silent. Why does the Hawks PR not tweet? They only have 10,000 followers and they don't follow anybody? What the heck? Let's go to just Hawks. Do the Hawks have anything here? Dude, what is going on in Atlanta? They got to pick up their PR staff. Holy cow. You can do things a little bit better here. T. Smaller wants to know what's up with Miami. Caleb Martin rumors. That's very fascinating to me. Andre Lee says, how much is a first-round pick worth money-wise in a trade? Well, it depends on what first-round pick. Not all first-round picks are the same. And they don't actually have any salary impact in trades. So they're just basically free in there. Matt Mossman says, great offer. Matt, glad to have you in here. Shout out to you. 513 awesome people watching. Let's get some hype down below. I'm going to throw in some balloons right here. Let's get some of that popping. And I want to see you guys all smash that like button. Right now, I'm updating the likes. We're at 241. Yesterday, we had 331. If all of you just hit the like button right now, it's completely free to you. It takes a second of your time. If you go smash that like button, we're going to go break that 331 like record that we set yesterday. That's the highest of the week. I think we can do way better. The highest all time on the channel is 1,267. So we're going to have to pick that up quite a bit to beat that number. But we'll have to pick it up for sure. Vision here says, could the Rockets get DeMar or Clay without giving up so much? Probably not. The Rockets don't really have salaries to make those two things work very smoothly, in my opinion. Alex M says, thoughts on Moody and a second for Drummond and Craig? That's too much to give up for the Warriors. You don't want to give up Moody in a trade for Drummond. Jason Wallace here says, DeJounte Murray to the Lakers. Yeah, that's a very real possibility, and one that we are going to keep our eyes on for sure, because it is very, very possible. Shout out to everyone who just hit the like button. Went way up big time. So we shall see. Dr. Restitution here says, for Sixers, if you can keep Clips 2028 first, that would be huge. If they're thinking about rebuilding around Maxey when Embiid is not top 3 in the NBA, very likely Clips' whole core is retired or gone by 28. I agree with you, Dr. Restitution. I think the one thing to watch is, as the Clippers players and stars age, how much have the Clippers turned into a market? Because they've done a great job attracting star talent with Steve Ballmer as their owner. They convinced Blake Griffin to extend. They, of course, then traded him, but then they were able to get Kawhi Leonard to commit. They got Paul George to request a trade to LA. They got James Harden to request a trade to LA. Because of that, are the Clippers a spot where they would become a landing spot for stars past the careers of Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and James Harden? And I think that is a real possibility. Patrick here says, Sheldon, I know Siakam was the big trade, but I'm going to need another Pacers trade. Healed Obi or healed Sticks for someone that can defend, please. And I think this is where, like, for me, it's just hard to... Indiana, like, I don't love the idea of Indiana making a ton more trades, because, like, every little bit of salary here, I don't want to give up Ben Shepherd. I don't want to give up Andrew Nembhard. I don't want to give up Isaiah Jackson. I like all of those players. So if you're going to find something, like, something centered around Obi Toppin is... I mean, interesting. Like, if we go Charlotte and we can just turn him into Miles Bridges, like, and then we throw in 2 second-rounders with that, one this year from Milwaukee and one in 28 from Dallas. Like, I don't know if Charlotte would do something like this, but, I mean, I've been talking about how I think that they're just going to get second-round pick offers for Bridges anyway. And a lot of them, they've been 3 or 4 seconds, but maybe the Hornets would look at Obi Toppin as, like, a pretty good get for them and someone who could be pretty productive playing next to LaMelo Ball. This could be pretty good for Indiana. This doesn't help their defense, okay? This doesn't. Otherwise, it's hard to make other trades work, to be completely honest with you, for the Pacers, in deals that I'm, like, pretty happy for them. So otherwise, I don't want to do anything with the Heat. I don't see that. I mean, with the Timberwolves, like, man, Buddy Hield is, like, just tricky to... Just the money's not going to work very well there, I don't think. It's $18 million. Yeah, it's just... That would put Minnesota into the luxury tax for sure. So Minnesota wouldn't do anything around Buddy. They might do something around, like, Obi. Obi can make some sense for Minnesota. But I don't really know how this is going to make their defense work super... Like, I don't know. Like, something... And this is just the issue I run into, is, like, if I want to trade for Kyle Anderson, the money's just not going to work here. So Smirk says, you stay away from my Cavs. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. I just don't think that anything's going to be crazy happening there. Mac wants to know, can we talk some Raptors trades? Do we get a first and a prospect for Brown? Can we get a first for Boucher, or maybe 3 seconds? I think probably 1 or 2 seconds for Boucher, if we're being honest with ourselves. Let's go to the Raptors here. A team that I do like for them, or for Boucher here, is the Clippers, and it would center around PJ Tucker's contract. Clippers send back a second rounder here and here, maybe something like this. This isn't terrible. Boucher for 2 seconds and PJ Tucker's contract. Raptors also even save a little bit of money here, not that that matters a ton for them, but it's something small in there, helps the owner a little bit. Something like that could make some sense. And if we're looking for Bruce Brown trades, I just don't think the Lakers should trade for him. I think if there's a team that should, it should be the Knicks, and it should be Fournier and their 2024 first for Bruce. Something like this. Probably wouldn't want to include Quentin Grimes in a deal like this, I don't think. So Fournier and a 2024 first for Bruce Brown, which I think would be pretty darn good, honestly, for them. So we shall see what happens. But those are a couple Raptors trades, Mac. Hopefully you enjoyed looking at those. Laura says, you keep talking out of the view of a fan / GM, which I get. The point of view I want to take is that of a team owner, and that is why I think we're not reaching consensus. I think he's talking to Elizabeth. So Jordan says, y'all can relax. That's pretty funny. Jaren Jackson Jr. to Houston. Not going to happen, Zappy. Not going to happen. Weiso says, if you were Masai, is there anything you would do to remediate the Pirtle mistake? Are there any teams that would take on his $20 million contract? So you're looking for a team to take on $20 million for an outdated center. You might see why that's going to be a flawed issue. Like, I don't know, man. The Pirtle trade was really bad. The Pirtle trade was not good. I don't think the Pelicans, the Suns don't really have the salaries. Dallas maybe would. Maybe. I just don't know. This is like, there's not a lot of great stuff out here to get something done, I think. So I don't know. I don't know who's trading anything for Pirtle, to be honest with you. So that's kind of just a hard thing to fix. Jason Wallace says, do you think DeJounte Murray will get traded to the Lakers realistically? I think there's a good chance of it. I think, if anything, they're probably the favorite to land DeJounte, if we're being honest. Kavari Dunlap, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Let's get some hype for Kavari down in the comment section. Let's everyone hype him up a bit. Really appreciate that. Steph Curry traded to the Mavericks. No, he was not, Elite Nation. Do not send in fake news. Brady Fox says, what do you think the Bucks do? You just referenced Pat Connaughton, but what about Portis? I think with Pat, Portis, Payne, Marjan, that equates to roughly $25 million to play around with, as well as the Portland second and 2027 second. So, yeah, they do have some stuff to play around with, like you're saying, although it's kind of lower value stuff, which is hard to work with, if we're being honest. So if you're looking at a 3-team trade that I think does make some pretty good sense, let's get Golden State in here. This is kind of what I would like to see. Actually, let's get Golden State out of here. Let's get Brooklyn on the phone here. So this is what I like. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do Dorian Finney-Smith to the Mavericks. We're gonna send Rashawn Holmes to the Nets. Okay. What we're also going to do is we're going to trade the 2027 first, top 10 protected, to Brooklyn here. That's going to be a big part of what we're trying to get done in this deal. From there, the Mavericks will also then get Lonnie Walker. The Bucks will get Dennis Smith Jr. The Bucks will give up 2024 second to the Nets and the 2027 second, the 2 picks you talked about. Bobby Portis, and the reason we're doing this, Grant Williams will go to the Bucks. Bobby Portis will go to the Mavericks. Pat Connaughton will go to the Nets. And then with the salaries here, you see that there's some room for a Royce O'Neal to Milwaukee. So something like this, where the money going out works out pretty well. The Nets save a lot of money. We could actually send back even, like you said, someone like Beauchamp, for example. Let's send him to the Nets here. Gets the money a little bit closer, a little bit more accurate. I mean, something like this. Grant Williams, Royce O'Neal, Dennis Smith Jr. all go to Milwaukee. The Mavericks get Dorian Finney-Smith, Bobby Portis, and Lonnie Walker the fourth. The Nets get Rashawn Holmes' contract, Pat Connaughton, Marjan Beauchamp, 2 second-rounders, and the Mavs 2027 first, top 10 protected. It's an interesting trade. Not sure one that I love for them or not. But I will screenshot this and post. This one on Twitter because I am actually kind of fascinated by this one. I just threw this together, but I think it's an interesting one. Let me know what you guys think on this one. Comment what you like about it, what you dislike about it. Let me know what you guys think. Giannis Clears does not like that idea. What? That's like the, it's okay. Here, Zach sent in a trade. Pacers get Caruso. Bulls get Toppin, Blake Wesley, 2024 first from the Spurs. Spurs get Andrew Nemhard. Very interesting. Very interesting deal. Texas Sports says, Sheldon, do you plan to do a live stream of the buyout market? I'm not sure about a live stream, possibly, but we will for sure have buyout market videos coming out on the channel. So this is going to be the place you want to be for all of the stuff either during or after the trade deadline. So this is going to be there's going to be a ton of content coming out. Texas, really appreciate you. Thank you for the 5. Zach says, I was debating this in the Discord. I hate Draymond's fit in Dallas. Luka with the ball is just better, or Kyrie and Dre doesn't do much without the ball. Fill around Luka, Kyrie, and Lively with shooting. So I kind of disagree with this, Zach, a little bit. And the reason that I disagree is because on nights where one of those two guys is getting doubled on every pick and roll, the one thing the Mavericks lack is a really good short roll player. And I think that if you get Draymond the ball at the nail or around the point, and he is attacking downhill with Derek Lively as a backside rim threat for lobs, that could be very good. So I kind of disagree. At the same time, I do agree with the idea that that's not maximizing Luka Doncic offensively and Kyrie Irving. So I partially agree, but I think that Draymond is not as bad of a fit as you might believe. So Big Slime here says, first time comment, just discovered you, and I really like your takes. I'm a huge Spurs fan. Any takes on what they're going to do? Well, Big Slime, welcome to Utility Sports. Really glad to have you in here. Hopefully you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on more future uploads going forward. I would be very, very grateful for that if you do subscribe. But when it comes to the Spurs, I think that the big thing they're going to do is find some point guard. They're going to find someone to handle the basketball a little bit, talk through some possibility, figure out someone who can maybe just enhance their team a little bit this season without costing too much. Ice J says, thoughts on Bruce Brown for Fournier, Grimes, and 2025 Milwaukee pick? Yeah, it's pretty good. Although I think the 2024 pick is more likely from the Knicks, so the Knicks keep their own trade flexibility. Big Slime, no, you don't have to donate to get your comment read, although the super chats get starred for me so that they're easier to access and they're quicker. So I make sure to read the super chats immediately, whereas you have to wait quite a while for your comments otherwise. Plus, can he still legally screen? Well, that's a good question too, but probably. I mean, he's Draymond Green, so I'm sure they'll let him. Mamadou Diallo says, also, what do you think is the best deal for Brogdon, and do you think it's still worth it to trade him after the injury to Shaden? Always love your content, bro. My handle is mdiallo. Okay, 0923. Let me go tag you in the other one then, because I want you to see this. I want your tag to be on here. So at mdial. Let's see, mdial 0923. Perfect. There we go. So there you go. You should be tagged on that now on Twitter. And then also, I do think it is worth trading Brogdon. I would trade Brogdon myself if I'm getting good offers. So that's what I would do. Dark here says, Bruce Brown traded to the Sixers. That's a good deal to talk about too, because I actually think that is a real possibility. So let's throw that together here on stream. So Philly and Toronto. And what I want to see is Bruce Brown to the Sixers for Marcus Morris. And we'll use Furkan Korkmaz's salary, because why not? And we'll throw the 2026 first and maybe even the second round pick in there. Something like this. Pretty good deal. What do you guys think about this? Sixers get a player who can definitely help them. Gives them a little bit of juice with the ball in his hands. Marcus Morris, Korkmaz, two guys who don't really help the Raptors much, but they go, and then 2 draft picks. Maybe you could argue Jaden Springer should be in here for Toronto, right? Whatever. The Payne part. Yeah, Payne doesn't matter to Milwaukee. They do not care about campaign at all. I'm still thinking Phoenix for selling Jalen Smith to Indiana. Yeah, and you should also be thanking them for drafting him above Tyrese Halliburton too. OSU says, can the Oklahoma City Thunder get Wendell Carter or Andre Drummond? Let's talk about that. I like that idea for the Thunder. And I want to talk about Wendell Carter. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Wendell Carter. Wendell Carter's pretty good. Now, he's not really that big of a center. Like 6'10", I think is honestly generous. He might be like 6'8" or 6'9". He is like the same height as Paolo Banchero. And I know Paulo's list is whatever. Like he's not big. He's not a big center at all. He's probably shorter than Paolo, if anything. Jonathan Isaac is ginormous, by the way. Wendell Carter. So we're looking for $13 million of salary. So I guess the tricky part here is how do we get to that number? I think we should do Ousmane Dieng plus Micic plus a first-round pick from the Clippers this year plus a couple of second-rounders. Something like this, maybe. I don't know. This is like a pretty hefty pay. But I think Wendell Carter would actually make the Thunder quite a bit better. 550 people watching. Shout out to everyone in here. We're live for 2.5 hours already. We're going to be live for several more hours. Super excited for today. We are, again, waiting for a big trade. The NBA trade deadline is tomorrow. We are now about, let me do the math on this quick. We are about 26.5 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. And King wants to know if I see the Celtics getting Drummond. I think that's a real possibility. I really do. I think the Celtics are a team to watch for when it comes to Andre Drummond because he is affordable. They don't have a lot of tradable salaries besides their big-time pieces that they obviously like a lot. So if we're going to see Andre Drummond get traded, a team like the Celtics makes some sense. And they could really go into it with either Brissett or Delano Banton as a young guy to throw into a deal like that, which is what I want to do here. Banton, and then we'll have to throw in another $2 million salary. We will throw Svi Mikhailuk here, which is pretty good. And we will do a couple of second-round picks this year, one from Dallas and then the other one as well. Something like this, the Bulls get immediate draft pick compensation. They also get a young guy in Delano Banton who has some upside. If he gets some playtime, would be good for him. And then Svi Mikhailuk's just a shooter. Kavari Dunlap, thank you for the 2. Says Warriors should try to get Walker Kessler. I don't think the Jazz will make him available, but he would be fantastic in Golden State. Kavari, thank you so much for the $2. Your guys' super chats go a long way in helping us out here. And Chris, thank you for the 10. He says, what about Draymond Green to the Bucks? Nobody's thinking about it, but he is exactly what the Bucks need. A dog defender with great passing. What do you think? Could the salaries work? You know, we'll take a look at it, Chris. I don't think it's the most likely thing, although you never know. Milwaukee's had a lot of crazy things happen in the past, and Draymond Green obviously has been a little bit of a crazy X factor this year in not beneficial ways. The money can definitely work. And it would be quite weird. Bobby Portis and Connaughton would probably both have to go to Golden State, as well as maybe someone like Marjon Beauchamp. And then from there, it's how do you figure out the picks? I think honestly, 2024 Portland second rounder probably has to be in there. You could maybe argue Portland or that Milwaukee would have to give up even more because Draymond Green's a really good player. I don't know if he's the best fit, but he would give them the defensive-oriented forward that they're hoping for. So I think something around Andrew Wiggins is more likely. But Chris, thank you again for the 10. Really thankful to have you in here today. Shout out to you for being a part of the stream. And shout out to all 540 of you awesome people. Really appreciate you guys. Again, the super chats go a long way in supporting what we're doing here. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, just filling it up today with super chats. So I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. And let's keep rolling here with the stream. Let's keep just having a great time. And just enjoying the day, because that's all we really can do while we're waiting for some big time trade news. I think we're going to have an active day, especially tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be really busy. I think there's going to be a ton of trades tomorrow. Even if they're not gigantic trades, I think there's just going to be a lot of information. Jordan here is saying Mark Stein just came out with more information. Let's go take a look at what Mark Stein has to say. What has he tweeted lately? Okay, I will not be listening to his his thing. That I don't know. The one thing I'd say is Mark Stein's wrong fairly often, so I'd be pretty careful of that. Also, shout out to Outlaw 2000 for joining the Discord. Shout out to Danny for joining the Discord. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Big Slime for joining the Discord. Shout out to R Snowman for joining the Discord, as well as Stu and Skrilla. You guys are killing it. Cav317, love to see that. Retro Click, huge shout out to you. A lot of awesome people joining the Discord, so I am super stoked for everyone. Welcome all of the new members to the Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord and you don't know how, links in the description. Go click that link. It'll give you access to our community-specific Discord, which is really, really great. Portland Blazers fan here says that the Blazers going to be more focused on young picks or young players or picks. Can you please send a message to the GM Cronin about not overvaluing second-round picks? Yeah, so Cronin, well, the thing is, Mike Schmidt seems to hit on those second-round picks. I think Tumani Kamara, who they obviously traded for from the Suns, is going to end up being pretty solid. Jabari Walker was a pretty good draft selection, I think. So they're doing a good job with those second-rounders, but we'll see. Deep Tomer says, who are the Dubs going with? For the Golden States, for Golden State's perspective, I think it's going to be a money question of how willing are they to spend? Are they going to do something crazy? And I think really the big thing is, what do they do with Andrew Wiggins? Is Andrew Wiggins' contract something that they are motivated to move? Like, if so, it could be something to watch for sure. The Mavs need Markelle Fultz, says Dark Armies. I don't know about that. Hit those likes, says 500 people, 242 likes. Let's see how many likes we're at now, guys. I'm gonna update the like number. We're up to 290, so we have 290 likes, but we can do way better. Remember, we hit 331 yesterday. I think we should blow way past that number. Let's do it right now. If everyone just hits that like button, we are going to get to that number for sure. Texas Sports says, Sheldon, you're killing it. You guys are doing a great job as well. Appreciate you guys a ton. Zach says, random, but I love the second round exception. Made second so much more valuable and will lead to more amazing contracts like Nemhard. Yeah, the second round exception is like the best thing, honestly. It's fantastic. Brennan says, I met Lonzo Ball in Napa at my other job the day before Stephen A said he couldn't even walk. Talked to him briefly and said he would love to play in Sacramento. Possible trade next season. I mean, it would be great to see Lonzo Ball somewhere playing again on the court, period. I really want Lonzo Ball to be healthy. I want him to be on the floor. He's a joy to watch. So he would be fantastic in Sacramento, honestly. I think Lonzo Ball would be fantastic anywhere. Lonzo Ball is a really darn good player. BS Express says Pacers won't touch Bridges. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel too, to be honest about it. Yeah, like that's what I think too, honestly. So it's like, that's why people who are always asking me about like, oh, why isn't Miles Bridges valuable? It's because like 27 of the teams wouldn't want him. So Jason says, I really think that Trey needs to leave the Hawks soon. It's just going to be like a Brad Beal situation. I mean, yeah, part of that is the player though too. So JC So Cool says Lakers wasting time, man. Yeah, they'll have to improve their team. 2 says NBA wants 2 expansion teams, not enough talent. I think there's plenty of talent. If we just split half of the Indiana Pacers roster, you'd already have like a pretty solid team. just steal half of Indiana, and you'll be pretty good. NBA says, has there been any recent trades? So far, nothing crazy today. No big moves, but we will see for sure. We will keep our eyes. Riles W says, Kavari done good. Kavari's been huge for us for sure today, so shout out to Kavari. Let's get some Kavari hype in the chat. Gremlin says, Hawks don't want Jalen Hood-Schifino. They have Kobe Buffkin already. I mean, yeah, but it's another young player. Like, if they got Hood-Schifino, they could probably have Trae Young, Kobe Buffkin, and Hood-Schifino be their backcourt of the future, maybe. Oracle said, I think Brian Windhorst said Spencer Dinwiddie is the most available player on the Nets roster. Yeah, it's a big expiring contract, $20 million. There's reports saying that he doesn't want to be there, which obviously plays a factor into that too. Real Clip says, Clay staying with the Warriors. They have too much respect for him and his legacy to let him go. That's how I feel a bit about it as well. Stephanie here says, Ben Simmons to the Spurs, good or terrible idea? I don't know if I see that actually happening. But I think Ben Simmons has good basketball left in him. He just has to get healthy and stay healthy, and I'm hoping we see something soon. Josh Prince wants to see a Pistons mock trade next. Let's talk about Bojan Bogdanovic. We have not talked about Bogdanovic much today, and I would like to do that here with Philadelphia especially. This is one that makes sense to help Philadelphia a little bit. Upgrade over Marcus Morris. Can be a pretty one-to-one trade. We throw in a contract like Jaden Springer here, for example, former first-round pick. I could definitely see Troy Weaver liking something like this. And then from there, we're going to throw in 2 second-round picks in this year's draft. This gives some more flexibility to Detroit. The 76ers make a buy move that helps them, fits around Joel Embiid. Honestly, I think this is a pretty fair, well-balanced trade. People are going to maybe say that the Sixers want more. Bojan Bogdanovic is not as valued as everyone else thinks. Bryant says, I saw one of your videos where he said that Detroit should go after Zach LaVine. I'm not sure if he is fixed the needs. This reminds me of I don't trust me. I don't think I said that they should. I think I was probably predicting that they would. if I was running Detroit, I would not go after Zach LaVine unless it was like super, like if you're just trading Joe Harris and Bojan Bogdanovic only for him, then I would probably do it just because I think you're improving your talent without giving up too much from your long-term asset collection. Obviously, opportunity cost is a big deal, but you're Detroit, so I don't know if you're going to land anything anyway. Tom DeLay wants to know how the Nets bring in more young talent. It starts with trading their good players. So that's really where they have to cross a bridge at some point and make a decision to do that. BP says Marcus Morris and Daniil House Jr. also now questionable for tonight. We'll have to keep our eyes on the injury statuses for players for sure. Yolo says, are you surprised no moves have been made yet? It's not completely atypical, especially if you think about the context this year. We already had a big crazy OG Anunoby trade. We had a big Pascal Siakam trade. Bruce Brown obviously was a part of that. So we've had some deals. We've a lot of moving pieces already earlier on in the trade market this year. So I think right now a lot of those deals that have already gone down would be deals we've seen this week. Like last year, Kyrie Irving got traded a few days before the trade deadline. There's nothing like that this year because there's not any crazy change of events, whereas like a month and a half ago is when the OG Anunoby trade went down. So we've already had some time to kind of settle in after that. Jimmy James says, I have a very bad feeling the Kings are going to trade for Kuzma. I would much rather overpay a bit for Caruso. Yeah, I think the Kings would be really good with Caruso. Eric says, go Spurs, go. Texas Sports says, Big Slime, join the Discord. We have some amazing Spurs fans there. I know that he did that now already. Isabel says, Warriors need something. It would be great for the Warriors to make a trade. So let's talk about Golden State here for a little bit. Let's look at what they could hypothetically do. Caruso has been a name that's been linked to them. The Bucks are a team that's been linked to them as well. It really comes down to like what are they able to get done. I think let's go focus on Dallas and see if they can do something around Grant Williams and Maxi Kleba for Andrew Wiggins, and they throw in a second-round pick via Atlanta. Something like this kind of reshuffles their roster a little bit, gets them a little bit cheaper. I know obviously doesn't save them a ton of money in totality, but it gives you two players for one. And Dallas, I think, still really values Andrew Wiggins from the 2022 conference finals when he basically shut down Luka Doncic in some form or fashion himself at times in that series. Chris says, which trade would make more sense to you for the Bucks? Bruce Brown, Andrew Wiggins, or Grant Williams? I think DeJounte Murray is out of our league. I agree with you. DeJounte Murray is not an attainable goal. Bruce Brown, I don't think I would trade for. If I was Milwaukee, I'd probably trade for Grant Williams, to be honest. If it's just Bobby Portis for Grant Williams, I probably would do that if I was Milwaukee. And it's not because Bobby Portis is bad. I just think that like you can play Grant Williams with Giannis and Brook, whereas it's a little bit harder to play all three of your bigs together if it's Bobby Portis. Eric wants to know, will Portland be dumb and not trade anyone? I think they'll trade somebody. Virginia here wants to know where Zach LaVine is. He's still in Chicago, probably will stay in Chicago going forward. Mark Concepcion says Warriors need to move Chris Paul, Looney, and Moody. Keep Wiggins. Definitely a real possibility. Jay Anderson, welcome to the stream. Jay's a big-time Pistons fan. He's been watching the channel for a while. 610 live viewers. Shout out to all of you guys. We're up to 610. I just got to get some balloons in here right now for the 600 club. We got 600 awesome viewers in here. Shout out to you guys. I really do appreciate each and every one of you so very much. If you guys don't mind, please leave a like and then also subscribe to the channel so we don't miss out on future uploads here at Utility Sports. There's going to be more trade videos coming out. There's going to be buyout market videos coming out. Then we're going to start really hitting the NBA draft hard with a whole bunch of draft prospect breakdowns. That's going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks. So this is your one-stop shop for everything NBA related that you need to know. Trades, buyouts, draft prospects. We're going to do player evaluations and breakdowns as well after some of these players get traded. We're going to look at how they're playing with their new teams and some of the film study behind that. So it's a great place to be. Spend a lot of time. I'm a credentialed NBA reporter, so I'm around NBA teams all of the time. This is a great place for you to be. I would really appreciate it if you guys did subscribe to the channel and show some love in that way. Brady says, could Goga get moved if Orlando wants to keep Wendell and Mo? So the one thing about Goga is he's an expiring contract, and I think he'll have quite a few suitors this next year. So we'll see what happens with his contract there. We're at 330 likes, by the way, and the record is 331. So the very next person to leave a like at least ties the record. So that could be you. Make sure to smash the like here for the week. The record likes for this week is 331. Historically, the highest is 1,200 something. So we've got some work to do to get there, but you guys are killing it right now. Patrick saying leave more likes as well. Mason says Lonnie Walker and Drummond to the Celtics. Let's look at a trade like that. I do like the idea here quite a bit for a couple of teams to get involved with Boston. Let's just make this a 3-team trade too. Let's see if we can just do it all in one, because why not? That's my favorite thing to do. When we could just do 2-team trades, make them 3-team trades to have a little bit more fun, even though it's not even likely like that. We're going to trade O'Shea Brissett to the Bulls. We're going to trade Delano Banton to the Nets. And we're going to trade Lonnie Walker to Boston. And we're going to trade Andre Drummond to Boston. And we will also, in this, give Svi Mikhailuk to Chicago. So something like this probably checks out. Pretty good amount. And then we will have the Celtics give up second rounder here to the Bulls, the second rounder to the Nets, and this second rounder to the Nets. So we're looking at something like this. Celtics get Drummond and Lonnie Walker. I don't even have the screen shared. Oh my goodness. There we go. Drummond, Lonnie Walker, O'Shea Brissett, Svi Mikhailuk. Something like this. Let me know what you guys think. Mason, thanks for sending in the trade idea. Fun to talk about. Steven wants to know what Golden State will do, if anything. I think the salary of Andrew Wiggins is really the first and most important thing to watch this year, if we're being honest. Jay Anderson says we trade Killian Wiseman, Joe Harris, Isaiah Stewart for a second rounder. We'll see. I don't know if they'll trade Isaiah Stewart. I'm not exactly sure on that. Lonnie Hooper says would love to see Bojan Bogdanovic for Draymond Green. If salary fits, Dre back home in Detroit. And toughness for Golden State, another veteran shooter, in my opinion. I don't think Golden State will do that. Zach says Vucevic for Wendell Carter, Franz, and Jett Howard is fair, right? For those of you who do not know, that is literally what Chicago gave up for Nikola Vucevic. They traded 2 first-round picks, Wendell Carter, in what was one of the most idiotic moves. I have a video up on the channel immediately reacting to that trade, by the way, I'm pretty sure. And disclaimer, I hated it for Chicago. Just didn't understand it. Riles says Warriors are not trading Green. Yeah, I don't think so either. Marty says if you could only keep 2 of these 3, who would it be? Robinson, Achua, and Hartenstein. I would keep Robinson and Hartenstein. Those are the 2 better ones. Zach Aldridge says if Green is a Buck, then Giannis is at center, which would be fun. That would be pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. John says, did I miss the Sixers proposed trade? Yeah, we've done a couple of Sixers proposed trades. One of them was for Andre Drummond, centered around Jaden Springer and a couple second-round picks, basically. David here says, did you already do Miami trades? I think Finney Smith would be amazing. So here's the one thing. Miami doesn't really have a real pathway to getting to a Finney Smith level player, in my opinion, because Finney Smith makes $13.9 million, and the Heat don't have anyone at all in that price range. They have either $6 million players or below, or $18 million players or above. So because of that, they don't really have a good way of matching money with a Dorian Finney-Smith. So maybe the better player to look at would be someone making around $6 to $9 million, and that might be Royce O'Neal, for example, where we would do Royce O'Neal to Miami, and in return, Caleb Martin goes back to Brooklyn with some smaller like salary Orlando Robinson. And to be honest, I don't even think I would do this trade if I was Miami. But if you're looking to get a trade done with the Nets, this is probably a little bit more realistic than anything. So, and I don't love this. I don't love this for Miami. So, I don't know. Just an idea. Sapaloo says, who would you propose for Draymond, Clay, Wiggins, and CP3? I'm not exactly sure. Jimmy here says Bobby Portis fit for Team Heat. Zach says, never really used Discord before joining the Utility Sports Discord and would highly recommend just a fan place to talk hoops and share ideas with people and fans from all teams. Yeah, it's a great place. A lot of fun being in there. John, I answered your question, so hopefully you'll leave a like there on that then now. Harib, Warriors fan, he says, all you Warriors fans join the Discord. We need some more Dubs hype in there. Yes, so you heard him. Warriors fans, you guys have to join the Discord right now. Join Harib in there for sure, because we need some more Warriors hype in there for sure. Isabel wants to know if I see the Warriors trading Clay. I don't think it's impossible. but I don't think it's likely, is how I would answer that. Texas Sports says we have 0 Nuggets fans in the Discord. If you're a Nuggets fan, go join the Discord. We got to have someone represent. Wake Up says, what time will you go live tomorrow? Probably 7:45 a.m. Central Time tomorrow is the plan. So very, very early. Got to pay close attention to the DNPs tonight. Yes, we will definitely keep our eye on that. Jake Firestone says, really praying the Sixers can get Bojan or Brogdon without giving up their 2 firsts. Let's do another Sixers trade. I wanted to focus more on Philadelphia and Boston today. I think we've done a good job of doing that. And the team I want to focus on them with is specifically Portland, and let's also throw in Philly, because this could make some really good sense. All things considered, with Detroit in here too. So we have 3 teams in here. Bojan to the Sixers, and we're also going to send Brogdon to the Sixers. This is a lot of money already that we're having to match out, but we are going to be able to find out a way to do this. We're going to send Marcus Morris in this deal to the Trailblazers. We are then going to also send Furkan Korkmaz to the Trailblazers. We're going to send Jaden Springer to the Pistons with Daniil House and also Robert Covington. So if you look at the money, we're right there money-wise. $41 million for $42 million. We're right there. We are going to send this 2026 first to the Trailblazers. We're going to send 224 seconds to the Pistons. Okay? This is the deal. If you look at the money, it works all the way around. The Sixers get 2 impact win players without having to give up key parts of their rotation. This is a huge win for Philadelphia, in my opinion. Their tax bill gets a little bit more expensive, but I think it's worth it if you're trying to win around Joel Embiid. It costs you some second rounders. It costs you a couple first rounders. You get guys with a little bit of team control on, which I think is important. Philadelphia could either retrade them this offseason or just flat out keep them, which I think would be in the cards. And the Blazers would get Marcus Morris, Korkmaz, and a first for Brogdon. And the Pistons would get a young player in Jaden Springer, 2 second-round picks, and expiring salaries for Bogdanovich. So not only does this help the Pistons with more flexibility cap-wise, but you get some draft compensation and a young guy. So I like that quite a bit. I think this is a pretty unique trade, and one that would actually help Philadelphia quite a bit, although I know my Blazers fans probably won't like this too much. They probably want more for Brogdon. I understand why, but, I mean, that's about the value. Bojan Bogdanovich is not worth a first-round pick and a swap. John Blaze says, I would love that trade for Philly. Napoleon says, Warriors should get Zach LaVine. Texas Sports says, if you like competitions, we have an NBA pick and put your skills to the test and see if you can overtake the top. Just my little Discord plug. Yeah, Texas Sports has been running that competition for us all year. It's a great event, fun to be a part of. George says, Pacers fan here, hoping for a playmaking 3-and-D guard to pair with Halliburton to complete contending starting 5, Caruso, Melton, etc. Thoughts on others? Well, George, welcome to the stream. I think this is the first time I've seen one of your comments, so really thankful to have you in here. Really appreciate you being a part of what we're doing here at Utility Sports. One thing I'll say, I don't think the Sixers are going to be trading DeAnthony Melton as like a seller. I would be pretty surprised if they are selling. So instead, let's focus first on Chicago. The Bulls are the more likely team to focus on, I guess, in this situation. And I think we can center something around Jalen Smith and Obi Toppin in this trade for Alex Caruso and maybe Andre Drummond back. Okay. And the Pacers will also give up a 2028 first-round pick here. This is what we call going in, okay? This is a lot to give up, but Alex Caruso is really good. And he is the type of guard you would want to put next to Tyrese Halliburton, like you were saying. Really versatile defender, guards up and down the lineup, extremely quick. Last night, he completely shut the well off on Anthony Edwards in the fourth quarter. Anthony Edwards, through the first 3 quarters, scored 30 points. In the fourth quarter, with the Wolves having a lead, he only scored 2 points. The Bulls came all the way back and won in overtime in that game. Caruso was a big reason why. Had a huge block in overtime as well. He was just fantastic all night long. Very similar to Derek White when he got traded to the Celtics, how that helped the Celtics really leapfrog and take off from there. I think Caruso would have that exact same impact on a team like Indiana. Drummond helps kind of fill the void of trading 2 front court players here with Smith and Toppin. The Bulls get some younger players who could be long-term pieces for them going forward, both Toppin and Sticks. and then you get a 2028 first. So the Pacers go way more in, but I think it's a fun one for sure to talk about. Harif says, is Wiggins' value increasing? You mocked Holmes and Kleba yesterday. Yeah, so it's like it comes down to what you really want to do. I mean, like that's the thing is when you're trying to throw together trade packages, you're just trying to get within reasonable expectations for what a package is. So could it be a little bit less like Holmes and Kleba? Yeah. Could it be a little bit more like like Kleba and Grant Williams? Maybe. It depends on what Dallas really wants to do. I don't think Dallas is super happy with how Grant Williams has played, to be honest. Sebi Clark says, make an Anthony Simons to the Magic trade, please. So, Sebi, I would love to, but just from a realistic standpoint, I don't see a way that Anthony Simons is available this trade deadline. Tristan, welcome to the stream. He says, will you explain why the OKC Thunder haven't traded for Lauri Markkanen? It makes no sense to me. Is it his contract? He could help with spacing and rebounding, and J-Dub can go back to his original position. So, Tristan, the reason why is because Utah really loves Lauri Markkanen. I think that they really, really like him as a player, and I don't think he's available. Even with all of the draft picks that Oklahoma City has, and I agree with you, he would be perfect there for them. He's like the perfect missing piece for not only them, but for a bunch of teams. He would help so many different teams in a big way. I just don't think that they're willing to really make that kind of trade right now. I don't think Utah is willing to trade him unless they get 6 or 7 first-round picks. And yes, you're hearing me right. That is a crazy amount. I completely understand. But they're going to want a Godfather offer for him with how efficient he's been, his size, positional flexibility. He can play the 3, 4, and sometimes even the 5. I think that's something that's underexplored. I think there's a lot of different things that you can do with Lauri Markkanen. He would be fantastic in Oklahoma City, but ultimately I don't think he's actually available this trade deadline, unfortunately, for teams that want him. Trade happened. Lame one, though. Wait, there was a trade? Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. We have a trade. Holy cow. We got a trade. We have news. Simone Fontecchio got traded. I did not expect that to actually happen. But I actually like this trade quite a bit, and I'm pretty surprised by it. So let's go over here now, probably in my messages. Jay shared it. Yeah, but here we are from Adrian Wojnarowski. The Utah Jazz are trading Simone Fontecchio to the Detroit Pistons for a 2024 second-round pick. There we go. Our first trade of the trade deadline live streams. We have a trade. I am stoked. We have a trade. That is sweet. Here we are now. We're going to give my trade grades on this. Simone Fontecchio. Wow. I am very surprised by that. I'm very surprised Simone Fontecchio got traded. This year he's averaging a little bit under 9 points a game. He's averaging over 3 rebounds a night, almost 2 assists per game. And he's shooting the ball relatively well as well. He's shooting about 39% from 3, if I believe is correctly. This is really good. I love this for Detroit. I love this for the Detroit Pistons. A shooting wing who can play off of Ivy and Cade. Fantastic, cheap move. A+ for the Pistons. That's very rare that I say something like that. I usually don't say A+ for the Pistons. That's a great trade for them. That is a very, very good trade for them for sure. Anytime that there's a tweet like this, anytime that there's something like this, make sure to tag me on Twitter, just in the comments here or something. But yeah, we have our first real trade, which I'm very, very excited about. Very, very stoked about this for the Pistons. I'm very surprised about this for Utah. I don't think I would have expected them to do this. I think the last couple of days I've been saying that I just don't expect Fontecchio to get traded. He did. So Simone Fontecchio got traded, which is crazy. We are going to put this into the description as well. Trades that have happened. Trades. Utah Jazz trade Simone Fontecchio to the Detroit Pistons for a 2024 second round pick. Very fascinating. I think that's a huge win for the Pistons, to be honest with you. I think Fontecchio is really good. I mean, he's shooting the ball really well this year. Shooting 45% from the floor, shooting 80% from the free throw line. He's not a great defender, but I think this makes Detroit a little bit better, gives him a shooter. gives them someone who complements their team. So that's crazy. But yeah, we got a fun trade. This is a fun trade. I'm very excited about this, and I think it's a really, really good deal, honestly, for the Detroit Pistons, which I am excited about for sure. My girlfriend's bringing me some McDonald's Sprite, so shout out to her. But yeah, we got a big trade here. I know people aren't going to say it's a big trade, but it's a big trade. It's a big trade, and I like that quite a bit here now. So, Alex, thank you for sending in the super chat, waking me up to it because I didn't see the news. I'm going to have to do a better job of watching my phone. Wow. Jazz trading Simone Fontecchio to the Pistons for a 2024 second-round pick. So let's look at the Pistons' future draft picks here too. Let's try and figure out what pick they probably sent. The Pistons this year, the second rounders that they don't have their own, so they have the more favorable of Grizzlies or Wizards. So my guess is it's probably the more favorable of Grizzlies or Wizards. So it's probably a pick that's going to be around 34, 35-ish. My assumption, let's tweet this out, is that the pick is the more favorable of Grizzlies / Wizards 2024 second. So pick 32 to 35-ish for Fontecchio. Good business. Oh, no H in there. Whoops. I tried typing on the wrong screen. I honestly, I think it's a good move. 800 people watching, which is crazy. Make sure to leave a like. Subscribe for more NBA content as well. Really, really glad to have you guys all in here. We're going to be giving my trade grades on this here in just a second. But I love this for the Detroit Pistons, and I do like it for the Jazz quite a bit. Just because, like, with where they're at, like, it was pretty clear that they were still going to probably look to sell a bit. Kevin Knox. Oh, okay, yeah, this is the one via the Wizards. Okay, so it actually is. And draft rights to get Gabriel Procida. Okay, I actually like Procida a lot too. Let me quote tweet this. Thank you to Luke for tagging me. I know a couple of you did, so thank you for doing that. It'll help me see all of these for sure, which I really appreciate. I am going to turn off a couple of different notifications right now too, just so that I can be more focused on Twitter notifications. So I'm going to be a little bit more aware and watching for some of these coming in. I like Procida a lot. And let's put quite a bit. I don't know if I like him a lot. I like him quite a bit. Good athletic wing who, if he comes over, with his shooting and transition play, Knox is all right, I guess. AKA, I don't care. Second rounder is fair value. Good for both sides, I honestly think. I think it's a pretty fair trade for both sides, if I'm being completely honest. I do like that quite a bit. Shout out to everyone for the follow, too, over on Twitter. If you guys go give me a follow right now, I'll show your account on stream. So shout out to the following users, Aaron and Ramen and Piet, as well as Satch, and, of course, then to Hicko. So shout out to all of you guys. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Spoonfed for trying to get me to see the notifications. Gabriel Procida can play. He's Italian. Came over a couple... He was in the 2022 or 2023 draft. No, not 2023. 2022 draft, I'm pretty certain. All the drafts start to blend together for me after a while. But Gabriel Procida, he was a second-round pick by Detroit. So I like him quite a bit. I think he's going to end up being pretty solid down the road. But for my trade grades, let's get the banner up here now. I don't even have a banner ready for this one. Let's get this trade grades. I am excited. So we have our first trade. My trade grades here. I would give the Detroit Pistons an A+. I think Fontecchio is a very good fit. I think that's the type of player that they could have used, and it only cost them a second-round pick, plus draft rights, plus Knox, which I'm totally good with. I think that's fair value. And for the Jazz, I'm going to give it an A-. I like Fontecchio. I thought they were going to keep him, to be honest with you. So I'm a little bummed from that perspective, but I think Procida could fill a nice role. I think them getting his draft rights is actually pretty solid in this deal, as well as getting a pretty good second-round pick. I mean, it's good. I think it opens the Utah Jazz up to doing more business, which is excited. So trade. It's an exciting trade to have happen here. I'm pretty stoked about it. Simone Fontecchio, I think, is going to help a lot there in Detroit, to be honest. So that's exciting news. And I'm going to make a little new ticker here too for Gabriel Procida. Draft rights, 2024 second rounder, and Kevin Knox. So I honestly think it's good for both sides. I think it's a good trade. I like it quite a bit. So it's been a lot of fun. Gordon says, Sheldon, we need you showing some more of your highlights again. You know, I could show you guys Jericho Sims almost dunking on me because he damn near did. My last ever high school basketball game was against Jericho Sims. We took him to overtime, and then he decided that he just wanted to dunk like 4 more times, and then he did. So, you know, I can hoop a bit, but I'm not quite NBA caliber. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. Jeremy says, Rockets fan, hopefully we don't trade Jalen Green for Bridges. I'm hoping you guys don't trade Jalen Green either. Brady Thompson says, Chris Dunn to Boston. I like the idea of Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn is probably available now. One thing I'm going to tweet this out too right now. LeBron to Mavs win. That's funny, Justice. Appreciate you. Shout out to Bag Baggins here for the follow. Shout out to also Daniel for the follow. So appreciate all of you guys. I want to post something here too. With the Jazz trading Fontecchio for draft compensation, it likely paints Utah to continue as a seller this deadline despite strong play recently. Chris Dunn. Definitely a name to watch. I like Chris Dunn a lot. Thinking about the Jazz roster as well. There's a lot of players that could be valued around the league. Jordan Clarkson, for example. John Collins. Maybe. I don't feel really as confident about that John Collins thought, but I mean, the Jazz are fascinating because they've got a lot of players. I want to put Kelly Olynyk at the front of the list because he's the most valuable one. Kelly Olynyk definitely has value around the league. I mean, the Jazz they're 500. They're playing 500 basketball, so I know it's pretty fascinating to me. If they trade some of these guys, it'll be interesting. They're definitely players to watch, and they might stay competitive even after making some of these trades. Isaac Doesn't Know Ball says, Utility Sports is who I use to stay up to date. He's live streaming right now, staying up to date on trades, and will be tomorrow as well. He has great insight. Well, thank you, Isaac, for saying that. Appreciate it. Isaac, you are the best. So shout out to you. Shout out to Isaac. Let's get some Isaac hype in the chat. Let's get some Isaac hype in here. I'm going to throw in some balloons for him right now. Let's get the balloons flying, and let's get some Isaac hype. Shout out to Isaac. I really appreciate you guys. 846 awesome people. And I'm so excited we had an NBA trade. You guys have no idea how excited I am. I figured something was going to happen today. Earlier this morning, someone asked me when. I said early in the afternoon would be my best guess. And, well, guess what? Right as afternoon struck Eastern time, basically, or, you know, afternoon, right at noon maybe for Central time, we had something actually go down. So I'm very excited. Michael Furlano says Raps fire sale starts today. Super, super excited for that. Pistons. Gemini here says Pistons wanted Tobias, though. We'll see what happens with Tobias. I don't know. Fontecchio could be a backup forward, so I don't think this really hurts the Pistons long term if they're making any plans. Again, a huge shout out to Alex for the $2. He helped me see that the trade actually went down. Very excited about the Fontecchio trade. finally a trade, and I am super stoked about it. Shout out to everyone. Massive Woj bomb trade, small one. It's a big one to me. It was fun. Traded for a second-round pick. I think that's good value for Detroit. If you're a Pistons fan, you've got to be pretty excited. Fontecchio can play. Fontecchio is a really solid player. I like him quite a bit. And thank you guys for all throwing in the fact that we have a trade. Crispy Flakes is now following on Twitter as well. So huge shout out to Crispy Flakes for that. I think he's a YouTuber as well. So maybe him and I are going to have to collab at some point. I think he's a big time Pistons fan. I don't know if I've ever watched his content, but I think I've seen his content on social media. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe him and I will have to collab sometime. He does some 2K stuff, right? Yeah, looking at it, that's awesome. Well, we'll have to maybe collab sometime with Crispy Flakes. Thank you to Spoonfed as well for quote tweeting and sharing my live stream. Appreciate you. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. 828 people watching. Today has been a crazy great day. I really appreciate each and every one of you. If you guys haven't, make sure to smash the like button on the stream. It would go a long way in showing that I'm doing a good job here, that you guys appreciate the content. I would also really love for you guys to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm sure a ton of you have. And let's get that Simone Fontecchio trade grades back up on here. Let's talk about Simone Fontecchio some more. And just, I think what he gives them, I think this is going to be a great thing to share on the stream as well. So I want to get this pulled up. And why I think Simone Fontecchio is a pretty perfect role player in Detroit. Not perfect in terms of being the pinnacle of role players, but why he's worth trading for. This is his shot chart from StatMuse. If you guys don't use this service, I definitely recommend doing it. So this is what he shot overall this year. 45%, 161 of 358. And he shot 233 threes and connected on 91 of them. So he's shooting 39% from three in 50 games. And look at his shot chart. This is what analytics looks like. This is analytics basketball right here. This is really, really good. What we've got going on right now. Look at he shoots 35% from the right corner, the above the break here. But then on the left side, he's actually a really good shooter on somewhat very similar volume. 41% in this corner, 46% from above the break on this side. And then he shoots a lot of his other shots in the paint. So this is the exact type of role player you're looking for in the league. I am going to screenshot this and tweet this because I do think it is a pretty big deal, and he shoots it extremely well in some of those areas. So I like that quite a bit for them. I just think it's overall a pretty big W for the Pistons, because I just think that getting a player like this complements Cade Cunningham really well. I'm going to tweet this out now. Here is Fontecchio's shot chart. Perfect analytics wing who plays within a role will complement Detroit's young piece as well. I just think honestly, I think Fontecchio is going to be perfect in Detroit. I think that was a really smart move for them. I've obviously joked around a bunch with saying, oh well, Troy Weaver loves this and that, and I'm not even really joking. That's just what he's done. But that's actually a really good trade. And I think Fontecchio, a lot of people are understanding it. He is actually very underrated. I think this is really, really good, and I think for me, I think he's just a really solid player. So yeah, okay, yeah. Woj did not tweet his name right too, which is actually funny because now I think that threw me off. Because yeah, I was literally looking at his tweet when I tweeted mine. But yeah, Fontecchio's really solid. So I think that's really quite good. I think that's a great deal, honestly. So I like that a lot for Detroit. It's just a really smart, savvy move. And it's not the big trade. It's not oh my gosh, that's league shattering. It's not a blockbuster, but what an earth shattering trade, right? It's not one of those big ones, but it's a good trade. It's a good trade. Joe Bird says Bucks and Suns have no assets. Nobody wants their scrubs and poor second round picks. Well, they have the Blazers second round pick this year, so that is pretty valuable, I would say. Joe, you have a fitting nickname. That's funny. Trust in here says, will you explain why the OKC Thunder? Oh, yeah, we talked about that already. Okay, good. Vampires need new blood from time to time. Breaking news from Woj. Mark says, great job, Sheldon. Watch all your podcasts. You are into detail on players and know the sport. Would you trade Nick Claxton to the Heat for Martin, Orlando Robinson in a second? Claxton's going to require a lot more than that, Mark. Claxton's worth at least one first rounder, at least. Probably significantly more than that. Shout out to everyone over on Twitter, by the way. Again, if you guys follow, I'm going to show your account on stream. So if you guys want to follow, shout out to Tay Buckets. Here's Crispy Flakes, by the way. So Crispy Flakes, if you're watching, shout out to you. We should definitely collab on some content sometime, but really love talking NBA content here. Obviously, trade deadline's a huge deal for me. This is my favorite time of the year, this and draft season. So super excited. Mateo says, question is, can Denver repeat without trades? I think that they're right in that conversation. I mean, anytime you go into a series with the best player, which is what they'll have in all of their series, Nikola Jokic, you have a really good shot. So make sure you guys go follow us on Twitter, by the way. Link is in the description for that. Just go give us a follow. It'd be really, really good. Zach says Fontecchio will help Cade, so W, just any spacing at all is a plus. 100% agree. And I think he's a competitive defender. He's got like pretty solid size to him. Let me look up his height, just so I don't say it here, because I don't want to like say it and then I'm off by like an inch or something. I accidentally searched for his stats. Yeah, he's 6'7". Okay, that's what I was gonna say, but I wanted to make sure. But, I didn't want him to be like 6'8", and then all of a sudden I'm like making him shorter. Like, he's got decent size. Really, really solid. Really solid. And Procida, I think, is going to be pretty good too. So Gabriel Procida, I think it might be one of the first times we've had two Italians get traded for each other in the NBA, by the way. So that's interesting. Just added Kevin Knox to the deal. Yeah, that's a W. It's a W for them for sure. Shout out to Caleb Rodriguez for the follow. Appreciate you. Shout out to Katrina sucked as well. I probably agree with that Katrina was not good. I was very little when Katrina happened, though. So Piet says, so is Utah selling? They've got lots of cap space this summer, so why trade him? I was kind of surprised. That's what I was kind of surprised about. Like, I don't know what they're going to plan to do with that second rounder. But this is like the big question to me now is, like you're saying here, Piet, with the Jazz trading Fontecchio for draft compensation. Again, I misspelled it because I was looking at freaking what Woj tweeted. Woj misspelled it too. It likely paints Utah to continue as a seller this deadline, despite strong play recently. Kelly Olynyk, Chris Dunn, Jordan Clarkson, John Collins, maybe. I don't really see that one as likely, but maybe. It's not Detroit, but it's, I think, Washington. It's the more favorable of Washington or Memphis, so it's going to be good. Alex says Pistons are gutting their trash team. Guilty wants to know if today's the trade deadline. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 Eastern time is when the deadline is. February 8th is the trade deadline. So definitely important here. Thank you to everyone who is giving us follows over on Twitter, by the way. Really appreciate you guys. It means a lot having your guys' support. So really, really appreciate all of you. Just setting something up for the stream here quick. Isaiah says, love done for the Jazz, gives them a bit of toughness they need. Yeah, I think the realistic thing here, though, is if they're operating as sellers, we'll see if they actually get traded. Ben Simmons to Detroit for a bag of chips. We will see. Patrick says, thanks for feeding our guy, Sheldon's girlfriend. Amber, I don't know if you can hear me, but they love you. The chat loves you a lot. So shout out to you. Amber, that's my girlfriend. She's the real one for sure. Knox getting passed around. Yeah. Muhammad says 2024 second round pick from Detroit is good, possibly first pick of the second round. It's not from Detroit technically, it's from a different team. Zodiac GM, I summoned you. Is Zodiac in here? I don't even see him. Is Zodiac in here? You'll have to let me know. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Utah traded him, but I mean, it's okay. I just thought that they would have kept him, if anything. Trade deadline is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Guilty says, wow, this trade is groundbreaking. I know it's not, but it is a big deal. It is a big deal. Fontecchio is a good player. George says, I love that Pacers trade for Caruso. Thanks for putting that together. It's amazing how well you understand all 30 teams' needs. I was around a bit for your amazing draft coverage last year as well. Well, I appreciate that, George. Glad that you're able to stick around again, and I appreciate your comments and everything. And I appreciate your kind words too. I work really hard all year long to make sure I'm staying on top of all 30 teams, watching games from all 30 teams, because it's hard. To be in a live stream for 3.5 hours with fans of every single team, you have to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, people will catch on pretty quickly that you don't. Ben kind of wants to talk about Bojan to the Clippers. With the Jazz making a trade for Fontecchio, I don't know if Bojan's going to even be available. But I do think it's worth talking about. Shout out to Coach Chewy here for the follow as well as KON4. Huge shout out to you, as well as Tyler. So thank you everyone for the follows over on Twitter. We hit over 1,400 followers, so huge shout out to you guys. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well for more. I would love for you guys to be subscribed here. We're at over 22,160 subs, which is sweet. Let's see how many likes we're at right now as well. Over 400 likes. That's awesome. Let's see if we can hit 500. That would be crazy. We got to set a high bar and expectation for tomorrow. And it's our first trade today, like you're saying, but we've got a lot more to talk about. We are going to continue covering trades. Who else is sick of Stephen A. Smith? I haven't listened to Stephen A. Smith in a very, very long time. Mateo says, watch his reaction when a blockbuster trade. Yeah, that's the thing. But this is the basketball nerd inside of me. I get hyped about Simone Fontecchio. You know what I mean? I've watched him in person a couple times this year. I mean, guy can play. He's got good positional size. He shoots, takes all the right shots. He's the type of player you want, honestly. That's something that the Mavericks should have gotten in on. Fontecchio would have been great for Dallas. I would have really loved for that. So to have happened. So unfortunately, didn't pan out there. Shout out to C Saba for the follow. Maybe a fan of City Sissoko. We'll see. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm stoked for what this trade season is going to look like. I'm really glad we got to move. I'm very happy, thankful for everyone in here who's they've been sticking around. There's been a lot of just a lot of love and hype in here so far. So again, pretty fun trade. Let's even get the trade pulled up in this way. So I want to get these two teams on the screen just so we can look at the trade visually and see what it exactly looks like. Let's get Fontecchio here to the Pistons. Let's send where is he now? Kevin Knox to the Jazz. It doesn't look like they have draft rights, but that's okay. We're not really worried about that. And we're going to send this pick to the Jazz. This was essentially the deal that went down. So it's a pretty big win here, I think, for the Pistons. I like Fontecchio a lot for them. The Jazz also getting Gabriel Procida, who I can't put him on the screen because he's not on Fanspo's website, but it's pretty good. Brandon says, bruv, I just heard about the trade. Psych, good move for the Pistons. Sad to see Knox go. Don't think he'll ever be good, but he belongs on a bench somewhere. Glad to see when he wasn't on a roster before. Yeah, so, at the end of the day, Knox is still getting paid. He's making a lot of money this year, more money than I'm making. So good for Knox, but Fontecchio was a really good get here. This was really good for this was a really, really good trade for the Pistons. I like this a lot. Guilty says Pistons about to make a run after this deal. That's a funny one. ITK says if Rob Lowe trades LeBron, then Rob Lowe gets a statue in front of Staples Center. I mean, he doesn't know how to build a team. Pelinka doesn't know what he's doing. Susio Dizo says, who won the trade? For me, I'm going to definitely say Kevin Knox and Simone Fontecchio. Kevin Knox in the second rounder is okay for the Jazz. And getting Prochida's draft rights I like a lot. I think Procida could end up being the best player from the Jazz's return here. But Fontecchio I think is just the best player in the deal. So I'm going to say the Pistons won the trade. Gremlin Machine says, got to see Crispy Flakes trade reaction soon. Yeah, we will. We'll see what ends up happening there. Isaiah says, ugh, the people around here not liking the trade for Utah. Yeah, I mean, it's not here's the thing. Trading Fontecchio is not going to damage your franchise. It's not all of a sudden, oh no, the Jazz are screwed. I just would have liked for them to keep him. But it's not the end of the world for them. I do think it's good. Here's the thing for an A+, it's the way I base trades is not oh, this moves the needle, oh my gosh, A+, this is a superstar. It's hey, this was a really smart, savvy move that really didn't cost them too much to make happen. They got a player who I think fits their team well. Like, that's an A+. They got a very good player for a very low price point. That's a win, I think, for them. So, in Jesus' name says, any Golden State Warriors updates? Not yet. We will keep our eyes on them, though. I think it's fine for Utah given the quality of second-round pick, but definitely makes me think more is coming. That's really my biggest takeaway too, Zach. I think there's going to be more moves. Kelly Olynyk is somebody who makes some sense. Lowry, I don't think will get moved, though. Jordan Clarkson probably will get moved, though. I think Clarkson and Kelly Olynyk are really the two names to watch. Now, this is going to end up playing out, I think, very similarly to what Utah did last year, trading away Mike Conley, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. This year, it might be Fontecchio, Clarkson, and Olynyk. Those might be the three players that they trade away. And I think that makes a good deal of sense, for sure. We got some Isaac hype in here. Love to see that. Guilty says Jazz building up picks for Murray. I mean, that's a possibility, too. That could actually play itself into a DeJounte Murray trade. So, Guilty, you might be making a good point there. Although I think selling is probably the more likely outcome. Isaac says appreciate it. Richard here says Milwaukee Bucks looking to make some big moves. Yes, they are, Rich. We're going to keep our eyes on them. A couple of different things I could see them do centered around either Bobby Portis's contract or Patrick Connaughton's contract or both. Nader Nation says watch it be the only trade. That would be insane to me if it's the only trade that they make. If it's the only trade that is made all deadline wrong. Could you imagine? Scott says, we can tell how excited you are. I'm beaming over here about Simone Fontecchio. Oh, Brandon says, my hair looks great today. Well, thank you, Brandon. I'm feeling good now. Brandon's got me feeling good. My hair, all style. Last year, my hair was super long. My hair was down to my shoulders last year for the trade deadline. So this year, I had to keep it a little bit more professional, keep it business in the front. You know what I mean? Fame says Pacers, Rockets, Lakers, Brooklyn, Blazers will be the teams to make the most explosive trades. I think you could also include Atlanta in there. Shout out to Bryce as well. Appreciate you, Bryce, for being in the stream here today. Paulo says trading an Italian for an Italian. Yeah, probably one of the first times ever in NBA history. So Gremlin says, dude, you got to collab with Crispy. That's funny. I've not watched any of his content, but I'm sure I've heard that he's funny and that he's very reactive to the Detroit Pistons. So that would be sweet. You guys will have to let him know. I don't know how many subs he has or anything, but you'll have to let him know. Everyone, go spam collab with Utility Sports down below in one of his videos next time you're watching him. Just because I'm down to do it if he's down. Maybe even clip what I'm saying right now and send it to him. Send it to him on Twitter. Just flood him with Utility Sports stuff. Let's get some hype in here. Brandon says I smashed the like button. Appreciate you, Brandon. Okay, he's got draft lottery. I'm sure that those are funny. Especially, last year they moved down all the way to 5, so I'm sure that was funny. Tom says, I can feel another trade coming shortly. All right, Tom, we're going to keep our eyes on it. That's a sweet hat you've got in your profile picture there, so shout out to you. With that, we are going to keep our eyes on the trade market for sure. I like Simone Fontecchio a lot, though, for the Detroit Pistons. I think that was a really, really good move. Longer term core. Is that what he tweeted? Oh my gosh. I need to go look at the tweet from Woj here. What did he say? Fontecchio raised his 3-point percentage from 33 to 39 this season for the Jazz. Pistons made trade to keep him as a part of the franchise's longer term core. Oh my gosh. And draft rights to Procida. Yeah, Procida, dude, I think Procida is like a really underrated part of the deal. I'm very excited about that for sure. For Utah, I actually think Procida might end up being pretty good. We will keep our eyes on Woj going forward here. Obviously, I was a little bit late on this last one, but I feel like we're able to cover the trade pretty well. I was pretty excited about it. Procida is a good player, NBA potential for sure. I agree, Jimmy, 100%. The full trade details, West Coast Hoops, was basically what you see on the screen now, plus draft rights to Gabriel Procida. Fame here says Detroit has to get more depth. Yeah, we'll see what they do, but Fontecchio was a really great starting spot. Reno says, hi from Italy, huge fan of Simone, happy that he now can find his way and show what he got. Also for Italian national team, he is huge, so underrated, you will see. Yeah, he's great. Fontecchio is a really talented player. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. And I think Procida is pretty good too. So Italy's got a couple of guys that are going to be nice players. And I think they're going to help the Italian national team quite a bit too for years to come. New Lord says Malik Monk to Knicks flex. Nothing yet. I don't think Malik Monk's going to get traded at all this deadline. But yeah, let's not fake trades, Mateo. I'm going to put Mateo in timeout here. This will stop him from spamming a little bit, and hopefully it's a learning curve for him that he shouldn't be putting in fake trades. Expiring Claxton is still worth the first. Yeah, I think so, for sure. Alex Smith says he straight up called Nikola Jokic the best player. Yeah, I mean, he is, I think. Like, you can do so many things with him, and he just very rarely makes mistakes, and he's super smart. He's also just an incredibly talented player. Sometimes how you defend him doesn't even matter. Epic Wallpaper says Danny Ainge is a guaranteed trade every few months. He really is. Like, that's the one thing I've been saying too is, like, with the Thunder and Jazz, how many times have I mentioned this week already, that Danny Ainge and Sam Presti make more trades than anybody. Like, if you're going to bet on teams to make trades, it's literally those two teams because of their pieces. Venkata wants to know, does it make it likely for Bojan to the Clippers? Thank you for the 2, Venkata. I don't think it's necessarily likely. I think that Bojan is still possibly available for the right deal, but we will keep our eyes on it and see. Dr. Restitution says Tobias plus Melton, 2 firsts, 4 seconds for Murray plus Bogdan. I mean, I don't think that's enough to get. Both Murray and Bogdan Bogdanovic, but you're not like far off. It's not like actually that terrible of an idea. Let me think about the money. I don't even think you have to include Melton's contract. Actually, I think that the Sixers could actually get Murray and Bogdanovic for Tobias and duck below the tax, but I'm not sure. That kind of thins out their front court a little bit, especially now that they don't have Embiid either. Zach says you could be Quinn Buckner and say everyone is 2 to 3 inches taller than they actually are. Just like Rudy Gobert is like 7'7", right? Yeah, no. DeGoat says no idea what my Pels are going to do. We have the assets, but they aren't going to pay the tax. Interesting times. Yeah, we'll see. I'd be surprised if they do anything super big this year, to be honest with you. T-Bomb says, do you think the Raptors make any moves aside from Brown? I would watch Chris Boucher, T-Bomb. I think that's a realistic possibility for sure. Tom says, been up since 4 a.m. to watch the stream. Enjoyed watching you for the trade deadline last year. Well, Tom, super glad to have you in here again this year. Shout out to everyone. If you were in here last year, let me know down in the comment section below. Comment something like this. Been here for years. Like, whether it's year or years, let me know down in the comment section below how long you've been here for. If you've only been here a couple months, that's cool too. Let me know down in the comments. If you just are brand new, let me know. I would love to know how many new users we're meeting and reaching. It would be sweet to know. And I really do appreciate you guys. You guys have been absolutely killing it all day long. Love having you guys in here. Almost 900 people watching live right now. And remember, we're going to be live tomorrow during the trade deadline as well, starting very early in the morning. So we're going to be going all day long tomorrow as well. So make sure you make this your stop tomorrow for more NBA trade deadline coverage. Hopefully you guys love having your questions answered, seeing your names up on stream as well. I think that's one of the special things here about Utility Sports is the reason that Utility Sports is the initials are US for us. And I think we all do it together here. A lot of fun collaboration on the channel. It makes it a little bit different. And I think the Discord's a good, kind of example of that too, where we all come together. We're part of a huge community that loves basketball, and it's so much fun. And we have 900 people watching live, which is just sweet to me. David says trade of Kelly Olynyk and John Collins to Houston possible. Olynyk would be really good to Houston. I don't see John Collins as a possibility. And honestly, I think Houston already made their big trade anyway with Steven Adams. So I think Houston's in a great spot, David. You should be hyped about it. Terrence here. Terrence Popovich says kind of cool that we'll find out who are sellers now. Yeah, we get a little bit of an insight here based on what we now know, given that trade, given the Pistons trade. I mean, we have a pretty good insight on what is going on. So definitely gives a little bit of a sign of how Utah is looking to operate. So very, very interesting. Very interesting for sure. Fontecchio went to the Pistons, Daniel, to the Pistons for Knox and a second rounder and Gabriel Procita's draft right. Smush Parker just traded for Sasha Vujacic. Holy cow, that's a throwback. Ben Dye says, who would be the best point guard the Magic could acquire at the deadline? DeJounte Murray would be a player I'd love to see in Orlando, although Tyus Jones is another name that's been linked to them, which also does make some good sense. We are 25 hours and 17 minutes away from the 2024 NBA trade deadline. Woj just tweeted again. Oh, he edited his tweet. I see. So he fixed the name on. He had misspelled Fontecchio, so he went through and fixed it just now, which is funny. How many hours till the deadline? 25. Like I just said. Sports Travel, do you have any more trades? We are going to keep our eyes. We're going to play with the trade machine a bit more here as well. So let's go ahead and hop back into the trade machine. Who do you guys want to talk about? Let me know down in the comment section below who you want to talk about. Ultra Prod, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Bruce Brown for Fournier and a first is going to be sad. I think it's an okay deal. Let's get that one up here on the stream now. Talking about Bruce Brown and then the Knicks. Bruce Brown's a perfect New York Knicks player. To be honest, he fits perfectly into what they want to do. And 2024 first, this keeps the Knicks' flexibility open. Going past this draft, which means they can still continue to wait and trade for stars. I like this a lot for them. Fournier 2024 first for Brown. I think a pretty big win. Pretty happy about that. For the Knicks and for the Raptors, getting an extra first-round pick never hurts. They already have a bunch in this draft. They would have a lot of flexibility. They can move up to get any player in the draft they probably wanted this year, given how the draft class looks. Brendan says, until we figure out what our bench actually is, Kings won't go past semifinals. That's okay. I mean, the thing is, too, Fox and Sabonis are still in their 20s. You've got plenty of time here. You don't have to step on the accelerator yet. Obviously, as fans, you want them to. You want them to make a push. You want to see them make a deep run, especially for a franchise like Sacramento, where you've been so patient waiting for them. But at the same time, let them go about this process correctly. Let them wait and make a good decision. James says, I'm a Jazz fan. I don't like the trade. Fontecchio is good. Can you tell me a little bit about Procida? So Procita's got very similar size to Fontecchio. He's another wing type player, maybe a little bit shorter at about 6'6", but he jumps out of the gym. He's got a huge vertical. Let me see if I can pull up what his vertical jump was. He jumped out of the gym. If you watch his highlights from even a couple seasons ago, his standing vertical leap was 29.5 inches. Not even his normal vert, just standing vert, which was insane. So he's got a really good vertical. He's impressive to me as a player who just physically I think stands out. He has a 35-inch max vertical leap, which is pretty good, pretty competitive with some of the better athletes in the NBA. Not elite, but pretty good. He's functionally athletic. He's quick downhill. He shoots the ball well. I think Procida is a player who, as he continues to develop and grow, if he gets a little bit more comfortability with playing on the basketball, he could be another player just like Fontecchio, who is an impact contributor as a role player in the NBA. So I think it could be good. Bra here says, I've got a prediction today. Andrew Wiggins to the Bucks. I'm going to star that. We'll come back to that if something happens. Johnny says, what do the Wizards do here? Thoughts? I think the Wizards, the big thing with them is they've got a couple of really good trade exceptions. And I know that doesn't sound like a super sexy thing to a lot of people, but look, they've got $12 million here from the Porzingis one. That expires in June. They've got a little bit over $5 million from the Beal one. They've got $9.8 million from trading Monte Morris in the summer. They've got a lot of trade exceptions. And you might say, well, what's the point of that? The point is so that when a team like the Clippers, who are super massively into the tax, if they want to salary dump somebody, PJ Tucker plus a second-round pick might be all it takes. And the Wizards send back $10,000 of cash or something. And you might say, well, why would the Wizards want to do this? They're eating a salary for no reason. Well, they're getting a second-rounder. And it might not seem like a lot, but anytime you can pick up extra assets from other teams, you should do it. Maybe they could play hardball and say, we want 2 second-round picks, right? Maybe. But either way, they're picking up extra draft capital. The Wizards, this is a great move for them. And actually, one thing I want to throw in here, too. I don't even think it's just that. I think they would also get Brandon Boston in a trade like this. So they get another young player with it as well. Something like this, I think, makes genuine sense. I like this a lot for both sides. The Clippers free up a lot of money. And they could also turn this into a 3-team trade where the Clippers are getting some other player that they actually want. So definitely interesting to see. Scotto says, good time to move Chris Dunn with his trade value high. I want to talk more about the Jazz. Let's talk about some Jazz trades that we could see and maybe even cook up a couple of 3-team or 4-team trades. The whole point of doing a 3-team or 4-team trade would be to really just help give us a better picture on what the Jazz are trying to do holistically, okay? So it's not like all of these teams are necessarily reliant on each other, but let's send, in this example, Kelly Olynyk to the Thunder. We're going to send Chris Dunn to the Celtics, and we are going to send to the Clippers. Do we want to do anything with the Clippers? No, let's get the Knicks. Let's grab the Knicks here. So this is something that I like quite a bit for the teams involved, which would be pretty fascinating here. Quentin Grimes to the Jazz, as well as a second-round pick here to the Jazz, and maybe like even a 2029 second-rounder to the Jazz. Okay. So Grimes goes in this deal. We know that in the past, Jazz wanted Grimes in a Donovan Mitchell trade, so getting him now would be pretty good. And what they would send is Jordan Clarkson to the Knicks, and the Knicks would give back Evan Fournier's contract. Okay, so there's our one trade already. Okay, from this one, sending Chris Dunn to Boston, maybe get Delano Banton back, which I think there would be some interest from Utah to do that. And if you can get a couple of second-round picks in this one as well. So trade that one to the Jazz, and we will trade this 2027 Atlanta one to the Jazz, which I think they would like. And then we get to this final Kelly Olynyk component here. So Kelly Olynyk getting traded to Oklahoma City, I think makes a good deal of sense. We would see Vasi Micic and maybe someone like Ousmane Dieng going to Utah, as well as a 2024 first-round pick from the Clippers. Some big mega trade like this. So really this is just 4 separate trades, all, or 3 separate trades built into one trade with the Knicks, one trade with the Celtics, one trade with the Thunder, but I wanted to build it all in one just so you guys could see them all at the same time. I think it's a pretty good deal for all included, and I want to know your guys' thoughts on something like this. So let me know down in the comment section below. Let me know what you think about that. So really appreciate you guys. Shout out to Marius for following on Twitter, as well as Cream Soda. Shout out to T-Bomb for the follow. Charles as well, thank you. Shout out to the Zodiac GM. GM Zodiac's back. Love to see that. And Dapper, thank you for the follow as well. Let's get ready to post here again on Twitter. 3 separate Utah trades built into one so we can see them holistically. Thoughts? Very interested in seeing how that works, but it's an interesting trade package. I hope you guys have been enjoying the content. Shout out to 19OYJ for the follow, as well as Parker. So huge shout out to all of you. We will be showing your names here in just a second. But greetings from Italy, Reno. Glad to have you in here. Renell says it's already Thursday here in Manila, Philippines, 3 a.m., but I'm awake waiting for any Nets trade. Well, we'll keep you up to date on that. ITK says Danny Ainge keeps trying to tank, but his team keeps playing better. They honestly do. He can't tank right because the team is too good around it. Can Bruce Brown get moved again? He just went to the Raptors. He can, but he can only be traded by himself. Jazz got another Simone. If you ever watch Procito game, you will see the similarity. Yeah, they're very similar. Like I was saying, I think Procito's a little bit more athletic, but not quite as big. So, but otherwise they play, very similarly styled game, honestly. Zach says, I'm pretty locked in, but to be honest, Procito is a name I've known, but couldn't tell you much at all about his game. Yeah, no, I liked him a lot in his draft. I don't remember where I had him ranked, but Krispy Kreme, that's insane, ITK. Holy cow. Dark Gamer, as an Italian, I can say confidently that Procito is very overrated. It depends on who you ask. Like, if you're saying if he can't play a role in the NBA, I think then you're probably wrong, because I think he can play a role in the NBA. Douglas wants to know about the Charlotte Hornets. We will talk about Charlotte here very soon, Douglas, so make sure you stand pat here. We will get to them very, very soon. Brady says, just got back, and yes, happy to see Simone in Detroit. Was hoping Procito would have gotten a chance, but fire. Yeah, I think this is really good for them, honestly, long-term. Shock says Celtics are apparently monitoring Otto Porter Jr. His contract does makes some possible sense. They're going to be able to afford it for sure. Appreciate you, Zodiac, for the nice tweet. I will post that or leave a like on that. Thank you very much. Anthony Smith says Kevin Knox had a high draft value because of his defense in college. He played good against my nephew Peyton Aldridge. Knox hasn't shown any skill in the NBA, and Knox has struggled outside of his first year where he was getting garbage minutes with the Knicks. The GOAT says, been here for 20 minutes. The GOAT, that's great. I'm thankful for you. Appreciate that. Bray Thet says he's been here for 2 years. Appreciate you, Bray. Nav says years and years and years. Chili says year 2. Appreciate you, Chili. That's a pretty sick Isaiah Stewart profile picture there. Holy cow. Year 2 for a lot of you guys. John's been here for years, as has Eunice. Appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, Jared's been with us for a long time. Year 3 probably, like he's saying, I think. Brendan says, I'm the one who traded Sheldon. So, yeah, I've been here. Yeah, Brendan traded me to the Sacramento Kings last year. Brendan, if you can go find that tweet and tweet it at me again, that would be sweet. I will show that on stream if you're able to find that and send that to me. Kobe says, just subscribe Monday. Absolutely love it. You are the man. Well, Kobe, I appreciate you. Glad to have you in here, my guys. And all of you who are brand new, I love having you guys in here. Marie says he's been here since the Harden to Sixers trade. What a throwback. That was a while ago, 2 years ago. So this is year 3 for you, Marie. So huge shout out to you. Year 2 for Cole. That's awesome. Quentin's been here for 3 years. Gremlin saying 4 decades. I'm not even that old, and I somehow believe him. So, Gremlin, I'm going to take your word here. Nader Nation, I'm glad you're here for the first time. You know, that's awesome, too. That's one of the beautiful things is we got a community with people who've been watching for years. We got a community with people who've been watching for minutes, hours, days, whatever it is. I appreciate each and every one of you equally. So, really appreciate all the guys who've stuck with us here over years and years. But at the same time, it's awesome having a lot of you in here now. Scott, I think if your subscriptions are public, it might show how long you've been subscribed when you leave a comment on a normal video. I'll have to check into that and see if I can find out. But I think if you just leave a comment on a normal video, you might be able to hover over your little subscription thing and it'll show how long you've been subscribed. But that's a great point. You'd probably be able to. Brady says, been here since 2020, about 3 years. That is crazy. That's a long time. So, wow, this is awesome. Bray Thitt says this is year 3 for me. What would a Drummond to Sixers trade look like? Let's go jump into one of those here. I hope you guys are kind of enjoying the trade deadline here this year so far. I'm having a lot of fun, and let's talk about some Andre Drummond trades because I think he is someone who is going to be readily available. Teams that I could see being interested in the Bulls big man, by the way, is definitely Philadelphia. I could see Boston interested. I could see Milwaukee considering it if they trade Bobby Portis away, which I think is a real possibility. I could see the Knicks considering it given their injuries to their center spot, but although I think they're pretty happy right now with Hartenstein and Achua, so I don't think it's at the top of their priority list right now. Additionally, I mean, Miami might consider it just for depth purposes. Oklahoma City's been a team linked to him, of course. The Clippers could always use a little bit more size. He would be pretty fascinating next to James Harden. I think Harden could actually probably maximize Drummond better than almost anybody in the league. And then the Mavericks make sense. The Lakers make sense as a potential reunion spot too. But I want to talk about the Sixers here. And this is a great question from Maurice. The beautiful thing about Andre Drummond is he makes just $3.3 million. So it's very easy to get the money to work on something. And we're going to do something here centered around KJ Martin and Jaden Springer, 2 younger guys. I know it's not going to be the most exciting, whatever. And 2 2024 second-round picks. Super bland trade. Not the most exciting trade. The Bulls get a couple of young guys who are athletic. Springer can guard. KJ Martin doesn't really have a role in the league if it's not transition basketball. And then 2 second-round picks for Drummond. I think this is a pretty big win for Chicago. And I think Philly, I mean, if you're looking to consolidate your center spot, Drummond, we know, has been successful in the past behind Embiid as a backup. And we also know that a trade for him right now would help solidify the spot while Embiid's out. Kelly back to Houston would be great, but no rim protection. The Rockets are going to be more defensive oriented in their trades, I think, is what they've shown. Derek has been here for several years. Has been a good past couple of years with great content and a great community. That's my favorite part. The community is just fantastic. You guys know how much I love talking hoops and having a group of people that we can talk basketball to and have differing opinions or similar opinions, whatever it may be. It's just fun to go back and forth and chat and talk. And I feel like that's one of the things that out of all the things I think that I do pretty well on YouTube, I think that's the one thing I do the best out of a lot of other YouTubers my size or bigger, is spend time with the community, try and interact with my viewers and people who watch me. I respond, I read every single comment that has ever been left on the channel over the 3+ years I've been doing this. And I also obviously take time to read them during the actual stream here, as well as being a part of the Discord. Links in the description for that, by the way. Should I send that in again? I probably should. Let me grab that right now. Right over 450 likes, by the way. I'm going to send in some Twitter links as well as the Discord links. These are all in the description if you guys want it. BR Edis wants to know if Clay got traded. No, he did not, but we are watching to see if something happens there with the Warriors. Yola says, thoughts on trading Miles Bridges for Quentin Grimes? I don't see the New York Knicks doing that, to be honest with you. Eunice here says it's clear that OKC needs to get a power forward and trade Josh Giddey. Sam Presti got to fix the obvious trade. We'll see if what happens. ITK says, stumbled on Utility Sports last year, voting Woolman for 2024. Holy cow. ITK, I swear ITK has some of the funniest comments, though. His always make me laugh, I feel. Full Court Dreamer says, I wonder what the Bulls are going to do. They definitely need a rebuild immediately. Vooch, DeMar, and Drummond should be on the block. I'm not sure where Vucevic would get traded. Like, if we're just being honest about it, looking around the teams and stuff, I just don't even know who would have real interest in Nikola Vucevic, because his contract is pretty large. He's not a player who just naturally easily fits next to a bunch of people. Shout out to the following for following over on Twitter. Blake, huge shout out to you. He's a BYU, Jazz, and so he's a Utah fan. That's sweet to see. Shout out to 19OYJ again. Parker, huge shout out to you. Marius, Cream Soda as well. Shout out to T-Bomb, Charles, and of course we got Zodiac back as well as Dapper Draby. So huge shout out to everyone for the follows on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys. This is not real. This is not real. Aquino, you're scaring me here. That's not real. Oh, here we go. Don't have the tweet, but I have the picture from it, along with another Trey Classic. So let me zoom in here. Why is there we go. So I got traded. This is last year. Traded Utility Sports to the Kings for KZ Okpala. That's crazy. KZ Okpala is now going to go down in infamy because of this, by the way. And then this was me last year with my long hair. That's a sight for sore eyes. Holy cow. That's me and Victor Wembanyama on draft night. I guess I got replaced with Adam Silver. Holy cow. These are crazy. I kind of miss my hair, man. Miss my long hair. I don't have that the flow in the back anymore. But this is funny. And here we've got all of these crazy tweets. Brendan, thank you for that. I'm going to repost that. I'm going to quote it. Crazy throwback to last year's trade deadline live stream. That's awesome. This is the best part, right? This is like some of the most fun times. We get all these crazy memories. He's played so well this year, though, so I'm sure some team will bid high for him. I think Olynyk's, I don't know if people know how good Kelly Olynyk's been this year. Let me see if I can pull that up for everybody, because Kelly Olynyk has been fantastic. Kelly Olynyk has been really ridiculous. So let's get that up on the stream, because he is playing such good basketball this year. I don't think enough people really know that how good he's been. So he's shooting 56% from the field, which is 60+% from inside the 3-point line. He's shooting 60% on twos. He's shooting almost 43% from three. Again, not the highest volume, but over one a game, which is pretty impressive. And obviously he can handle the ball. He's shooting 71% at the rim this year, which is ridiculous. Look at league average. League average is 60%. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me zoom. There you go. League average is 60%. I'm not trying to sponsor Michelob here, by the way, but obviously the corner threes on one side is not shooting very well. It's 3 of 11. I'd like to see him shoot more of those for sure. But he's been really good. He's been really good. So he's worth a lot for sure. Kelly Olynyk has been just fantastic this season, so we'll see what happens with him. Susio wants to talk about the Knicks. The Knicks, my favorite deal for the Knicks. Let's get this pulled up on the screen here. My favorite deal for the Knicks, and I know Knicks fans don't love it as much because obviously they all like Quentin Grimes, and I understand why. He was really good last year. This year has been a real down year for him. But it's just ensuring that you get someone who can really help you contend this year for a title, and that is Malcolm Brogdon. Trade Fournier, you trade out Quentin Grimes, and you trade your own 2024 first-round pick. Again, that's probably going to be pick like 28, so it's not that high of a pick. Maybe like 26, 27. It's not going to be a very valuable first-round pick. To get him is pretty darn good. Tyler here with the $5 dono says, Woj just said on ESPN that the Hawks want to pair Kuminga with Jalen Johnson, Trae Young, and are willing to trade a few players to do so. Okay, so that's pretty big news. If that's something that they're trying to actively do, we'll have to wait to get more confirmation on that, but that would be insane if they got Kuminga. I would like Kuminga and Jalen Johnson together a lot. They're both very good players. So I like them both a lot in their draft classes. So that is very interesting, Tyler. Thanks for setting that in there. I'm going to put New Lord in timeout here for a second because he keeps sending in fake trades. Utah Jazz trade that Simone, dude. Yeah, I mean, Fontecchio can play. He's good. Jordan McKay says, do people realize Fontecchio is 28 years old? He hasn't played well enough for long enough to really care about. I mean, here's the thing about Fontecchio. Like, why I don't know why the age matters here as much. Like, he's a quality player. Like, I get it. He hasn't played great for he does he help Detroit? The answer is yes. So, I think he's pretty solid. Brendan says you'll learn how good second rounders are if you keep watching. Yeah, I love. I don't know why, but I'm just addicted to second round picks. Like, if you can make trades to get second round picks for basically players who have no long term staying power in your franchise, you should do that. Like, unless you're competing like for a championship, because getting more second rounders just opens up so much trade flexibility. Like, and people are gonna say, well, no, it doesn't. Like last year, the Celtics traded out of the first round for multiple second round picks. So if you have multiple second rounders, you can move up to get guys. It's the reality. Harubo says, is there any way the Knicks could get Sexton instead of Clarkson? Probably not. I don't think the Jazz are going to want to trade Sexton. He's been playing really well the last couple of weeks. So I don't think they're going to want to move him at all. The protections on the Celtics second round pick are hilarious. Yeah, it's like, that's my favorite. Is like they're fake second rounders is what I call them. Like, it's like not actually going to ever convey. Trade deadline is so boring right now. Well, Josh, I hope you're having a good time in here at least. We got some good background music. We got some vibes going on. 900 people watching. That's always sweet. I appreciate each and every one of you guys so much. You guys are all super awesome. We got over 460 likes on the stream today, by the way. So you guys have been absolutely killing it. Just doing a great job. And I love here chatting with you guys, spending some good quality time with you guys. Citizen says the deadline is tomorrow, the 8th. Today is the 7th, unless I'm wrong. You're 100% right. Trade deadline is officially tomorrow, Citizen. Big homie James says, love to see PJ Washington to the Clippers. Let's throw one of those trades here together because I think that is a realistic possibility. Appreciate you in here, big homie James. Shout out to you for being a part of the stream. Clippers are now the 1 seed in the Western Conference, by the way, as of Wednesday, February 7th. The morning of course. PJ Washington to the Clippers. This would be centered around PJ Tucker. You could also see maybe Mason Plumlee in there, although I think building something around Kobe Brown and Bones Highland makes a bit more sense for the Hornets perspective. And then from there, the Hornets probably get like 2 or 3 second round picks, something like that. Clippers don't really have a lot of trade flexibility, but this is one of the small ways that they can maybe improve their roster a little bit more, get someone who could guard a couple positions for them in the front court, and then also still shoot the basketball around their 3 stars. So we'll see. Ben Dice wants to know my top 3 destinations for LeBron. I think right now the trade deadline is going to set a little bit of a precedent for that as well. I think it's too early to accurately predict LeBron James for next season. Sarah Chamberlain says, hi, welcome to the stream, Sarah. Glad to have you in here. Swaggy says, anything from the Bucks? From the Bucks perspective, I think really everything is going to center around Bobby Portis's contract, Pat Connaughton's contract, and then figuring something out off of that. So if you look at what they have to offer here, they've got 2 second-round picks. They've got Bobby Portis and Pat Connaughton. That's what they've got to offer. And Marjon Beauchamp and obviously Andre Jackson Jr. They've got a couple pieces like that. But it's about making aggressive moves to try and win a title. That's what they're all about right now. Rego wants to know if I can get to the Phoenix Suns. I think the biggest thing with Phoenix is maybe a trade for Miles Bridges. I think that's really their best bet. I think that's their best way of improving their roster, although I could see them doing something with the Brooklyn Nets as well, which is worth noting. But Miles Bridges to Phoenix makes legitimate sense around Nasir Little, Bull's contract, and second rounders. 3 seconds to be exact. The return for Miles Bridges is going to be underwhelming this year. Hornets fans aren't going to love it, but it's probably just the reality that we're looking at, honestly. So Bridges to the Hornets, Nasir Little, Bull, 3 second rounders back in return. Jesus says, hey, did you go over any Heat trade possibilities? We have talked about some Heat possibilities, and they're kind of limited. I think Caleb Martin's the big player to watch for. There is some rumors, as Relic here is asking about, there are some rumors that Caleb Martin could be available. His $6.8 million contract would help Miami in some trade flexibility. Preach says, can you do some Lakers trades realistically? I think the biggest one to really focus on for the Los Angeles Lakers that I would like to see, honestly, is one with the Pacers. I would love to see some type of deal here where, let's go to the Nets. Let's grab the Brooklyn Nets in here too, because I think this type of 3-team construction is probably the most sensible. Dinwiddie to the Pacers. And people are going to be saying, wait, what? We're going to send Buddy Hield to the Lakers. And we're going to send D'Angelo Russell to the Nets. And the reason behind this is we're going to send a second rounder next year to the Lakers. We're going to send a 2028 second rounder to the Pacers and a 2029 second rounder via Dallas to the Pacers as well. So what you're looking at here is the Pacers get off Buddy Hield. They turn him into Spencer Dinwiddie. It's a pretty big shift in their roster, but it's one that if Hield is discontent, you're able to bring in a different discontent player, ride him out till the end of the season, and then you wash your hands of it, and you do so by picking up 2 extra second-round picks. The Lakers get Buddy Hield, who is a better fit on their roster, in my opinion, than D'Angelo Russell, and you also pick up a second-rounder because D'Lo is probably valued a little bit more. And the Nets get D'Lo, who could be a little bit more of an offensive engine for them, and they wash their hands of the Dinwiddie situation, which could theoretically get messy depending on how this trade deadline goes. So this is a interesting Lakers trade for sure. Jay Anderson says it's year 3 for him. I do 100% believe that. Jay's been around for a long time, so huge shout out to Jay here on the channel. Josh says, I wish my Wolves trade Kyle Anderson. I don't want him here. Yeah, he's been struggling the last couple of weeks. Josh, I am an actual NBA reporter covering the Minnesota Timberwolves this year. I'm a credentialed NBA reporter. My Twitter link, my personal one, is in the description. In there, you'll see interviews with Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, Mike Conley, and a bunch of the other Wolves players, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I am very close proximity to the Timberwolves, so you might enjoy some of those. So definitely go give me a follow on my personal Twitter, Josh. I think you'd enjoy it. Anthony says trade on the screen is horrible for the Knicks. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, Quentin Grimes not having a good season is one thing I'll say. Like, Quentin Grimes this year is shooting, by the way, Quentin Grimes has not played in the last 3 Knicks games. He's shooting 39% from the field and 36% from 3. He's scoring 7 points a game. Getting Malcolm Brogdon would not be bad for them. Upgrading would not be bad for them. New, what's going on with what you're showing with Utah? So that was just a hypothetical offseason of or trade deadline here for them where they make a bunch of different trades. What they've actually done is trade Simone Fontecchio for a second rounder. So I like that quite a bit for them. Luke says, are there any mods in the chat here? I'm moderating it. I'm doing as best as I can. Obviously, a couple of things I'm a little bit behind on, but I'm trying my best to keep people contained in terms of spreading false information. John says, you read everything in your stream. You're awesome to your subs. Appreciate you, John. And Bray says, y'all join the Discord. Links in the description for the Discord. It's a great place to chat some hoops. We've got a lot of awesome new people in there. I'm actually going to pull that up on stream. I want everyone in here right now to go join the Discord. You will see your name pop up in the Discord once you join. So again, we've got some awesome people in here. We got ADV here joining, which is sweet. Ginger Paw joined as well. We've got Joni. Huge shout out to Joni. We got Bendy's as well. So a lot of great news. Undeniable flawlessness is in the Discord. So huge shout out to all of you for joining and being a part of it. Obviously, really appreciate each and every one of you. And if you guys join, you're going to see your name up on the stream just like all of these other awesome people. So everyone go join right now. OJ, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in the Discord. Glad to have you in there as well. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Joe Curry says Evan Fournier for Bogdanovich from the Hawks with picks if they don't get DeJounte Murray or Mikal Bridges. I don't hate the idea of Bogdanovich either with the Knicks. That would be epic. Brendan, thank you for sending that, by the way. That was epic to see. That was epic. What's wrong with the hair, says SP. I'm just missing my old hair. Just missing my old hair now. Finn says, do you think D'Lo would be a good fit in this Brooklyn team right now? I think he'd be a solid fit with them. Welcome Luca to the Discord. That's awesome to see. We got a Luca in there now. Maybe named after Doncic. Who knows? Havoc says, any trades happen yet? Yeah, we had one trade, Havoc. Simone Fontecchio got traded. Jordan says he went to Esperanza High School. We actually played Zion and won. I thought he was going to be crazy in the league. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty darn good in the league. Kelly has been amazing. Yeah, Kelly's been really good. Twitter link's not working for you. Okay. Let me check the description. I mean, I think that they should be probably working. Jay sent a photo here to me on Twitter as well. So Alec, okay, this is a big 14 trade. Holy cow. Jay, I will get to that in a little bit. Wow, big trade. Big trade. Okay. Well, hopefully you guys are enjoying so far. Do not do this to me, Nick. Do not do this to me. Boo. I gotta send a reaction to that. I'm mad at that. No, I don't like that. Shout out to ITK and Coop for both getting in here. That's awesome to see. Great having more and more people joining the Discord. Make sure you guys check out the channels in there quite a bit and see exactly what is going on. There's a lot of great stuff. Great community to be a part of. Just honestly a great environment. Great thing to be a part of. Hopefully you're able to get that Twitter link to work there, SC. Otherwise, just look me up at _utility sports on Twitter. That would be a great place, a great way to find me. Grayson says, any trades you see the Magic making? I think one that does make some sense is with them in Atlanta. And this would be probably centered around San Antonio being a part of this as well. So let's get the Spurs in here. Let's get Markelle Fultz to the Spurs. We're going to have the Spurs send a second rounder to the Hawks for this. We're going to have DeJounte Murray go to Orlando. We're going to send 2024 first to the Hawks and a 2025 first to the Hawks. And then maybe from there, like Caleb Houston goes to the Hawks as well. Something like this. This won't work because I didn't do the money for San Antonio. Whoops. Let's get McDermott here to the Hawks as well as some smaller players. Sandro Mamukelashvili. I'm sure Spurs fans will be mad at me about that, but something like this. I don't know. I think this is pretty good for Orlando if they can turn Markelle Fultz in a couple of lesser value first. Like this is like a playoff pick, right? So this is going to be like pick 18 maybe this year, pick 20 maybe this year, depending on how they play. And then this is a Denver first next year, so probably in the late 20s. So 2 late 20s picks, a second rounder from San Antonio to get Markelle, and then just expirings basically here to Atlanta plus a young guy. Magic get DeJounte Murray, significantly upgrade their point guard spot. So I think it'd be pretty good. Aquino says, I got bait. Yeah, Aquino, you got baited bad. On stream, Aquino, you got baited. For those of you who don't know, Kino is a big-time Wizards fan. He's been watching the channel for a very long time, so he's an awesome viewer, and I'm thankful to have him a part of our community here. Eunice says Pistons need God, no trade will fix them. I mean, they are kind of at a really, really tough spot. Luke Davis says just Fontecchio to the Pistons for Knox in a second-round pick so far. Yep, that's all we've really had. Fontecchio's a great shooter and is a solid defender. Pistons fleece the Jazz. I don't know about fleece. I think Jazz did okay on it, but I don't think fleeced is the right word. But I think they won the trade if I had to pick. Josh says Kuminga to the Wolves, please. Probably not going to happen there, Josh. Brendan says storming again. Hopefully we don't lose power at the game tonight. Lost power during PBR Sunday. Well, hopefully you are able to stay safe and hopefully not lose power at all, Brendan. Eric says Hornets haven't done anything right. That is correct. Nothing yet, Eric, but I still expect them to be extremely busy. So, we got some super chats in here now. Looks like one from Alex here. It says thoughts on DeRozan, Caruso for hero construction. I don't think the Heat are going to do anything like that. I think the Heat are going to be centered more around keeping Tyler Hero. Although Caruso would be really good for Miami. I just don't see them trading off some size in any process to do that either. So I can't see them really trading Caleb Martin in a deal like that. Essential Classic says I was right about the Bulls winning yesterday. You were right, Essential Classic. I literally thought about you while I was watching the game. I thought, wow, they called it. The deal, the Wolves fell apart in the worst way possible. Tyler A. Gates says Hawks would want Vassell. I don't think the Hawks are going to get Vassell in a deal. But I think something like this would be pretty good. But I don't think the Spurs are going to be willing to trade Vassell. Tyler, thank you, though, for the $2. Appreciate you guys. The super chats obviously go a long way. Los Angeles here says, good morning. It is still good morning over in LA. That's still, it's only 11:20 a.m. there. He says, good morning. Any news on the Lakers? Right now, it's been kind of quiet on the Lakers front, but I think that they're a team that's definitely going to make a move. I would be just shocked if they don't because they're the Los Angeles Lakers, and they always make a move. So my expectation is they still will. Adam Hurley says these teams are stupid waiting till the last day to make trades. I agree. I don't know. The fact that they wait till the deadline is like so broken. The deadline should be like looked at as like the cutoff of, we have to do our work well before this. Instead, they all procrastinate it, and then they're like, what's going to happen? And then we get to the end, and they run out of time. Jeffrey wants to know if the Celtics will help their bench. I think that they will help their bench, and I think it'll be probably in the form of a big man or a backup guard. And one guard I like a lot for them getting is Dennis Smith Jr. I think he would be very beneficial for them. And it might cost them Delano Banton and a second round pick or something similar. But something like this is a pretty good deal. Pretty similar to the deal we just saw get made for Simone Fontecchio. Decent role player, quality role player for second round pick and, salary filler or young guy. I think Banton has more upside than Knox, but it's not like Delano Banton's a player you're trading for and betting that he'll be really good for you. I think this is a deal that helps them. Yeah, I don't think Kuminga is getting traded. How is Tucker on the Clippers? He's available, is what he is. RMS, welcome to the stream. He says he's a Mavs fan. That's sweet to see. Amani says, no talk about the Western Conference Minnesota Timberwolves. They do need to make a trade for shooting, and that's a must. Let's talk about the Timberwolves right now. So the Timberwolves have a couple of tradable salaries. They've got this one right here. $9.2 million, Kyle Anderson. They've got Shake Milton, $5 million, and they've got Troy Brown's $4 million. Those are their real tradable contracts. And then for young guys that they could attach, Wendell Moore, who I think would be available in trades, and then Leonard Miller, who I think Minnesota will be very reluctant to trade. So they've got those three tradable salaries, and then Wendell Moore is the guy who is maybe a sweetener. And then when you're looking for shooters, like there's a few that could make some sense. Like one, they could go to Dallas and they could try and get Seth Curry. Like this is like a really small move. But one that maybe the Mavs would entertain as like hey, we get an extra draft asset to work with here. And it's just trading Curry for Milton. and the Mavs give up a shooter. The Wolves get a shooter who could really help them. I don't know. Like, I think Seth Curry could actually really help this Timberwolves team. He's who I wanted them to sign in the offseason. I didn't think a return to Dallas was going to happen, but of course it did. Otherwise, if you're looking for like other talented players, like obviously, I mean, Tyus Jones is going to be the name that a lot of people want to know about. In any Tyus Jones trade, it's going to be Shake Milton plus Kyle Anderson. This is where a 3-team or 4-team trade makes a good deal of sense. I think like a 3-team deal is probably the best way to cook here. Let's get PJ Tucker to the Wizards here. In this situation, we're going to send Kyle Anderson to the Clippers. We're going to send a couple of seconds this way to Washington. And we're going to send 4 seconds to Washington here. So you're looking at a pretty massive collection of second rounders going out this way. But it's a pretty like smart deal, I think. In here, the Wizards get 5 second-round picks. That was not supposed to go that way. Hold on. They were supposed to get Tyus Jones in this. Trade to the Timberwolves. And, this second rounder is supposed to go to the Wizards as well. So, 6 second-round picks. Wolves get Tyus Jones. Wizards get salary and picks. Clippers get Kyle Anderson. Helps their defensive front court a little bit. Something like this makes some sense, I think. Richmond Charles says, hi, welcome to the stream, Richmond. Marcus says, greetings from Germany. Does Olynyk to the Mavs make sense? It does, but I don't think Dallas is going to get involved with Olynyk as much. I think they're going to be more so focused on players like PJ Washington, Andrew Wiggins, Bobby Portis, maybe Dorian Finney-Smith. A return there is probably what we'll see happen. BP says, please no Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie's not going to be there long term, so I wouldn't really worry about it. Eric Schaefer says, as a Hornets fan, I hope Bridges, PJ Richards still on roster after this trade deadline. Hayward, Lowry, Bouknight should be only guys moved. We'll see what they do. I think they'll be very active. Matt says, do you think that if Joel Embiid doesn't come back to play, do the Sixers still make a move to try to stay afloat? I think there's a very good chance that they'd try to stay afloat for sure. So, D Money here says D'Lo has been really good. Lakers should trade him. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I know he's been playing well the last few weeks, but I don't know. Just remember Western Conference Finals last year, he couldn't hit a shot. Alex says, do you think the Pistons are done until the offseason? What would you do if you were the Pistons GM? They've got Joe Harris's expiring salary. So I think that they should see what they could do with that and see if there's anything they could get. No Lock says, bro, stop with the... I'm not even running ads. That's just a YouTube thing. That's not me. So... that's just how YouTube works. Mark Calhoun says, what about the Warriors? The Warriors, I think, will be focused on Andrew Wiggins. Olaf says, I feel like one less second rounder to the Pacers would be fine. Talking about a deal we did earlier. Brady Thompson says, yeah, he went from starting against Cleveland in the playoffs to DNPs this year. Off year for him. Yeah. I mean, Quentin Grimes is like, he's valuable, but I mean, it is what it is. Eunice says, miss the dono. I've been watching them. I've been watching the donos. King J says, I can't lie. You need to make some Spurs trades for Wemby. He is the next big thing. 3 trades, Chetty, Doug, Graham with contenders. I don't know if contenders really want those guys. One trade I could see here too. Let's clear this. Let's clear this. Let's get San Antonio in here. This is going to ruffle some feathers. This is going to definitely ruffle some feathers here. Are you guys ready? I don't think you guys are ready for this. We're going to do McDermott plus Blake Wesley plus CD Sissoko plus the Hawks first round pick in 2025, the swap right in 2026, and the 2027 second rounder. So basically, Atlanta gets a decent amount of their picks back for DeJounte Murray. The Spurs get back their point guard to play next to Victor Wembanyama. Who says no? Who says no in this funny, hilarious trade? Braithwaite says Fournier, Grimes, Sims, Arcidiacono for Caruso, Drummond, Craig, Carter. Money works. New York picks would need to be sent. What picks in your opinion? at least their 2024 first, at least, and then probably either a pretty thick collection of second rounders. I don't know. This is a pretty big trade. I think that you could probably take out Craig and Carter and just focus on Carter's money probably has to be in there, huh? I see what you're kind of saying, but it's an interesting deal, Bray. Interesting idea. But yeah, this is for King J here about the Spurs making a big time trade, getting DeJounte Murray back. What do we think? What do we think about DeJounte back in San Antonio? This is not breaking. Be careful what you guys are looking at, because there's not been another big trade since then. Mark Hoffman says, hope the neck is better. Need you 100%. I'm feeling way better today. I got a better night of sleep. It's still a little sore, but I can actually look at this. I can actually turn my head. I can actually turn my head that way. So it's feeling much better today. It's been feeling much better. Capo says they didn't trade Grimes for Mitchell, and y'all think they'll give him up for Brogdon. I mean, I think that's what we would just classify as a mistake. I think that's just what we would say they probably should have. Gremlin says Spurs need any good point guard prospect that can shoot, but we'll try to draft one. Nemhard, Keontae, George, Case, and Wallace would be ideal, but their teams value them as Godfather offers. Yeah, I don't think they're going to trade those players. Rosanik says, hey man, expect a possible Royce O'Neal Cavs trade soon. This is reported at Hoops Wire. I don't know if there's a way to really get that done. Cavs Nets. I mean, the Cavs don't have any trade exceptions. So if you're trading for a $9.5 million salary, are you including Isaac Okoro? I don't know. I think that's I don't know. That's pretty weird. Isaac Okoro's having a career year. He's shooting the three better than he ever has. I don't know, man. I don't see how you get the money to work here. Unless you're trading George Niang, which maybe, but would it be something like Niang for I don't know. Niang in a second round pick via Milwaukee. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I don't really know. Is that something that motivates teams? I'm not really sure. Murray is not going to Orlando, says Jonathan. Interesting. You think there is any chance Kings make a play for Jonathan Isaac? Let's talk about that. I'm sure Jonathan won't like this trade either. But we're going to do Orlando and Sacramento. And let's just get Jonathan Isaac to the Kings. You know what? Let's really have fun with this. Jonathan's really not going to like this. DeJounte Murray to the Magic. Picks 2025 first to the Hawks and 2024 first to the Hawks. And in return, the Kings will throw multiple second rounders at the Hawks as well, including that Portland one, which is a pretty good one to work with. Yeah, this is pretty solid. And then we'll throw some money here. We have to throw some money out. So Vezenkov can go to the Hawks. Davion Mitchell can go to the Hawks, as well as Chris Duarte to the Hawks. I mean, something like this. Kings get Isaac for 3 second rounders, Davion, Vezenkov, and Duarte. Magic get DeJounte for 2 firsts and Isaac. I mean, it's not terrible. This is not real. This is not a real tweet. How do you feel about Tyus for Markelle? Remember, guys, if a big trade actually happens, make sure to tweet at me so that I see it, okay? So make sure to tweet at me so we don't miss on any of the news, because obviously I'm trying to run a stream here too. So I'm keeping my eyes on everything. But significant upgrade would be trading Austin Reeves for DeJounte Murray. I don't know. The Lakers won't do that, I can promise you. Tyler Gates says, Atlanta says no, Vassell has to be in the trade. Thank you, Tyler, for the 2 again. I just don't think Vassell is going to be in the trade for anything. D-Money says this is the weakest deadline in a while. I mean, yeah, last year had a little bit more star power, but it's okay. There's still important trades that can happen this year. I feel like I'm playing Stardew Valley with the background music. It's funny. Shout out to you, Alex. Hype Frog Play says, any possible Ben Simmons trade? LOL. Maybe. Like, if there's a Hornets fans, you might want to, like, hide. Because I'm going to talk about your team here, and you're probably not going to be excited about it. But here we go. Let's go grab Brooklyn. Something like this. Simmons to the Hornets for Gordon Hayward and James Bouknight. And maybe like the Hornets give up, or the Nets, give up a 26 second rounder to do this. Something like this. The Hornets take in an extra salary to pick up an extra pick. Nets get Hayward and Bouknight, who they just let Hayward expire. Something like this. They could even buy out Hayward maybe. What time is the deadline? How long? We are 24 hours and 27 minutes away from the trade deadline. 24 hours and 27 minutes away. So I am super excited for that. Killian Hayes to the 76ers. I don't know why they would do that. I don't see that being a real option. That would happen. Yeah, Warriors aren't trading Kuminga. I agree with that. Bilo says, what are Magic's top trade prospects? Anthony Black, if they made him available, a lot of teams would have interest, but I don't see them doing that. Cam Harris says, Chris Dunn or Tyus Jones to the Bucks. Let's talk about the Bucks. I would love for the Bucks to get Chris Dunn. That would really help them a ton. Let's go back to the Jazz. Chris Dunn would be fantastic in Milwaukee, actually. Like, he would really, really help their team. And they have tradable salaries to do something here. Like, even if it's Beauchamp and a second, like, this is a huge home run for the Jazz, I think, if they're able to do this. And this is also, like, really helpful to the Bucks, because that means that they are getting someone who will actually play for them. So that would be quite good. Something like that, I mean, it'd be interesting. Jeff Duck here says, is there any news on Warriors doing anything? Thanks for your time. Appreciate you, Jeff Duck. Glad to have you be a part of the stream here today. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are too. And when it comes to actual, like, definitive news, nothing. But I think the rumors right now are really centered around Andrew Wiggins at this point. So, Eric, that's not right. Victor Wembanyama exists. Tyler Holmes says, just watched Crispy's reaction to the trade. He thought Simone was 20. Oh, no. Oh, boy. All right. 7 second rounders, says John Carls. Yes, a lot of second rounders. Why trade PJ? If you're talking about Washington, because you're the Hornets and you're not going anywhere. Yola says, do you think the Hornets would have interest in a good package for Isaiah Stewart? I don't think the Hornets should be buying anybody. I think the Hornets are bad, and I don't think that they should be buying anyone that isn't, like, definitively going to really elevate their team. Alter says, thoughts on Jordan Clarkson? I like him. Probably worth a couple second rounders. Matt Bradbury says, would be funny if Wiggins moves teams and immediately gets back to form. That's probably what will happen, to be honest. It happened when the Timberwolves traded him. He, like, kind of got back into, like, oh, I should probably play good basketball. And he did. Alex says, Elizabeth, okay, thank you. That's one of my favorite things when you guys are chatting with each other as well. Alan says, do you think Utah will sell anymore, or are they still towing the play in line? I think Utah is going to continue selling, if I'm being honest. I think they'll make like 2 or 3 more moves, or trade 2 or 3 more players, maybe even just in one trade. Silver says, seems like the Lakers' reluctant moves in this deadline is because they believe they have a chance at Donovan Mitchell, but D'Lo has a player option. So I don't know. I don't think the Lakers have any chance at Donovan Mitchell at all. I want this one. Lakers receive Cam Johnson and the Nets get D'Lo, Max Christie, and Max Lewis. I don't think the Pistons or the Nets, would do that. SB says Dennis Schroeder, Jalen McDaniels for Kyle Anderson, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and Josh Minot. The Wolves say no, they're not going to give up Nickeil. Nickeil is very, very valuable to them. Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade. Holy cow, I missed it. Oh my gosh, I'm not good at this. Hold on, let me pull it up. We have a trade. Holy cow. Let's get on here now. We have a trade. It's flowing. We've got a trade to announce. I'm very excited about it. Thank you to everyone who is tagging me. I somehow was still missing it because I'm that bad at this, I guess. Shout out to Tyler. Thank you for the comment. Here we are. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading forward/center Xavier Tillman to the Boston Celtics for 2 second-round picks. Some center insurance to help battle down the stretch of the year and in foul trouble during playoff games. If he racks up a DNP CD, no Big E. I like that. Xavier Tillman to Boston. I think that's pretty solid for them. He's got decent playmaking feel. I think that's pretty good, honestly. There in that. C. Saba would want Bobby Portis. Let's go back over to this one, though. The Celtics are sending a 2027 second rounder via Atlanta and 2030 second via Dallas to the Grizzlies. Boston gets Tillman, a young, versatile frontcourt player who gives them some depth for a championship run. So overall, pretty solid. Appreciate everyone for tagging me. Definitely helps with our trade deadline coverage here for sure. That's definitely notable news there. So we get a pretty good trade. I'm going to be giving my trade grades here in a minute. I like this. And this is another example. The Grizzlies continue to rack up second rounders. First, the Steven Adams trade. And now the Tillman deal. Memphis is up to something big, I think. I think Memphis is planning to do something that is going to shock some people. I don't exactly know what it is yet. Shout out to Tyler for the follow. Huge thank you to you. Shout out to Kendrick Roberts as well. Shout out to Pac-Man as well as Andre and Dombo. Huge thank you to all of you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you. But I like this for Boston. I like this for the Grizzlies too. So let's talk about this deal here. 2 second-round picks, 2027 second via Atlanta, 2030 second via Dallas to the Grizzlies. So when it comes to my actual trade grades, let's get that on the stream now. What I would say here is for the Celtics, I'm going to give this a B plus. I would have preferred like Drummond if you're giving up 2 second rounders. There was a couple other players I would have preferred probably as backup bigs, but Tillman can play. I think Tillman is all right. He's solid, gives you a body. And if Memphis was willing to deal him, you had to make sure you got the deal done. If Chicago's sitting and waiting and saying, oh, well, we might trade him here, we might trade him there, we're in a bidding war for Andre Drummond, then you just, okay, go get Xavier Tillman. It's fine. So I think that's okay. I'll give it a B plus. That's solid. For Memphis, I'm going to give it a TBD. And that's what I've been holding even through the Steven Adams trade. I gave it a TBD because these deals are a little funky and weird to me. Like, they're doing stuff to get extra second round picks. They're at a huge pick surplus now when it comes to second round draft picks, which is interesting. So it's a to be determined. I think Memphis is going to do something big. I don't exactly know what it is. We're going to have to keep our eyes on it for sure. But Nick wants to know if this is a watch along for all of the trade news today. Yeah, for as long as I can possibly stream. I've been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes already. But yeah, breaking Xavier Tillman to Boston. I like that a lot for the Celtics. Nice. We got a huge trade. I keep saying huge trade. This maybe doesn't classify as a huge trade, but it is a Woj bomb in a way. And I'm excited. Brady did call. He said, I knew Tillman was going to. I think you said that yesterday, Brady, if I'm not mistaken. Tillman's an interesting get for them. Tillman's got some passing feel, and he defends decently well. Like, I think this is a pretty good get. He's rather versatile. He hasn't played the last few games, obviously, for the Grizzlies, but this year he's shooting 40% from the field, by the way. Last year he shot 61% from the field. So I don't know. I think it's like part of it's like rim creation from other guys. Like when he's playing next to Ja, he plays a lot better. I don't know. Tillman to the Celtics for 2. Like I think that like the thing is with Tillman, it's not about him being like this big time piece for them. It's like, can he play like 4 to 6 minute stretches every once in a while? and it gives them insurance in case Porzingis gets hurt or if Horford's tired and needs some rest, like whatever. And then with, obviously their key backup big right now is Luke Cornett, and I think that they prefer Cornett over Tillman, but they're still gonna get there. Obviously, like, yes, I'm gonna see the chat, but I do have notification. You have to, Jaeger, you have to understand. I've got like so many notifications going on at all times. I've got notifications on. I was on Twitter already, so like that's part of why I didn't see any notifications. So I'm keeping my eyes on. Keep tweeting at me here for sure as stuff is going on. We have another tweet to share. Thank you guys for notifying me. Let's look at this one here. Kevin Keneally. So this is from Evan Sittery. He says, the Hawks don't appear to have an offer on the table, including multiple first-round picks for DeJounte Murray. Per Woj ESPN, Atlanta's best return package for Murray might only include a good young player or expiring contract alongside one first-round pick. Atlanta is mulling over whether these types of returns even make sense to trade Murray before the deadline. To me, I wouldn't trade him if I'm not getting more than one first-round pick. But that's what we're doing. Here we have a tweet. Celtics had expressed interest in Chris Boucher, who probably would have cost only one second-rounder. Tillman is younger and cheaper, though. Likely takes him off the market for depth bigs. I mean, the one thing, too, is Boucher makes $11 million a year. So I don't know how he thinks it would have been cheaper, like, or how it would have only cost less. Like, it would have also cost players, like other players in the deal. So Boston did have one thing about Boston is they did have a trade exception. Let me get that rolling on the bottom now. So it's very possible that that's what they used to acquire him, by the way. Boston had a $6.2 million trade exception. So that's something I should also tweet out here. Boston did have access to a trade player exception worth more than $6 million. Likely see Tillman filling some of that. So that means that they're probably going to break their trade player exception apart a bit. Here we go. I would expect Philly to make 1 to 3 trades before Thursday afternoon. That is according to Brian Windhorst, which is notable. I would have liked a bigger center for me. He is like Horford, just for a shooter. I mean, like I kind of understand what you're going there with there. Like the thing is, I really wouldn't worry about it too much though, because it's all about depth. A mystery team has reportedly offered the Raptors a first-round draft pick for Bruce Brown. If it's coming from this guy, don't trust it. Okay. I would not trust this at all. For all summer long, if you go to this guy's profile, this guy said that Pascal Siakam was going to be a Pacer all summer long, saying that the deal was going to be done. Or not a Pacer, excuse me, an Atlanta Hawk. He said that he was going to be an Atlanta Hawk all summer long. And then that never happened. So I don't know. Shout out to LV Dubs as well as Doe Billy. Make sure you guys do tweet at me when more news comes in, because that is helpful. It's one of the best ways for us to see what's going on here. And tomorrow we will be fully prepared for it. Obviously, we're getting some good trades today, which I love to see. But yep, exactly. Memphis Grizzlies are trading forward/center Xavier Tillman to the Boston Celtics for 2 second-round picks. Let me know your guys' thoughts down in the comment section below. Shout out to Bilo as well. Appreciate you guys. Woj alert. 1,000 people watching. We're over 1,000 live viewers. That means you guys have to hit a like. That is crazy. At 1,000 live viewers right now. Huge thank you guys. I'm going to get some balloons in here. Let's even get it full screen for some hype in here. 1,000 live viewers. Huge thank you to everybody in here right now. Really appreciate you. Again, we got the trade here between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Boston Celtics for Xavier Tillman. I think that's a huge get for the Grizzlies. I think getting 2 second-round picks is going to be really nice for them, because I think they're going to go out and do something else. They've already acquired second-round picks for Steven Adams. They've acquired now 2 second-round picks for Xavier Tillman. The Memphis Grizzlies, to me, are up to something, and I'm very fascinated to see what it ultimately is. This is Hornets Muse. I'm not interested in Hornets Muse. I do think like people are going to look at this and say, oh, well, this isn't worth, like, they're going to point to all the flaws in Xavier Tillman's game. It's depth. Like, not these trades don't have to. Last year, the Nuggets traded a couple second-round picks for Thomas Bryant, and then he ended up not even playing. But it's like pretty solid, to be honest. Shams is off his game today. Well, the nice thing is, Josh, they still have more second rounders. They could still go get another player, and they have their first this year, so they could go trade for anybody really. Yeah, the Grizzlies literally have no centers now. Guilty says, dude just likes any trades that. Well, what do you want me to do? Hate on him? Say, oh, this is useless. Xavier. I mean, if you know Xavier Tillman, you know that he could help you in a 4-minute stretch sometime. And like the thing is, championship odds are like defined by this. Like if you are this much worse, like think about the Kawhi Leonard game winner where it hits off the rim 4 times to beat the Sixers. If the Sixers were this much better, if they had a little bit better of a backup center, because they played Greg Monroe and he was a minus a million in like 3 minutes because they couldn't play without Embiid off the floor in that series. And if you go back and watch it, if they had a backup center, if they had someone like Xavier Tillman, just a little bit better, they might have won the NBA championship that year because they lost to the team that won the championship in 7 games on a miraculous buzzer beater. So I know it might sound like a little tiny thing, but having Xavier Tillman might help them win a playoff game, might help them win 3 minutes of a playoff game. And if you win 3 minutes of a playoff game, it makes you way more likely to win the actual game. Billy Bob says, how many firsts is LaMelo Ball worth? Probably like 3. I don't know. BT Cycle says, Grizz signed another G League player to fill the void. Yeah, they're going to. I don't think Tillman's going to hold his own against Giannis, but I think he's a body. He's a body. And having another body is good. Tillman's okay. Quan says, Rui, Woods, and Vanderbilt for Clay, plus 1 or 2 second-round picks. They're not going to the Warriors would not do that. Steven Adams got traded to the Rockets. Smoke. Steven Adams got traded to the Rockets. Joe Birdbrain Missoula said, did the Celtics use their trade player exception? They have 2. Yes, I think that they did. That's my assumption on it right now. We don't have we're going to have to keep watching for like further reporting on this, of course. So we will see, but we're definitely going to keep our eyes on it. Boston had been the team most connected to Xavier Tillman if he was unable to find an extension with Memphis. 2 second-round picks is also going to be very relevant context for Chicago's conversations around Andre Drummond. My position around Andre Drummond is he's going to cost 2 to 3 second-round picks is where I've most often felt. And that's fairly realistic, I think, to what possibly happens. So I think that's where we're headed for sure. Let's keep that off. Okay. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far as well. Over 1,000 awesome people in here. Let's see how many subs we're up to now as well. Everyone hit that subscribe button. It's completely free to you. Helps me out a lot here at Utility Sports. And wow, we're over 22,230 subscribers. So you guys are going absolutely crazy. I appreciate each and every one of you. Right now, I'm going to send out a quick tweet even saying over 1,000 live viewers in our trade deadline live stream. Come stop in on YouTube at Utility Sports. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. You guys have been killing it this year. Fire Weaver said, Jazz say no. Okay. Very interesting. This was that's right. This was the Jazz trade idea we talked about earlier, centered around, I think, Chris Dunn and something else. Appreciate each and every one of you though. Shout out to Braxton, says Goran the GOAT. Goran Dragic, man, I love that guy. Rico, Mavs fan for life. I'm a Mavericks fan as well. So shout out to our Mavs fans watching right now. Trade player exception rules are changing. They're not changing, but they're just splitting up the trade. Do you think either Isaac or Gafford is traded? I think Gafford is more likely than Jonathan Isaac, but we shall see. Thank you again for the 2 as well, Jordan. Really appreciate you. You've been asking some great questions in here, and you've been absolutely awesome to have in the stream. Jose says, any news about the Lakers? Not yet, but we will keep our eyes on them. Alex says, is there a chance the Grizzlies are just cheap? Well, that's partially it. They're partially cheap, but I think, like, here's the thing. If they're clearing future salary, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some reason that they're clearing up future salary. So, I think there's some reason to believe that there's like other stuff going on behind the scenes. Like let's pull up Memphis here real quick. Make sure you guys tweet at me again if something crazy is going on. Yeah, Bobby Marks just tweeted his salary will go into the Grant Williams traded player exception, which is what I had said as well. So that was my speculation. It sounds like Bobby Marks has like firm reporting on it. So and Boston still has 6 second rounders to trade. So for those of you who are wondering, I even referenced this earlier. I literally said Boston traded out of the first round this past year, got a bunch of second rounders. Well, there's some of those second rounders in use. They get Xavier Tillman, who can maybe help them make a finals push this year, even if it means he only plays 40 playoff minutes. Like maybe those 40 playoff minutes become super important and they win just a little bit better in those minutes than they would have without him. And it's just another option for Missoula to maybe go to rely upon. So definitely is big news. But what I want to do here now, let's get some more balloons in here for the hype too. Over 1,000 viewers live, which is sweet. If the balloons will ever pop up here. There we go. Let's get the trade machine pulled up. So let's look at what the Grizzlies have to work with now. From a trade perspective, after making their trades, the Grizzlies are recouping a bunch of second rounders. And you might say, well, what's the big deal? So they get this Atlanta one with no protections, 2027. And they get this Dallas 2031. So now this is what the Grizzlies are working with. They have all of their own first round picks. They have the swap right with Phoenix or Washington. That doesn't really matter. They have they have all of their own first round picks. So they could offer 4 firsts, 4 swaps. They can do that typical thing that a lot of teams have done for a star. They also now have a collection of second rounders. They've got 2 in 2030. They've got 1 in 2027, 1 in 2026. And they should have more than that even, I think, because of the Rockets trade. I don't know if this is fully updated, but they've got a collection of second rounders now and all of their firsts. I really think the Grizzlies are lining up to do something else. I think that they're in a position to do something pretty big and significant. According to Mike Scotto, there's a growing belief that the Clippers would consider trading Bones Highland for 2 second-round picks. Timberwolves and Hornets among teams that are interested. We will keep our eyes on that. Yeah, Fireweaver, that was a great point that you made too, Robert, on the Knox being part of it instead of using a TPE. That's a very good point, and that is worth noting because they could have done that. So we shall see exactly how it goes. Shout out to everyone that's joined the Discord today as well as followed on Twitter. But I don't think the Grizzlies are just cheap, to be honest. I think the Grizzlies are calculated. I think they're trying to figure something out, and we're going to keep our eyes on it for sure. Listen, Alex, I know Tillman's not shooting well this year. It's a lost year for the Grizzlies. Last year, Tillman shot 61% from the field. So the year before that, he shot 45%. His rookie year, he shot 56%. So he's just a little up and down. I think playing in Boston with all that spacing is going to open up his game a little bit more as well. So Memphis plays a very inside-centric game. They don't play with as much spacing. I think that the Celtics are going to be kind of a blessing for him in terms of spacing the floor. So we'll see. Drake here says Raptors news. As of right now, there's a report, Drake, that says that there's a surprise first-round pick offered to them for Bruce Brown. So we'll see. Bra says Celtics should have gotten Drummond. Not going to lie. That's what I would have liked for them. I would have liked Drummond for them a lot. In my most recent trade deadline predictions video, I said I thought the Celtics would get a backup big man. I referenced Drummond, but I said I don't necessarily believe it's going to be Drummond. So, and I ultimately was right. It was Xavier Tillman. Xenaholic says, what about the Spurs when it comes to San Antonio? I think they're just in the market for a point guard. If they can get a point guard, they'll get one. Chan says, let's go Clips, get that missing piece. I think we'll have to see what they do. They're definitely going to be active tomorrow. If you look at the Clippers, each year it seems like they're active on the day of the trade deadline. Jared says, so with the Grizzlies, I think they should get big man depth. Could they be building assets to go get Juan Capella is a name I'm thinking of. To be honest, I wouldn't understand why they would trade Steven Adams to get Capella, because Steven Adams is just as good, if not better, than Clint Capella. So I think that they've got something else planned. I think that they're looking at Jaren Jackson Jr. being the long-term center of their team. And I think that what they're trying to do is they're going to try and find a power forward who rebounds the ball well so that they can still afford to play Jaren at center. And they're going to try and be big and athletic and talented around Jaren Jackson Jr. at the 5 so they can space teams out. Jordan Dayer says, surprise trade of the year will be Memphis grabbing Trey Murphy. Might not be Trey Murphy, but maybe it would be Herb Jones. I don't think it'll be Trey Murphy. John says, I think with Embiid being out a while, I think Drummond is coming back to Philly for 2 second-rounders. I could see it even being 3 second-rounders. I think he is definitely going to be on the move, though. Zip the Truth says, what's going on with the Mavs? Still rumors around Grant Williams' contract. That's the biggest thing. Also, possibility of Andre Drummond getting traded. We'll have to keep our eyes on that for Dallas's standpoint, and then just all of those kind of situations, how those all interlock, and we'll just keep our eyes on all of that just going forward for sure. So we will see. BT Cycle says Tillman is better than Boucher. Boucher also makes $11 million, so that's part of the situation there. They used Jackson's TPE. Ted Offensive says thoughts on Jalen McDaniels. He's doing nothing in Toronto. I'm just not sure if he's going to move anywhere, to be honest. We'll see what happens with Jalen. We'll see. Riles here says Woj 2, Sham 0. Yeah, Woj is kicking butt early here. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that. I'm going to tweet that out, Riles, actually, if you don't mind me doing so. I'm going to keep my eyes on that for sure. Zach Levine fan page. I'd be careful about Michael Grange, though. Michael Grange doesn't report accurately, I don't believe. So I'd be careful. I'm tweeting out the Woj 2 Sham 0 thing. I think that's pretty funny, Riles. So shout out to you. That's Riles' content there, by the way. I just wanted to share it with the world because it's funny. Dunbar says OKC needs to go after Vooch. I don't think so. When is the Shams alert? We'll see. Fred says get the likes up. Let's see how many likes we're at now on the stream. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys for being in here. You guys have all been killing it as of late. We're at 556 likes. Somehow 7 dislikes. That's a bummer. But you guys are killing it. You guys have been doing a great job. Let's get the stream up to 700 likes. That's Nick's goal for you guys. 700 likes. Alvy says, wow, thanks for the shout out. Been watching and respect how you analyze rumors. Well, I appreciate that, Alvy. I appreciate all of you guys. Huge thank you to everyone here. Xenaholic says the Spurs. Wow, over 1,000 in here. Awesome way to go, Sheldon. Appreciate all of you guys. It's you guys are the ones doing it. You're the ones who are the true MVPs. We've been live for 5 hours now at this point. I just looked over and saw the 5-hour mark. Holy cow. I can't believe it. That is insane. We're at 1,100 viewers as well, which is insane. So I think tomorrow is going to be a crazy, crazy day. I hope to see all 1,100 of you in here tomorrow. I will start streaming very early in the morning tomorrow, and we will go all the way through the trade deadline, which is exactly 24 hours away right now. We are 24 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Exactly 24 hours till the NBA trade deadline. I'm stoked. I hope you guys are as well. It's been crazy. We've had a lot of insanity going on, but it's been a great time, and I am excited about it. Alexander here says Korkmaz for one future second rounder. Who says no? The team giving up the second rounder, probably. Korkmaz probably not worth the second rounder. He's probably worth some other expiring salary back, if anything. Here's our new trade, Boston Celtics. Trade 2 second-round picks for Xavier Tillman to the Memphis Grizzlies. So I'm updating the description with each trade. I'm going to try and remember to do that because then it'll all be cataloged, which is really fun. Shout out to everyone that's in here, by the way. Is there any credible trade rumors for the Bucks? I think it's just the fact that there's going to be activity. Like, there's just a lot of smoke right now. So there's going to be a lot of activity. Shout out to Brew Crew, probably a big Milwaukee Brewers fan, which is sweet. Obviously, they just made a big trade themselves around their superstar pitcher, Corbin Burns, now in Baltimore. But shout out to Brew Crew for being in here. David says, what can Rockets trade to get Olynyk and Collins from the Jazz? I don't know if I see the Rockets getting Kelly Olynyk, unfortunately, for them, because Olynyk is a good player. Tequila says Grizzlies setting themselves up to snatch Killian Hayes. That's what it is. They got all the seconds now. They got all the seconds. Per Bill Ryder, Lakers to hold off for a big trade in hopes of acquiring Donovan Mitchell. I don't believe that at all. If they do wait, they'll have 2 tradable first, 2029 and 2031. So that's good to know, but I don't know. Patrick says, join the Discord, everyone. Everyone make sure to join the Discord. Jim wants to know if Clay is getting traded. As of right now, we don't have real news or rumors on that, but he has been not closing games for them. So that is something that is worth noting for sure. 1,000 viewers is insane, like Texas Sports is saying. You guys are crazy. Our dog says Celtics are too stacked. What the heck? I don't even think they're done. Let's go pull up another Celtics trade here, even after this trade. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this trade in here because technically they can do this. So with this trade done, so this is the trade that they made, right? We're going to add a third team in here, even though they technically don't have to. We technically still could. And they don't even have to send out salary, but we will. Let's say Dennis Smith Jr. and Lonnie Walker both to the Celtics. And we'll give up in this deal Delano Banton and O'Shea Brissett, both to the Nets. And we will send the 2024 first as well to Brooklyn. Something like this. I mean, they could really expand this into a bigger trade. The Grizzlies deal is already done with Tillman, but then this is really what their deadline would look like, where they get two other defensive-minded guards, Smith and Lonnie Walker, for Brissett, Banton, and 2024 first. And I know, like, seeing a 2024 first is like, wow, what? They're going to give up. I mean, this is going to be pick 30. They have the best record in the NBA. So, Patrick Billings says, do you think the Celtics continue to look at a guy like Lonnie Walker or somewhere else like a Chris Dunn? Maybe Chris Dunn could also make sense. If it's not Dennis Smith Jr. and Lonnie Walker, it could be Chris Dunn, which would make some good sense as well. Hey, Chad, does anyone know when Oladipo will return? I think he's just out. Texas Sports says, guys, getting the Discord. Our membership is on the rise right now for some reasons. It's because of Sheldon. Okay, well, thank you, Texas. It's because we got a great community in there. It's a great place to be. Links in the description for that if you want it. Eric says, I'd love to see Lonnie Walker come back to the Spurs. It would be nice to see Lonnie playing back in San Antonio for sure. Dominic says, I feel like Memphis about to make a big trade, maybe with Brooklyn, Claxton, plus some other pieces. Here we go. Now we're thinking. This is something that I like. Look at that. We've already got the Nets in here. Let's just make this a bigger trade. Claxton to the Grizzlies. Let's send... Oh, look at that. Oladipo to the Nets. What do we think? Look at that. I mean, I wait a minute. I need to do something quick. I didn't even fix it. Let's just trade that 2024 first. And let's throw in a 2026 second. And yeah, that's something like that. Remember, their pick this year is going to be high. So they could get Claxton. This is interesting. Claxton's really good. Oh my gosh. Claxton plus Jaren Jackson Jr. would be insane defensively. That would be insane. Dennis Smith Jr., Lonnie Walker, Xavier Tillman, Claxton, 2 second-rounders, Oladipo, Brissett, Banton, 2 first to the Nets in this. Did we cook? Did we cook something up here? Why is this so good? I don't know. Dominic, good comment, Dominic, because I like this. Texas Sports says, Sheldon, we got 290. Hopefully we'll get to 300 today, and if not today, definitely by tomorrow, but I'm sure we could get it today. Talal says, awesome show. Appreciate you, Talal. Music and Sports says, sup, everyone. Shout out to Music and Sports for being in here. Roki wants to know about Rockets news. I think the real thing about the Rockets is they've already made their big trade for Steven Adams. Now it's about, do they go get shooting? We've talked about Luke Kennard. I also think someone like Seth Curry or Landry Shamet could make some sense for them if they do something like that. Patrick said, I'm ready for the Marcus Smart return to Boston tweet. I don't think that's coming. Oh, whoa. Okay. Here's some news. Supposedly not going to be the traded player exception. Let's go back over to Twitter here. This is per Jake Fisher, which I'm a little more hesitant to believe, but I will listen to him here. 3 more players on the roster. Yeah, these are the exact 3 players we talked about. I think that's just putting 2 and 2 together here. Let's go over here to Jake Fisher. And this is what he had to tweet. Lamar Stevens is heading to Memphis as part of the Xavier Tillman trade. So this would not use their traded player exception instead. Epic Wallpaper says that Hawks rumor from earlier screams Danny Ainge wouldn't give us give us a second first round pick. I mean, yeah, maybe, or other teams. Like, who knows what they're offering. Too Cool Quavo says, you think the Spurs make a move before the deadline? Definitely a real possibility. Akum Goat says, do you think AJ Griffin in 2027 second round pick is enough for Dunn or Dennis Smith Jr.? Who are some other cheap point of attack defender options that Bucks can get via a secondary trade? Well, AJ Griffin's not yours to trade. You guys don't have AJ Griffin. The Hawks do. But yeah, I think the Bucks have enough to get in on Chris Dunn or Dennis Smith Jr. I do think that. Zip the Truth says, who are the Mavericks trying to get? I think PJ Washington is really at the top of their list, to be honest with you. Keep tagging me, guys, in all of the posts. It definitely does help. New Orleans Pelicans are a sleeper team for DeJounte Murray per Crispy Haynes. That actually makes sense. They could use a point guard, like a real one. Tyler here with a trade idea. Wizards get Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, Josh Green, first round pick. I hope the Mavs don't do that. I hope my Mavs do not do that. Hicko here says Pelicans in play for DeJounte Murray. Like I said, that does make some sense here. Thank you, Nick, as well for tweeting that at me. Definitely does help. So we're keeping our eyes here. Andre Drummond might require 3 second-round picks, and there could be a team willing to offer a first. I don't know what team's offering a first for Andre Drummond if it wasn't the Celtics first this year, to be honest. I don't really know if I buy that. But we will we're going to keep our eyes on the trade rumors here. Keep tagging me and stuff. It definitely does help us see everything going on. Who are the Phoenix Suns getting? I think Miles Bridges is at the top of the list for sure. Got to push Shams to tweet out. Yeah, I know. Shams has been sleeping today. Yeah, I can't trust. I just can't trust Grange either. He just misses a lot, I think. Woj usually wins the trades. Shams wins the draft. Well, yeah, Woj didn't even do the draft this past year on purpose. Yeah, Celtics are sending Lamar Stevens. So, no TPE usage here for Boston. Keeps their flexibility open with a $6+ million TPE to use in other deals. So that's also good because it keeps them more money neutral here. Like Lamar Stevens was definitely someone who made sense to trade, I think. So Hicko, thank you for tagging me in a lot of these. Braxton here wants to know enough for DeJounte. Herb Jones, Larry Nance, 2024 1. Let's cook up some trades here for sure for DeJounte Murray with the Pelicans. Let's talk about it here. We're going to talk about Pelicans, DeJounte Murray. I think it's worthwhile to look at, especially with some of the rumors. Since Chris Haynes' name is attached to it, I think it's more reliable. Remember, Chris Haynes was the one saying that Dame was going to only play for Miami, though. So you have to be still semi-cautious. Like, just because a bigger name reporter is saying it doesn't mean it's 100% the truth. People miss all the time. Reporters miss all the time. It's okay if they do. It doesn't mean that they're not credible, but they could just be wrong. But when it comes to DeJounte, I think really the thing that they have is Herb Jones' contract. They have Larry Nance or Dyson Daniels, which I think Daniels makes more sense here, all things considered. And then they have the Lakers pick. They have their own pick this year. They have the Lakers pick. This seems like a win for Atlanta, given DeJounte's current market and situation. And the whole point of this for New Orleans is the fact that they believe Trey Murphy's their starting small forward, or power forward, whatever you want to label him, right? Like you're looking, if you're Atlanta, you're looking at your team as built through the lens of, like, they'd be really good. DeJounte, McCollum, Ingram, Zion. Oh my gosh, they don't even have Trey Murphy in that. And then Valanciunas starting with Murphy off the bench. Like, it's pretty darn good if they made a trade like this. Be pretty darn good if they made a trade like this. Thank you to Braxton for sending me the idea of doing a trade here for something like this, because this is something that would be pretty crazy. Uptick right now of Gary Trent Jr. He makes some sense for the Rockets. If you're wondering about Rockets news, Gary Trent Jr. is someone that makes sense. Julian wants to know, is there a chance the 76ers trade for Mikal Bridges? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Mikal Bridges is like the big wild card because if he gets traded, holy cow. Alex says, doing great, Sheldon, watching you every day, past few days, 1,000 watchers. You're thriving. Well, thank you, Alex, for being a part of that 1,000. You're a huge contributor to that, so appreciate that and appreciate the comment. Zach said, dude said my team's trash players that I want traded aren't worth the good players I want. Dislike. That's literally how it goes. I'm almost certain of it. Nasula says, hi, welcome to the stream, Nasula. Luca here says, how long until it ends? We are less than 24 hours till the NBA trade deadline. 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Jamal here says, I know we have the offseason, so it's not that serious, but I'll be upset if the Wizards don't make any moves. More and more rumors out that they won't make moves. I think that if they don't trade Tyus Jones or DeLon Wright, I'd be pretty surprised. I think they should trade one of the two for sure. Chris Gomez says, do you think the Clippers will go after a move, possibly a wing defender with size? That's exactly what I think they'll do, Chris. That's exactly what I think they'll do. Steve here says, Alec Burks, Naz Reid. I don't know what you're suggesting, but the Wolves will not trade Naz Reid. Be very surprised. The buyout will be every GM's prize. Buyout this year is going to be very, very important for sure. We're going to keep our eyes on all of these rumors right now, all of these news, because there's a lot of news coming out. Sleeper team for DeJounte Murray is supposedly the New Orleans Pelicans, so that's what we're going to keep our eyes on. Michael Guzman wants the weird music off, so I'm going to switch it to dance pop instead. Okay. Here you go, Michael. Hopefully you like this one better. Yep, Xavier Tillman is a Boston Celtic. We've talked about that. Rogue Brother says, what backup forward should the Clippers go after? I would love Jonathan. Jonathan Isaac would be so good there. Dorian Finney-Smith would be very good there. I really like the idea of that. Tony Jones, I don't know if I would believe that either, to be honest with you. Tony Jones has had moments where he tweets at me and then he ends up deleting the tweet because he's wrong. So I would be careful. Tony Jones and I have tweeted at each other a bit in the past, and it hasn't gotten very well for him because he ends up deleting the tweets because he doesn't want those on his profile. So that's what I would say. Akum Goat says, I am tripping. Okay. Gold Christian Cia says, move Clarkson to the Knicks. Definitely a possibility. I wouldn't rule that out. The Knicks are going to be in on players like Bruce Brown, Malcolm Brogdon, and Jordan Clarkson this trade deadline, I believe. Flexer says, do you think Sixers could make a play for Bones Highland for cheap, extra scoring bench guard? Not really. I understand the idea behind that. They have the second rounders to do something there. But just given kind of the Sixers and Clippers relationship, I would expect the more likely places to be like Charlotte or Minnesota for Bones Highland. Adam Hurley says, all right, not going to read that one. School says, what do you hope the Mavs do being a fan? Nothing. I hope they just sit and be patient for the first time ever. Eric Schaefer says, now that I think about it, maybe Hornets do move PJ Richards or Bridges if a team will agree to do the Hayward-Lowry thing Hornets want. So three-way trade. Well, the thing is, the one important thing is the Hornets can't aggregate to Lowry. So they can't trade Lowry with other players, given the recently traded rules. Brew Crew says, I think Bobby Portis for Grant Williams trade up is a terrible trade for the Bucks. If I was Dallas, I wouldn't do the trade either. So I think it's just one of those, I think you have to, for me, Brew Crew, if you look at it and say, can Bobby Portis play in a lineup with both Giannis and Brook Lopez? The answer is probably no. Can you say Grant Williams can play in a lineup with those two guys? I think the answer is yes. Although, Grant Williams probably not as talented as Bobby Portis. I think he maybe fits your lineup better, and you need defense. So, I don't know. I wouldn't do it if I was Dallas because Bobby Portis is quite a bit older than Grant Williams. Carrito says, what do you think of Klay Thompson's stuff going on? His teammates and coaches and former NBA players are defending him, but the fans are just harassing him, and he's starting to get sick of it. I mean, I wouldn't really worry too much. He's making a lot of money. I think he'll be okay. Azan says, really want the Raptors to do something. Masai waiting is bad for the team. I mean, As long as he does something. I mean, they've got tradable pieces, so we'll see. Jeez. This guy, man, someone whose name is Adrian Wojnarowski on Twitter just tweeted at me, and it scared the actual daylights out of me. So we will see, but holy cow. NBA refs to the WNBA. All right. To be honest, Herb is worth yeah, I know this is like a huge win for the Hawks in my opinion. If they got something like this, it depends on like the Pelicans' level of like aggression. Like this is a trade that if this happened, this one right here, I would say that the Hawks won this trade. And I like DeJounte a lot. I think DeJounte is a really good player. But wonder why YouTube's hitting the stream so hard with ads and long ads. They're always trying to get theirs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that's some of that stuff's just out of my control. So it's like, I don't know. I don't even know when ads are running, to be honest with you. Icy Dem says, long time no see, Sheldon. You see H-Town making more moves. We've been in a slump lately. I think that it's okay if you guys don't, to be honest. Everyone, I think Houston, the big thing is just like how you had with when Rafael Stone first came, a long-term outlook. Like just because you guys are finding some of that success this season, which I'm very happy to see, and it's very good for the franchise, it doesn't mean you have to rush and panic and move into that too quickly. So I'd be patient here. It's okay if you don't take a big step forward this season. I already like the Steven Adams trade a lot for next year. I think the team's going to be significantly better with him. And I think just be patient. I think you guys are in a great spot. My actual name is Nasir. LOL just made something funny. Oh, well, Nasir, I'll try and remember that. I'm going to do my best. I got 1,000 people watching, but I'm going to do my best here, Nasir. Appreciate you watching. Maybe this is Nasir Little. Is this Nasir Little? No, I'm just playing with you. I'm just playing. RH says, is J-Mac staying on the Timberwolves? Yes. McDaniels is not McDaniels. McLaughlin is definitely going to stay on the Timberwolves. McFadden here says, have you discussed Jeremy Grant trades? We have quite a bit this week. I think the Mavericks, Kings, and Warriors are the three teams to watch, although the Warriors, I think, would be the least likely of the three. Wyso says, how would a trade for Gary Trent Jr. to Houston even work? I can't think of a salary that fits that trade aside from Brooks, who certainly so that trade would look something like this. And it's not just one salary. It would be a culmination of salaries. And the hope would be here that you can package some stuff together to get where you want to go. So Jock Landale plus Jayshawn Tate plus Aaron Holiday, or maybe even like, let's just do Reggie Bullock here because he's less valuable to them. Something like this. And then the Rockets throw this Brooklyn second rounder, which is pretty valuable. And then like a 2026 second rounder that's less valuable. Let's see if this will load. There we go. A couple second round picks for Gary Trent and expiring salaries. Like Landale, I know it says 4 years. This is expiring, so don't worry. This would be, you can waive him. He's non-guaranteed. Reggie Bullock, $2 million. I mean, whatever, right? And then this is a good second rounder in 2024. This is an okay second rounder in 2026. Like, this isn't bad, I don't think, for the Raptors as a return. I don't think it's terrible. So something like that would be kind of how it would work. Why so? PJ Tinkle says, Bucks are looking at Royce O'Neal. The Woj account really got me, man. He tweeted at me saying that Kyrie Irving to the Golden State Warriors for Klay Thompson in a first rounder. He scared me. Mavericks have been linked to Kuzma. Wizards asking for 2 firsts. Mavs are looking for a power forward. Thanks, Hinko, for tweeting that at me. BYT says Isaac Okoro mock trade to the Pacers. I don't see that happening. I don't think they're going to trade Okoro. Ethan here says, for my Warriors, CP Moody plus picks for Fultz or Isaac and Wendell Carter Jr. Yeah, we can look at something like that. Let's pull up the Warriors and the Magic, because the Magic are one of those dark horse teams this year that could be pretty active, surprisingly, that people aren't expecting. So here we got CP, and then we'll throw in Moody as like a young guy that the Magic would want, I guess, for Fultz and Wendell Carter. I mean, the money here is pretty close. We can throw in like Okeke's salary as well. And then the Warriors give up second round pick, maybe with it. I don't know. This is like kind of interesting. The Magic get a point guard who helps them a bit this year. They also get Moody, who's young and has some upside. And the Warriors get Wendell Carter, who would be a really nice center addition for them. Tony Jones did indeed delete the tweets. Yeah, see, that checks out. That's just how it is. Yeah, Tony Jones has tweeted at me multiple times. Because I quote tweet his stuff when I think he's terribly wrong. And then he like tells me I'm stupid basically. And then he deletes them. So, because he ends up being wrong. So it's pretty funny to me. It's happened multiple times. So I wouldn't worry about it, but it's just how it goes. Flexer says, looks like Houston picking good and culture players. Adams will be a great addition to a young roster. I completely agree with that. Nasir says, I'm actually short, so that works. That's funny. That's a good one there. Toxic says, where do we think Bruce Brown goes? Let's talk about some Bruce Brown trades here for our Raptors fans watching. Shout out to everyone watching the stream right now. It takes 1 second to leave a like on the stream. That's all I'm going to say. It takes 1 second. I don't know why you haven't done it already if you haven't. For a Bruce Brown trade, let's get a little weird here. What do we think about this? Bruce Brown to the Hawks. Okay. For DeJounte Murray, we will throw in we want the Raptors to throw in something. They have this like swap worst pick this year, and the Hawks will throw in AJ Griffin, who doesn't play anymore for some reason. And the Raptors will also throw in this Detroit second rounder, which is, yes, pretty valuable. But you're getting a former near lottery pick in AJ Griffin, who I still think is going to be good. He was really efficient his rookie season. Hasn't really played much this year, which I don't understand why, to be honest with you. I just do not get it. You get DeJounte Murray, so you get your point guard. Hawks get Bruce Brown, pick in the 20s and a pick in the 30s. I mean, what do we think of something like this? Is this like weird enough to work? Steven Adams season wants to know when the actual deadline is. The deadline is tomorrow, Thursday, February 8th at 3 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Central, noon Pacific time. Nick says, I actually think the Spurs could trade for Gary Trent Jr. They reportedly had some interest last offseason. That would be interesting. I just don't see them making a bigger move like that, though. I'd just be kind of surprised, to be honest. I'd be kind of surprised. Danny says, best landing spots for each Raptor: Trent Jr., Schroeder, Brown, Boucher, McDaniels. Okay, for Trent Jr., I'm going to say the Rockets, I think, are the best spot for him. I think Dennis Schroeder would be fantastic in Minnesota. I think his quick decision-making downhill ability would help them quite a bit. He's very quick with the ball. I think that would be very useful. Bruce Brown, I think his best fit would be the Nets, although I don't hate this Hawks trade that I threw together. Boucher, I think his best spot would be the Clippers. And Jalen McDaniels, I would also like to see go to the Timberwolves so he could play with his brother Jaden McDaniels, which I would like that quite a bit, to be honest. Killian Hayes realizing he has no value in the league right now. Yeah, Fred the Jig said, make them pay us. D-Light says, do the Cavs have enough to get Royce O'Neal? Do they have a first to trade? Who would the salary filler be? The salary would probably have to be George Niang, if I had to guess. And they don't have a first, but they have seconds. So, Grow Busy, it says, do you think the Pacers could get Jonathan Isaac from the Magic? Let's talk about one like that. Let's talk about one like that for sure. Orlando and Indiana. Very rarely do you see two teams right by each other in the standings make a trade with each other. Isaac would be great for the Pacers, by the way. Holy cow, would that be good? And we'll do Buddy Hield to the Magic, and we'll have the Pacers throw in, like, I don't know, 3 second rounders, because why not? Something like this. The Magic get like a really nice shooter. Now, the one thing I'll say is this is not – Orlando won't do this probably because they don't like players like Buddy Hield. They like length and size and shot blocking and defense. That's the way that they build their teams across their whole lineup. They like big, physical, strong players who can defend. They're very switchable. They plug all the gaps very well because of that. Buddy Hield doesn't do those things. But if you're looking for Orlando to improve at something they're really bad at, Buddy Hield is a great three-point shooter. So it's like hard because it's not in their identity. It's not in their DNA. So they need it. But at the same time, there's a reason it's not in their identity. It's because they don't value it. So I don't know. You can see that going either way. Avery says, how would a Garland to Orlando trade look like? Simmons mentioned it, and I think it could work with a 3-team trade where a selling team gives win now players to the Cavs and Magic give picks. If you're talking about Bill Simmons, the one thing I'll say about Bill Simmons is like he's entertaining, charismatic. I don't really listen to him much, but I've heard other people listening to him a bit here and there. Like, and I like back when he was on the draft for ESPN a couple of times and stuff. Like, he's throwing out hypotheticals that aren't based in reality. Like, he's done it so many times with Karl Anthony Towns and other stars of like, what if this guy goes here? And it's fun. It's all speculative. And I think it's useful to like imagine and think through some of those situations. But at the same time, it's not really realistic. So I'm not going to do that today here. I'm going to skip that. Spice Creation says, why would the Spurs do that? I'm not sure which one you're talking about, to be honest. Steve says, Killian Hayes' most value was at the end of last season. Pistons should have traded him then. Yes, they should have. Wendell Carter's value is that low? No, I think Wendell Carter is pretty valuable. I don't even remember what trade I had for him. But I made sure that there was like decent value in that. BYT, for defensive improvements, who do you think the Pacers should try to trade for? I'd love for them to get Jonathan Isaac. This guy would be perfect for them. He'd be really, really great defensively. Sam Weiss says Moses Moody and Looney for Davion and JaVale would save Golden State around $30 million. They're not going to just do that, though. They're not going to just do that. Yep, Lamar Stevens to Memphis in the Tillman trade. Yes, he is. That's funny that he got me. I got so scared for a second. Travis Berg says, are the Warriors able to trade picks since they owe the Blazers a first rounder with top 4 protections? So they can't. Here's the thing, Travis. So this is a great question. Because of the Stepien rule, the Warriors are somewhat limited in what they can trade. Because of that, since they owe their 2024 first, like you're saying, they cannot by rule trade 2025 yet. But after the draft or on draft night, this pick becomes tradable. So if the Warriors just sit and wait, they have 2025, 2027, and, well, not 2029 because of 2030. So they're kind of in a weird spot, but they have some trade flexibility if they so choose to use it. This guy's got an interesting username. Says, what does a Bobby Portis trade look like for Andrew Wiggins? Let's get one of those up here now. We've talked about that a couple of times, but it's worth it because people come in and out. We got about 1,000 people watching now. So huge shout out to all of you guys for being in here. It would be something like this. Bobby Portis, Pat Connaughton. Let's get AJ Green's salary in here. And in return, probably a second rounder going out from Golden State. Something like this, maybe. Get off of Wiggins' contract. Cost Bobby Portis, Pat Connaughton. Something like this, if I had to guess. Yeah, I don't know why all these people are getting so mad about ads. I mean, they're ads. I can't help it. Sorry. I'm just sitting here live streaming. I'm not doing anything. I could have my hands up here the whole time and this stuff would still happen, I'm sure. Dober Investment says Hawks not doing that Raptors trade. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. You're probably right. Elizabeth says it kicks it back to the start, and when you skip to live, it starts an ad. Oh my gosh. Why is it doing that? I don't know why that's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. I don't know. I don't know if I can do anything about that though, to be honest with you. So let's see. I don't know. We'll see if it works or not, but I don't know. I don't think I can really do anything about that. So just stick with it. Let's see if it's fixed or not. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know why I should be doing that, to be honest. So I know last year they didn't even have ads during live streams. So I don't know. I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest with you. Roy Couch here says, could the Pacers or Mavericks offer a better package for Wiggins? Similar offers, probably not better. Probably not better offers. Similar offers. Is Brad Stevens the best GM in the NBA? In my opinion, yeah, probably. He just hasn't lost a trade. He's done great in every single move he's made. The Porzingis one was really the icing on top of the cake for me. Oh, Josh, I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's fixed. I don't know. I've never had it's never done that in the past even. So I don't know. No one is even saying anything about it yesterday. So Lucas says, where do you think Dinwiddie will go? He's kind of just going to be a drop in the bucket wherever a team like. I mean, whatever. It depends on like other teams' trades. Like he's going to be a part of a 3-team deal probably where he goes somewhere. I don't think a team's going to be targeting him. This year wants to know how long will you be on? I was looking for news, couldn't find any. Came here and you're on it, and I know what's going on. Well, appreciate you, Nasir. And I'll be going for quite a while yet. I've been live for 5.5 hours today, which is absolutely insane and crazy. But why don't we just stick with it? We're going to stay on the stream for at least a while longer, a couple hours more probably, at least. So we're going to keep our eyes on everything. And we're just going to be doing our best here. I'm going to be doing our best for sure moving forward. So let's keep rolling. Still no big trades yet from what I'm seeing. Rival executives believe that acquiring Bones Highland will require 2 second-round picks is a report, as well as Dennis Schroeder's trade value is second-rounders at best, which is kind of what I predicted, which is why I think a trade that I like a lot for Dennis Schroeder is something like this. And this probably makes more sense in a 3-team construction. So let's just go grab a random third team. I think that this is probably the best case scenario here. Let's go grab San Antonio, because I think San Antonio would actually like this player back on their roster, and that is Kyle Anderson. Let's trade him to the Spurs. I think that gives them a little bit more feel. That's their veteran that they would add to their roster. I think we could see maybe Cedi Osman to the Raptors. Although, actually, no. Let's not do Cedi. Let's just undo that. Let's just do Doug McDermott to the Raptors. Dennis Schroeder to the Timberwolves. Wolves have to give up a little bit more salary. Let's send Wendell Moore to the Raptors as well in this. And we will send a 2024 second rounder to Toronto, and we will send a 2025 second rounder to Toronto, as well as a 2027 second rounder that's not the super valuable one. So Raptors get 3 second rounders for Wendell Moore, or for Dennis Schroeder. Spurs get Kyle Anderson in this. Raptors get McDermott and Wendell Moore and 3 seconds. Something like this. Like I actually really like this trade for all parties. I'm not going to lie. I think this is a really strong trade that makes like serious sense for everybody. Is there a new post from Woj? Nothing new from Woj. Okay. I got scared for a second. But nothing new. What do we think here on this, guys? Let me know what you guys think on this. Thin Blue here says Thunder better do something. Welcome everyone to the stream. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. Yes, that is 100% true. So we've been rolling with no breaks, by the way. So, and I don't have a bottle under my desk. Iceman like Gervin says Jazz offered 2026 first rounder, 2025 second rounder, and John Collins for Bruce Brown. A's trying to salary dump Collins onto the Raptors. I don't think he's doing that. He wouldn't have traded for Collins to salary dump him. I don't think he would have done that. I would be critical of that offer, to be honest. Fred says, utility do a Cole Anthony trade. What can my Orlando Magic get back for him on a nice contract? I think you guys are going to keep him. I think you guys like Cole Anthony internally. Small update, but never mind. Tony Jones indeed left the tweets up, but I couldn't see them. I just couldn't see them. There may be some accuracy to what he's saying in this case, since supposedly Utah isn't going all in. I mean, he's a Utah beat writer, but I'm just going to be very critical of it. I don't tend to believe him myself. Let me know what you guys think about this 3-team trade, though. I think this makes pretty good sense for all sides involved. D'Lo is reportedly uncertain versus the Nuggets. Do the Lakers play the Nuggets tonight? Let's pull up the Lakers schedule. Yeah, they do. Oh, no, they play the Nuggets tomorrow. Okay. All right, Buddy Hield to the Lakers. That one does make some sense to me. Claxton to the Grizzlies is real. Not real, but I think a possibility. Ben Simmons is still in the NBA. Yes, he is. 2 years ago, this is the funniest thing. 2 years ago, I tried telling everyone that it was a live stream when Ben Simmons got traded for James Harden. And I tried telling everyone that the Sixers fleeced Brooklyn in that deal. I tried telling everyone that it was an A+ trade for the Sixers and that James Harden was going to be a fantastic pairing with Joel Embiid. And since then, I think that Ben Simmons has played like 20 games. And people told me I was stupid. Well, I mean, how'd that age for Brooklyn? Bogey said, will Warriors have to attach some seconds or even a first to unload Wiggins' contract? Do you see them realistically trading Wiggins and Chris Paul at the deadline? I think one or both of them is going to get traded, Bogey, yes. And I think second rounders. I would be surprised if they attached a first. All right, New Lord. I will take care of this BYT. I will take care of that. To anyone complaining about ads, get an ad blocker or YouTube Premium. It changed my life. Okay, well, interesting. Well, that's good. I didn't even know that was a thing. I don't know why the ads are. Otherwise you guys can block seeing people's comments too. So if someone's annoying you, make sure you can take care of it yourself even too. So, that's good. And to be honest, the ads are out of my control. So, I'm just doing my best over here to discuss the NBA and to talk trades with all of you guys. So, hopefully you guys are enjoying. I know I'm having a great time today, and it's been a lot of fun. So I really appreciate you guys a ton. Get premium YouTube. It doesn't have ads. Well, or just get an ad blocker, says RH. I get 0 ads. Jazz GM Justin Zanuck is the best GM. He's a very good one for sure. Danny Ainge knows what he's doing as well. Danny Ribeiro says, can you make a Schroeder and McDaniels trade to Minnesota? That would work. Yeah, I mean, we could even just take this one. And let's just McDaniel's making 4.5. Let's use Troy Brown. No, let's use Shake Milton's contract here. Trade that to the Raptors, and we'll throw Jalen McDaniels into the Timberwolves. Something like this. I mean, I just added Milton and McDaniels, but yeah. A 20-team blockbuster trade just sent Kuminga to the Magic. No, it did not happen. Jim, welcome to the stream. Jim's been watching the channel for quite a while. Welcome back, Jim. He says, what's up, Sheldon? Thoughts on the Kings? Let's talk about Sacramento here. I like where Sacramento's at. People are really still skeptical of this team. They're a good team. De'Aaron Fox is playing some of the best basketball of his career. Sabonis is flirting with a triple-double basically every single night. What I think they really just need is they need to find a way to get a defensive-minded forward. I think a guy who I would like for them is Dorian Finney-Smith. I would like to see him there. I'd like to see a bunch of different defensive-minded fours, to be honest with you. Like PJ Washington could be pretty good there. Kuzma, who's not as defensive-minded, but offensively gives you a different kind of punch. I like that if they're trading Harrison Barnes away, and then you maybe throw back Davion Mitchell in this. And your 2026 first. Something like this. Seems like a pretty big win for the Kings, who I'm not even a big Kyle Kuzma guy. But I think he would definitely fit them very well. And I think that if we're just being honest about it, like the Wizards are in a spot where selling does make some sense. Tomorrow's stream is going to hit, does every year. Yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. I hope all 934 of you awesome people are able to make it to tomorrow's live stream. We're going to have a ton of news. Tomorrow's really going to be busy. And there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. So you're going to want to be there for sure. You're really going to want to be there. David says, do you think Buddy gets dealt? And if yes, do you think it will increase his production? It depends on where he goes. If he goes to the Lakers, yeah, I think he'll be very productive there. Eric says, compare Grant Williams and PJ Washington because I always thought they were similar. So maybe swap plus picks for Hornets. Yeah, I just wouldn't make that trade if I'm Dallas, to be honest. Like, Dallas is pretty poorly ran. If I'm being honest, like as a Mavs fan, because like what they would do is if they do something like this, like PJ for Grant, probably throw in Seth Curry, which would be a cool feel-good story because Del Curry's obviously part of the broadcast there for the Hornets, and then like 2025 second rounder or something, right? Like if you do something like this doesn't make you better if you're Dallas. And the reason it doesn't is because you're going to ask PJ Washington to go stand in the corner like you do for Grant Williams right now. And that just doesn't work. It's just like every player is going to look non-productive in Dallas. Every player. And it's not Luka Doncic's fault. It's the head coach's fault because the head coaches don't know what they're doing. Like, it's just, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, if you're going to run your offense through a guy, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But then if you're making trades at the deadline, you can't think, oh, well, we have to find someone more productive than Grant Williams because your offense isn't built to lead to production. And it doesn't mean that Grant Williams sucks. It doesn't mean that PJ Washington wouldn't be better than him. He might be slightly. Like, it just doesn't mean that your team is going to all of a sudden explode, especially the way that you play, which I still think you can win through, like, Luka Doncic. I think you can. They got super close in 2022 to winning. They're a really good team. I think with Luka having the ball, it's going to be good. With Derek Lively, it's good. Like you can't just make decisions based off of production when you're looking at Dallas because no one's going to be as productive as they could be elsewhere. And it's like, I mean, Porzingis is a pinnacle example of that. Big Herbo here says, OKC Bertans, Wallace Mann, 4 to 5 first rounders to Utah for Lowry and Olynyk. Can't trade Giddey, too valuable. Well, Utah's going to hang up the phone on you. You're insane if you think the Spurs give that up. I was like 2 second rounders. Kyle Anderson for Schroeder and Miller. I don't think Minnesota's going to want to give up Leonard Miller. He just posted a triple-double the other day in the G League. I think that they like him a lot. Once again, best spot for the trades. Been with you for a few years now. Appreciate you, Tim. Shout out to you. I like your little profile picture there. That's sweet. And I'm glad that you're here with us again this year. Yes, I don't even know. Like if the Spurs got Kyle Anderson, that would be nice. Kyle Anderson to Detroit, I don't like that. The team already has no spacing. They can't afford to do that. SSJ Visca wants to know if I've done any Mavs trades. Well, there's one on the screen for you now. Luckily, that works out pretty good. Wiso says, I think people are undervaluing Schroeder. Best bench point guard option for a contender right now, in my opinion. 3 seconds is the least I would take. I mean, yeah, I think it was pretty solid. Suggs and Black over Cole, plus we have Jed, who hasn't really played. I mean, yeah, Jed hasn't played because he's just not ready yet. Like Cole Anthony is solid. Like Anthony Black's getting DNP CDs too. Suggs is a starter, so I guess I don't really understand your point here. You need more than 5 players. Epic Wallpaper says, I like the deal for Toronto since they kind of need to sell more. Yeah, and I mean, trading Schroeder doesn't hurt them long-term. They have quickly now, so that's part of why it makes sense. Explorers the Knot says, what do you think the Thunder should do? For OKC, I think that they should buy somebody at the deadline. Kelly Olynyk, Wendell Carter Jr. are the 2 top options for me. Harley, thank you for the super chat. Sends in 2, says, what about the Kings? And then he also sent in 5. So Harley, huge thank you to you. Kings, any moves? I'm a diehard Kings fan. They seem to be so close, and I think they are. We talked about a couple of players that I liked for them. We just went and looked at Kuzma here a second ago. But one player I would really like to see them get, and Orlando Magic fans are not going to like this. Magic fans don't like any trade that I make for them, which I understand because a lot of them are like them selling off a player that I would want to see on a different team. But it's really right here, like even something like this, and maybe the Kings give up a Portland second rounder, like something like this just changes the dynamic of both teams. The Magic get a little bit better offensively, just a little bit, which I think would be helpful. And the Kings get a lot better defensively, which I think would be helpful. So I think it might be a win-win trade. Financially, it lines up. Now, the one thing is Sacramento here, if you make a trade like this, you're risking Isaac's health, whereas Barnes is very stable, durable. Isaac's a little bit less so. So that's a risk, obviously, with the trade like this for Sacramento, but it definitely could help them for sure. So we'll see what happens with that. But Harley, again, thank you for the super chat. It goes a long way in supporting what we do here on the channel. Flexer says Chris Paul for cheap will be good for the Spurs. Is something like that feasible? I don't really think so. The Spurs don't have the contracts to really get there, I don't think. JH says, I like Jazz trade today. Good value. Happy Jazz fan for now. Play Taylor Hendricks, please. Taylor Hendricks, I love Taylor Hendricks. I think he's going to be super good. Douglas Mike says, prediction, Wiggins and CP3 will be on the Warriors past the trade deadline. You know, Douglas, I like the prediction. I don't agree with you. I think one of them might be gone. I think there's a world that both of them could be gone, but I think CP3 is likely to be there still. I don't know. We'll see. Harley with another 2. He says, how likely do you think the Kings do it? I think the Kings will be making calls like this. Last year, they were making calls for Matisse Thybulle. That's another trade we could look at too, which I think is a good one. So Harley, thank you again for the super chat. Definitely goes a long way in helping support the channel here. But let's take off here. We're going to send that 2025 Portland back to the Blazers, which I think is a smart place to start. And instead of doing the big ol', the big whole thing around Harrison Barnes, we're going to instead center around Matisse Thybulle and Davion Mitchell and Chris Duarte. And then from there, probably throw in like maybe one more second rounder because you're not giving up as much talent like you were with Harrison Barnes. And something like this. Matisse Thybulle, who they had interest in last year, he comes in, helps Sacramento quite a bit. What do we think? What do we think for that? I like that quite a bit, to be honest, for them. So we shall see. YOLO says, who's the biggest star you think will be traded by the deadline? I would predict that it is DeJounte Murray. Texas Sports says, Meep. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat. That's been a good recurring theme. Danny says, great hearing you while working, not viewing much. Thanks. Of course, Danny. Glad to have you in here. Appreciate your presence in the stream for sure. Super helpful. Harley says, I just subscribed. I like the interaction. Well, thank you, Harley. It's great having you in here. Again, I appreciate all of the super chats. It means a lot. You do a great job. Great questions so far. I love talking about the Kings. It was fun answering some questions about Jonathan Isaac and Matisse Thybulle and talking about some potential Kings options like Kyle Kuzma as well. So I hope you enjoyed my answers, and I'm glad that you're here to stay, hopefully, for the long haul. Sharp says, do you think Cam Thomas maintains his performance, or is it just a hot streak? Well, the thing is, the guy lives on the toughest shot diet in the NBA. Like, if you turn the lights out on the gym, it was pitch black in there, he'd probably still find a way to shoot the basketball into the hoop because he's that talented of a shot maker, even if he couldn't see anything. Because sometimes I swear his shots, he's shooting in traffic, and there's no way he even knows where the rim is, and yet the ball goes in the hoop. He's a really good shot maker. Like, he always has been. Even if you go back to his time with LSU, when he's playing for the Tigers, like, Will Wade just handed him the keys to the offense and said, hey, you go score. Trendon Watford every once in a while did some stuff. But, man, Cam Thomas is a bucket. I'll tell you that. Cam Thomas is a bucket. I don't think it's just a hot streak. I think this guy can score. I really do. I really think he can score. Van Strife says, I've seen the rumors, but does anyone see any realistic way Wiggins gets to the Pacers? I don't really believe so, to be honest with you, Van Strife. Ashley Lamont says, I really don't like Cam Thomas game for some reason. He's a bucket. I think he's fun to watch, man. I have a lot of fun with watching him, Ashley. I have a lot of fun. You just have to watch him and like think about it from hey, is that a good shot or a bad shot? And then every time he misses or makes a bad shot, you just have to laugh. Like that's the best spot. That's the best part of anything. Mr. Beam King says, we're not giving away Monk for anything on the Lakers. I agree with that. He is not touchable. Hornets, y'all suck. Hashtag free Miles, says CL Oracle. He's a Suns fan, by the way, so that's why he's saying some of that. Shock Universe says the missing piece now for the Celtics to get Tyus Jones. They don't really have a way to do that financially. Supposedly, Philly is showing interest in Olynyk. I feel like Utah could auction him off. Utah's got the upper hand there because they've got a valuable player, and we'll see what happens. Ball Carousel Sports says Mavs and Lakers have the same system. Similar, not the same, but very star-centric. The Mavericks shoot way more threes, though. Mavericks shoot 10 more threes a game than the Lakers do because they just value threes way more, which is why the Lakers suck on offense, to be honest with you. True Sports Live. So for the Jazz, after acquiring that second, and with how the draft lottery odds right now, would it be possible for the Jazz, who now have projected 13th and 32nd pick, for a top 10 pick this upcoming draft? I mean, yeah, so like the thing is though, Utah owes their first rounder to the Thunder if it's not top 10, if it's outside of the top 10. So there's a top 10 protection there. So that's a pretty important thing to watch, honestly. Phantom of the Rock Opera says, on my Rockets, I like Jalen Green. So do you think the Rockets are giving up on his ceiling too quick? And how would you evaluate Cam Whitmore right now? Cam Whitmore is going to be really good. I really like Cam Whitmore. I've liked Cam Whitmore for quite a while. I think he's going to be a quite good player. The Knicks and Pistons have been in trade discussions around Alec Burks per Woj ESPN. Tyler, thank you for tagging me there on Twitter as well again. Burks has previously played in New York under Tom Thibodeau, so that would be an interesting player to watch. Also, shout out to Spoonfed. Brad Stevens and the Celtics are anticipated to continue their aggressive approach and make another move before the trade deadline tomorrow for Brian T. Robb, who has 51,000 followers as the Celtics reporter. So maybe some legitimacy there. Definitely something we'll have to watch. Remember, I believe that as well, saying that the Celtics still have their trade player exception to work with. So I definitely wouldn't rule that out. I like Jalen Green too. I don't think that they should give up on Jalen Green. He's 21 years old. The Utah Jazz, by the way, their 2024 first to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but it is top 10 protected. In a world where Utah tanks, they regain their draft choice this year. Something to watch for. I think that's something to watch for sure. Gonzo Island, thanks for the tweet. Make sure you follow me, Gonzo Island. Possibly another move. Says, Brad Stevens likely to make another trade ahead of the trade deadline, even after acquiring Xavier Tillman. Yep, open roster spot and a $6.2 million traded player exception. So yeah, exactly what we've been looking at, Gonzo. Thank you for tweeting that at me. And we are definitely going to have to keep our eyes on that. Raptors would prefer Nickeil Alexander-Walker or Milton. I mean, yeah, okay. I don't Shake Milton, all right. Jim wants to know, Sheldon, where is Kyrie Irving? Haven't seen him playing. He has been out with some injuries, but he actually he's returned just recently, so he's back. Alex says, thank you, first of all, Alex, for the $5 super chat. He says, if the Pistons aren't thrilled with the draft, who is the best player they could trade for that's on a rookie deal or under 26 signed for years? Cam Johnson. I mean, I don't know exactly what Cam Johnson's age is off the top of my head. Let me look that up quick. There was rumors. Cam Johnson is 27 now. But he's a player that theoretically they could go after, I guess, with the Nets if they wanted to. There was rumors that they would sign him in free agency because of the Monty Williams connection. So Grobe said Buddy Hield and Obi Toppin for Andrew Wiggins and a second rounder. Yeah, something like that is feasible, I guess. Like the Warriors would have to give up a second rounder in that, I think. So yeah. Bro, here with a meep. I like to see that. JH says Grizzlies made another tax ducking move today. Are they going to make more or are they done? So here's the thing about the tax with them. Like, they weren't over the tax and they weren't just below the tax. The teams just below the tax there are Chicago, Minnesota, New Orleans, Cleveland, Dallas. And the teams over the tax were the Warriors, Clippers, Suns, Bucks, Celtics, Heat, Nuggets, Sixers, Lakers. They weren't by the tax. They're planning something else. So, and obviously, like, the tax next year is part of that plan as well. But I still think there's a move in there to make, if we're being honest about ourselves. SSJ Visca says Wiggins to Dallas for 2 seconds and Tim Hardaway Jr. I'm guessing only reason Golden State want to move Wiggins is he is redundant with Kuminga's emergence. Golden State would have to send more picks. Tim Hardaway Jr. is just better than Wiggins. SP says, do you think any team is streaming this for possible ideas? No. What I do think is, you see my whiteboard right there? First of all, it says leave a like, so make sure to do that. But I also think that every single team has a big, giant whiteboard, way bigger than that one. And what they have written on there is trade idea 1, trade idea 2, trade idea 3. And they've got trade ideas from every single team, and they've got every single trade player exception written down. They've got all of the stuff that goes into my prep work that I've memorized. They've got all of that stuff themselves written down somewhere so that they can look at it, think about it, ponder it, and then make decisions off of that. So I'm certain that no team is probably watching this right now. You never know. Maybe someone from some team. You never know. But Probably not. I think that most teams are probably locked in. They're probably in their own meetings, talking through things like, what do we want to accomplish? What's really the best thing for us? And I think because of that, they're going to be aggressive that way. Trying to accomplish their own internal goals. And that's something that's why Tommy Shepard got fired, because Tommy Shepard never followed his board. He would be opportunistic. And, Ted Leonsis, the owner of the Wizards, talked about that after firing him. So that's just kind of the reality. RH77 says, who is better, Emmanuel Quickley or Cam Thomas? I mean, they're both very good in different ways. So it's like anytime you're making like a better comparison, like it really depends on what you need your team to do. Like if you're looking for someone who's more able to guard in multiple positions and he's quick and a little bit like twitchier and gets to different spots as a passer, like Quickley's better in a lot of ways, but Cam Thomas scores better. So like if you're a team that needs scoring, Cam Thomas might be more valuable to you. But if you're a team that needs like defense, like Quickley's way more valuable to you in that situation. So I hate the who's better because it really depends on team context, which no one ever talks about. Who will draft Bronny to get LeBron? Top 3 predictions. I mean, we'll see if Bronny even declares this year. I like the Timberwolves for Bronny James a lot. I think Bronny James would be really good for the Timberwolves. Serendipity says, great stream. I'm late. Did you like that Pistons deal? I really like the Pistons deal, Serendipity. Go follow me on Twitter for more of my trade grades and analysis on there. But I gave the Pistons an A+. I thought it was a good move for them. Affordable. Get a player who fits around their core. I like it quite a bit. Jim says, Sheldon, I don't think Chris Paul is going anywhere. He's got a $30 million expiring contract. Next year, Warriors need the money. I mean, yeah, they could turn that, though, into someone who's making like 12 this year and maybe another $18 million contract. So that way they could still keep, some talent, but shave off some salary by also getting some expiring back in that type of deal, if that makes some sense. Bogey says, quick draft question. Let's put you on the spot. If Spurs got number 2 pick and Sarr was taken number 1, who would they take? Probably Cody Williams. If I had to bet, probably Cody Williams. He's got all the skills. But I like Topic. I like, Ron Holland, I think, could be good. There's a lot of players that I like in this draft that I think could end up being pretty darn good long term. I know Angelo says, I like that low key. B says, thoughts on a Josh Green, PJ Washington swap? Probably not the most likely situation. Probably going to be centered something around more like Grant Williams' contract, I would think. Iceman Gervin says, LeBron James teams always trying to steal players for their garbage. The NBA is a business. Some team will oblige them as their owners all work together for TV ratings. I don't know. Gabe here says, how do you think Mavs Isaiah Stewart trade would look? I don't think the Mavs are going to get Isaiah Stewart. Whiteboard reads correctly. Yeah, I put in a lot of work off stream to make sure it read the correct way today. So I'm glad that that's working now. Skull here says, what is everyone saying the Hawks are trading Murray? All everyone last year was saying Trey is getting traded wasn't true. Just because Lakers fans want it to happen doesn't mean it is. No, there's real legitimacy to the DeJounte Murray stuff. There wasn't legitimacy to your point about the Trae Young rumors, and I never even recorded a video on that because I knew that wasn't true. But yeah, DeJounte Murray is like legit. There's like actual real rumors there. The Killer wants to know on Fanspo, what does poison pill mean? So on Fanspo, when there's a poison pill player, shout out to everyone who is followed on Twitter, by the way. When there's a poison pill player, let's go find one. Let's go to the Mavericks. I know that they have one. Poison pill. So it says $4.7 million, right? So in a normal trade, you would be able to trade him for another $4 million player. Let's just go to Chicago. Chicago should have a $4 million player or something like it. Yeah, let's just go for Drummond. Obviously not a fair value deal. That's not the point of what I'm doing here. But let's send Josh Green in this situation. Like, this won't work because of the financial, because of the poison pill. Bulls are unable to complete this trade since they are not an over-apron team and they are sending out less than $7.5 million in salary. They are only able to take back 200% of the salary they are sending out plus $250,000. Bulls can only take back $6.9 million in salary. But you might say, wait a minute, Josh Green's only making $4.7. So how does this not work? The poison pill averages out his contract. So let's read it down here. Josh Green is on a rookie contract and signed an extension. So it is a rookie extension. This would apply to Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, and a bunch of different players right now. Therefore, he has what is known as poison pill contract. He can no longer be traded for a player making equal money. Instead, his current salary is averaged along with the salaries he is to receive in his extension. So his extension's worth around $13 million. So you take his salary plus all the future years and you average them out so that his contract is quite a bit different in terms of his trade salary for trade purposes. His outgoing value for the Mavericks will be $4.7 million, while his incoming value for the receiving team will be 11.4. So trading him is pretty difficult because if you're trading him to this team, he costs 11.4 million, but for the Mavericks, it only saves them 4.7. So that's what the point of the poison pill is. It's supposed to deter teams from extending rookies and then trading them. And then that's exactly what it does here. So Shock says it's possible that someone from the NBA is watching. I mean, it is possible. You never really know. Mason wants to know what I would grade the Tillman trade. I think it's a TBD for the Grizzlies. I still think there's something else that they're going to do at some point. That's what makes the most sense to me. And then for the Celtics, it's like a B plus. Like it's not like great. They could have. There's better options than Tillman. Like I would have really liked Drummond for them, but yeah, that's just kind of what. Like I would have liked Drummond for the Celtics more, but. Clay always gets benched at the end of games. Do you agree? I mean, he has the last couple of games gotten benched, and I mean, sometimes if you're not playing better, you should probably move to the bench. So, yeah, for the Celtics grade here, 25. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream so far. I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys have been awesome. We've been live for over 6 hours, by the way. Maurice Shaw says, could the Pistons get their first back from the Knicks? Burks, that first isn't valuable to anyone else because it's so highly protected. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't see why the Pistons should even want to do that, Maurice. And the reason is because, like, since it's so highly protected, they're probably just going to keep all their draft picks anyway. So I don't even think that's something that they should prioritize doing. Duper says, what kind of moves should the Raptors make? Gary Trent, Boucher, Otto Porter. I'd like them to trade a bunch of guys, to be honest with you. I'm okay if they keep Gary Trent. He's young. They should definitely trade Boucher. If they can get a second rounder for Boucher, they should definitely do that. King says, trade man for Nick Richards. Any more new Hornets trades? Not Dallas or Suns. Let's do let's look at a Hornets trade here. Let's see. Let's do Golden State and Charlotte. Let's put these two together. And we're going to do Chris Paul for Kyle Lowry. And the reason here is when you look at his contract next year, I think there's like a partial guarantee in it. So the reason here is this is a sell move for the Warriors. The Hornets eat a little bit of Chris Paul's contract next year, but they get a better player now, if that's something that they value. I don't know. I could see them looking at this as saying, oh, he's a mentor for us for a year or something. Stop asking about 70 overall players being traded. Bringing up 2K ratings. That's actually so funny, though. Ben Dye says, which trade do you think the Mavs should do to win a championship with Luka? None. They should do no trades this year. They should do 0 trades. If they don't trade anything this year, they can go into this offseason with this pick tradable, and a 2031 first round pick tradable. As long as they show any willingness to be patient and not be super aggressive all the time, they could have 3 tradable firsts, and they could really drastically improve the roster. The only thing I would do if I were them is something around Rashawn Holmes and Maxi Kleba for Andrew Wiggins, if it only means you're giving up this second round pick. If you can do something like this, I think it's okay for Dallas to pursue something like this. And no, this won't win them a championship. This won't even get them close to winning a championship. This might not even make them better this season. But it would let them go into the offseason with the idea that you have Wiggins, Tim Hardaway Jr., a better Derek Lively next season, Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, hopefully still Grant Williams, and then you have 3 first-round picks at your disposal to continue to improve your roster. Hopefully you're able to bring in 1 or 2 really good players that could be your 3rd and 4th best players on a championship team, and then from there, maybe you have a real shot. Wubik says Celtics can technically still trade for Drummond, right? They can, yes. I just don't think that they will. But that's a good clarification there, Wubix. Yeah, that's a good clarification. John Bond says, what will the Pacers do? I think Indiana will trade one of Hield or Toppin probably in a deal. Maybe Jalen Smith. CO says, do you think Austin Reeves will be traded? I do not. Have the Warriors traded anyone? Not yet. Yeah, the Celtics could technically still get Drummond, but they won't, though. The Clay says, did I miss what a Blazers trade of Simons, Brogdon, or Grant? All 3 would be cool to talk about. Let's do a big 4-team trade. And the whole point of it is to not all of these trades would be exercised at once, but it's just to give us a good idea of what the Trailblazers trade deadline could look like as a whole. Okay, so the first trade here would be Malcolm Brogdon to the Knicks, and you're hoping to get back the Knicks first. You're hoping to get back, well, you have to get back Evan Fournier. You're not hoping for that. And then you're hoping to get Quentin Grimes. So this is the first trade, okay? A first, Grimes and Fournier for Brogdon. I think this is a win for the Knicks if they do something like this. Then you go into Team 3. When you're working with Team 3, who would we trade one of Grant to, or also instead of maybe Grant, or instead of Simons, maybe Robert Williams or Matisse Thybulle. So let's go to the Kings. Let's get the Kings involved here. We've talked about them already as a potential spot. In this, we're going to get Davion Mitchell to the Blazers, and we're going to get Chris Duarte to the Blazers. And we're going to send Matisse Thybulle to the Kings. And the Kings are going to give up a second rounder in 2025 and a future 2029 second rounder in this, okay? So there's 2 trades now done, okay? One with the Kings and one with the Knicks. Then if you're looking for a Jeremy Grant trade, I think your best bet is probably going to be Dallas, although I could see a few other teams maybe making that type of move. Maybe Milwaukee could be a really under-the-radar team here, and you would center something around Bobby Portis, trade this to the Blazers, trade Pat Connaughton to the Blazers, and then you also would get, you're probably hoping for someone like Marjon Beauchamp in this deal. And what you're really sending out is Jeremy Grant to the Bucks. And then you're also hoping to get at least 2 second-round picks. This would really restore a lot of Portland's second-round draft pick compensation. I mean, something like this where you walk away from the trade deadline with a first, you get 4 additional second-rounders, you get a couple of young players in Grimes, Beauchamp, Davion Mitchell, you get Chris Middleton was not supposed to be in this deal, by the way. That was accidental. Holy cow. No Middleton. This was supposed to be Bobby. Let's retry that now. 1.4 million. All right, well, we're going to throw AJ Green in. Let's trade him to the Kings. That should work, I think. There we go. Something like this. Okay. Fournier, Bobby, Connaughton, Davion, Duarte, Beauchamp, Grimes, 2024 first, 2024, and second. Portland gets some of their seconds back that they owe. They get 2027 second, 2029 second. They're just reopening draft pick flexibility here. The Knicks get Brogdon, the Kings get Thybulle and AJ Green, the Bucks get Jeremy Grant. And then the Blazers, just like they did with Drew Holiday, they have other tradable players. They could trade Bobby Portis next year. They could trade Pat Connaughton next year. And I think these guys would actually help their team right now. If you're concerned about trading away Brogdon, Thybulle, and Grant as, we're losing veterans, well, you're not really, because you have Fournier, Portis, Connaughton, and that way you don't have to play G League level players all the time. You're actually getting 6 players back that can play, and then also Chris Duarte. So, I don't know. It's solid. I think it's actually solid. Nasir wants to know what time I'm streaming tomorrow. Early in the morning. I will be streaming all day tomorrow, basically. So I'm sure from the time you wake up, the first thing you should do is come check if I'm streaming, because there's a good chance that I will be. Do you think Memphis, if they make a good trade, can get into the playoffs? Just not this year, which is okay. That's their plan anyway. They don't want to make the playoffs right now. So I really wouldn't worry about it. I I mean, they're so far behind. They're like 8 games out of the playoffs. So no, they can't this year, but that's okay. I really wouldn't worry about it because I think what you guys are trying to do is lose and get a draft pick that's really high. And I think that's your real goal. Duper, if you're the Grizzlies, do you sell or buy? People tend to forget that they were the 2 seed last year, and I had contending aspirations for them this year prior to the injuries. I mean, if there's something for Mikal Bridges, you can buy. Otherwise, you just be patient. John Bond says, who's the best player you see being traded this deadline? DeJounte Murray is probably the best player. Mason says, what do you think the Pelicans need to become a serious top team and big defensive team? I would like them getting DeJounte. DeJounte would really help them. Otherwise, like, if they found a way to get Jarrett Allen, that would be huge. ITK says Lakers are trading him for 2 hers and a they to be named later. Interesting. Rogue Brother says, could you do a PJ Washington to Clippers trade? I would love to see what players you think would be thrown in the trade. Personally, I think Mann would have to be involved. I don't think Mann would be. I think it would be PJ Tucker's contract. I think it would be Bones Highland, and I think it would be Kobe Brown. That's what I think would be in the deal. Something like that. I'm going to tweet this out right now. I want to tweet this Blazers one because I think that one's pretty fascinating. Tyler here said untouchables for the Hawks, according to Michael. This is a really small account, so I don't know if I necessarily believe that. Let me tweet this out here real quick. Talking about if you guys haven't followed me on Twitter, go do so right now. Elizabeth Allen, Hornets would not be smart to do that. Waste assets on a guy that leaves in the summer and is too old for their timeline. Yeah, I just don't think the Hornets should trade for anybody. Barnyard Brother says, D-Lo with the scheduled tune-up day. Takes the day off from practice. Who the Lakers fooling? Where's he going? Yeah, this is a scheduled tune-up day. He's just getting stretched and ready. Michael Key says, could Minnesota get Brogdon? Honestly, no. The reason for that, let's clear some of these teams so we can just focus on the Brogdon dilemma. When it comes to the Timberwolves and Brogdon, the real issue is you need some like bigger salary here. So you're looking at $22.5 million going to Minnesota. So to get to that money, you'd have to either include Mike Conley, which I mean is a realistic possibility. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but I just don't really see them doing that. Like, that would be pretty shocking to me. I'd be pretty surprised. So if it's not going to be him, then you'd have to try to cobble up salaries like Milton and Troy Brown Jr., like Wendell Moore, and all of a sudden you're trading 4 players for 1, and you're still taking in more salary, and then you don't even have the picks really to do something, so you'd have to throw in like 3 seconds. Like, this just becomes kind of a gross trade. Like, I know it says it works, but it doesn't, because the Wolves would then like basically be at the tax line and they'd have to fill 3 roster spots. So no, I don't really see the Minnesota Brogdon thing, although he'd be great for them. I just don't think that's really possible. Evan says, love the content. Sheldon Pacers fan here. Any thoughts on them adding a wing defender and what that would look like? I would like to see them get Dorian Finney-Smith. Dorian Finney-Smith would be great for them. He's got a relationship with Rick Carlisle from their time together in Dallas. So that already makes sense to me from a locker room standpoint, which is always important when you're thinking about some of these things, like how are the players going to get along with each other? How is the players going to, get along with the coaching staff, be utilized? How comfortable are the two parties? So that makes sense. And it could be centered around Buddy Hield's contract, if they really wanted to. And then, even if it's not Buddy Hield, like they could maybe center around Obi, which would be interesting for Brooklyn. And then you could also center with like Jalen Smith, who I know Pacers fans really like. But right now, if you're trying to turn more into a wing defender rather than a big man spot, like that's what makes some sense. And then maybe like this 2024 second rounder, which I don't know if the Nets even say yes to. because they might not like Jalen Smith as much as normal Pacers fans do. And I like Jalen Smith. I think he's quite good. I like Obi a lot. I'm a Dayton Flyers fan, so of course I love Obi Toppin. But Dorian Finney-Smith would make the Pacers a lot better, I think. I know it says -1 wins here. I don't really care. I think him next to a Tyrese Halliburton would be awesome. And I think the Nets are an example why Dorian Finney-Smith's not great on normal teams, but he's great on teams next to excellent offensive engines like he was with Luka Doncic. I think he would again be that with Tyrese Halliburton. So this is what I'm really rooting for. If I want to see Dorian Finney-Smith get traded somewhere that isn't Dallas, I want to see him either end up with the Lakers next to LeBron, with the Hawks next to Trae Young, or with the Pacers next to Tyrese Halliburton, so I can see him be successful. He's one of my favorite players in the NBA because I'm a Mavericks fan. So Ashley says, if I was Portland, I'd say no to the Bucks offer. I mean, yeah, I understand. Like, I just don't view Jeremy Grant's contract as that good. No first for Grant. I mean, if a team gives a first for Jeremy Grant, I guarantee you that will not age well. Just like how it didn't age well for Portland when they gave up a first for Jeremy Grant. I just don't think it's good. Dante Austin says, Tillman got traded. Yes, he did, to the Celtics. I think it was a pretty good trade. Brendan, I'm glad you caught on to it. I'm glad you caught on to what I was saying. Jesse Rivera says, do you think that the Bulls do anything? Yeah, they'll trade Andre Drummond for sure. Mason says, what do you think the Pelicans need to do to become a serious top team and big defensive team? That's really Jarrett Allen, I think, would be a great fit for them. Otherwise, I mean, it's just rolling into the offseason and continue waiting. Kelly Olynyk did not get traded to the Rockets, not yet. Shout out to everyone who is following us on Twitter now, by the way. Really appreciate you guys. Quan says, you putting in the work. We appreciate it. Thank you guys. I've been live for about 6.5 hours nearly. So we've been going crazy. My team is the Mavericks. I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan. So although if you guys can't tell, I just love the NBA. I like the NBA even more than I like the Dallas Mavericks because I'm just an NBA guy. Are the Lakers stuck? No, they've got assets, but if they don't make a trade, it's okay. Epic Wallpaper said, this trade deadline has taught me that Kelly Olynyk might be one of the most underrated players in the league. I mean, yeah, he's been really great. And to be fair, it's a career year for him as well. So it's a little bit of like he's underrated. It's a little bit of, hey, he's been playing better this year than he's ever played. So it's a little bit of both there too. Chris says, teams wait until everyone has made their last offer, then take the best trade available last minute. I mean, yeah, but then you also risk losing your best offer to another team's best offer. So like maybe your best, if you're Atlanta, maybe your best offer for DeJounte Murray is the same best offer that someone's getting for Jonathan Isaac or something. And then all of a sudden the pieces aren't there anymore and you don't have your trade anymore. How do the Wolves get Bones? Highland Brandon wants to know. This is a very easy answer and one that is definitely worth talking about because I think there is a very good chance, a very good possibility that there's a very good possibility of that, and I will show you why here in a second. Let me look at the Timberwolves schedule quick, and I'll show you exactly why. I need to look up a certain date in my phone. There is a real reason why here. I'm not going to comment on it, but that is a real reason why. I'm sure some of you recognize who those people were. As a real possibility that Bones Highland is playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Wendell Moore. Second round pick. The Timberwolves they do have a trade exception, which expires tomorrow. Let's take out Wendell. Something like this. They have a trade exception, so they don't even have to send out a player. I am going to tweet this one for sure because this is one that needs to get tweeted. I'm going to airdrop this one to myself as well, to be honest. Because you might have just heard that, but definitely think it's a real possibility. Definitely think it's going to be a real possibility. Is Maxey playing? I'm not sure. I haven't seen Maxey's status today. Chris says, I'm a Mavs fan and no player gives them a higher ceiling than Wiggins. I think Wiggins does possibly help them long term. I do agree. Shiuki says, yeah, Rafael Stone has to do a move on shooter 2 and a backup 5. I mean, they've got a backup 5. They trade for Steven Adams. How would you evaluate HM? I don't know who you're talking about here. You'll have to be maybe more clear. Zach says, I'm kind of late, but what do you think about the Tillman trade for the Celtics? Love the content. Keep up the great work. Well, I appreciate it, Zach. I think it's a good trade for Boston. Not anything that's going to move the needle a ton for me. It's not like one of those A or A plus trades, but I think it's a B plus. They got a backup big, and if he helps you in one playoff series, it's a huge win. So for the Celtics, I'm going to give them a B plus, and for the Grizzlies, it's a to be determined. They're getting second round picks. They did it in the Steven Adams trade. They did it now in the Xavier Tillman trade. I'm just interested to see how it ages, and what what it turns into for Memphis. Any realistic Nets trades? I think it really starts with Royce O'Neal. I think sending Royce O'Neal to Milwaukee or to Phoenix, both of those things make a good deal of sense. For Nasir Little's contract, for example. Ben Dye says, do you think Franz Wagner and Paulo Banchero could be Hall of Famers? I mean, with how they started their careers, there's definitely the possibility. Portland isn't trading Anthony. Why would they trade him for a lesser player anyways? Yeah, they're not going to trade Anthony Simons this year. That would be crazy if they did something like that. That would be insane. That would be crazy. Daniel here says, if the Mavericks truly want Kuzma, they're going to have to cough up Josh Green if they get either Denny and or Gafford. Michael Key says, why not get Monte Morris over Bones? Because Monte Morris makes way more money than Bones. Bones makes $2 million and could fit into the Wolves trade exception. And this would still somehow fit below the tax line for them, which is very important. It's like right on the tax line if we look at his contract. He makes just under 2.3 or just a little bit over 2.3, and they have $2.35 million until the tax. So they could get Bones Highland and still sit under the tax. Whereas if you trade for Monte Morris, let's go look at his contract. This is why you don't want to trade for Monte Morris, even though he also has a history. He makes nearly $10 million. And is he much better of a player? He's a little bit better of a player. He's not much better. So that's kind of the reasoning there, the contracts itself. Now, if you're trading, to your point, like if you're trading Kyle Anderson away, then maybe something that makes some sense anyway. Sixers are aggressively pursuing Buddy Hield, but the Pacers are not enticed by the assets Philadelphia is offering. 3-team trade between Philadelphia, Indiana, and another team is something to monitor. Thank you, Tyler, again for tweeting that at me. Appreciate you guys. Keep me up to date on all of the news, especially while I'm streaming here. You guys have been doing a great job. With that, I really appreciate each and every one of you, for sure. Boss wants to know any realistic Clippers trades. I just had one up on the screen for Bones Highland. I think salary dumping PJ Tucker is a real possibility. Marauder says, thanks for letting me know about Cody Williams. He'd be great as a Spur, I imagine. Yeah, he's going to be good. Cody Williams is going to be a good player. He's Jalen Williams' younger brother, the one for the Thunder who's like popping off. Yola says, what's the league's interest in Nick Richards? How much value could the Hornets get back for him? Probably a couple second-round picks, maybe a little bit more, just like we saw with Xavier Tillman. Do not know if you saw, but Fanspo Trade Machine. I mean, yeah, that's what I've been using all day. Wake Up says Pistons pick protections. That's why they need that first back. They can't trade one until 2028 without it. Ayton in Dallas. Please no. Please no. I really do not want DeAndre Ayton as a Maverick. The Clay says, would Portland trading Simons be crazy? Already shown that two undersized guards playing together in Portland didn't work, and does that block the path for Sharp? I mean, like, if you're trading, unless you're getting a lot for him, I don't see the point of trading him yet. The whole point is a rebuild. Take your time. Luke says, your live streams are fun because I learned things like the fact that Magic fans are obsessed with Simons, and people apparently think Simons is available for some reason. I know, crazy stuff happens, man. Crazy stuff happens. What happened was probably some like local like Magic fan or like Locked On Magic podcast or something said, Anthony Simons to Orlando would be great. And then everyone gets like the same group thought of, oh my gosh, we should get Anthony Simons. So it's funny. Try three-way trade with DeJounte Murray to the Pels, Herb Jones to the Spurs, picks players to Atlanta. Seems tough. I think if there's a trade where Herb Jones is being dealt, I think the team giving up the player to New Orleans would want to keep Herb Jones. I don't think a team's going to be able to jump in and steal Herb Jones. So that would be my guess. Air up. How much time left in the trade deadline? We are 23 and a half hours away, or 22 and a half hours away. Ben, my team is the Mavericks. I like the Dallas Mavericks. Ben Simmons to the Heat. I don't see that as a possibility given the contract. Shout out to Pacers World for following over on Twitter. Shout out to you, Chase. I love the profile picture there with Mr. Artest. That's sweet. Is Brogdon to Orlando possible? I haven't really played around with Brogdon to Orlando trades. I do think that one is worth checking. I haven't really played around with that idea for some reason, but I actually don't dislike the idea of that at all. Brogdon would be a pretty nice addition for them. Probably would center around Fultz's contract, trade him to the Blazers for Brogdon, and then we could probably do like Okeke in there. I think that would be one of the best spots to start. Chuma Okeke's contract, and then the Magic give up their 2025 Denver first next year. So not a very good first round pick, but a first round pick nonetheless. I mean, something like this. What do we think, guys? Do we like something like this? It's not terrible. I kind of like the idea, Michael. Kind of like the idea. Wubik says, since the Celtics still have a roster spot open in the full grant traded player exception, what player is the most realistic next move? Wing depth. I think it's going to be a guard defender. Someone like Dennis Smith Jr., Lonnie Walker, Chris Dunn. I think those are all realistic possibilities. Wubix, but I mean, wing depth would be nice too, but it's just hard this time of the year. Maybe like you could maybe see someone like Torrey Craig, who is not a sexy name. It's not a big time addition, but he's played playoff minutes. So maybe. Nicholas Bush says, any moves you see the Thunder making? I would love to see them make a trade for Kelly Olynyk or Wendell Carter Jr., although I don't know if Carter Jr. is actually going to be available. Here, Yoha says, trade Jones to the Wolves. I don't think San Antonio is going to be willing to trade him. Slam Poetry says, what bigs could you see the Warriors targeting? Nick Claxton's like the dream scenario for them, I think. The Clay says, success in Dallas possible with Luka being a part of some of the worst defensive teams in NBA history. Arguably the best offensive player in the league, but hasn't shown growth on the other end. I mean, like, the thing is, he wasn't a great defender in 2022, and they made the conference finals. So, yeah, I think it's possible. Joseph here says, can Nico Harrison make a trade already? Don't worry. He's probably working on it. Harley with another $2. He said, give me two for sure. The team to make a move. What for? Two teams that will for sure make a move. I think the Knicks will for sure make a move. And I think the Sixers will for sure make a move. Oh, do we have a trade? Oh my gosh, it happened. Monte Morris to the Timberwolves. Monte Morris to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's pull it up on stream here. All right. Monte Morris got traded. This is per Shams Charania. Wow. Okay. This is a big deal. I need to tweet here real quick. Per at Shams Charania. Morris spent time with Tim Connolly in Denver. Clearly, Connolly felt comfortable bringing. I need to tweet this quick. Now the two reconnect in Minnesota. Wow. Okay, so here's the trade. Pistons are finalizing a deal to send Monte Morris to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Sources tell at The Athletic at Stadium. Well, Monte Morris is a Minnesota Timberwolf. The Pistons make a sell move here probably. Brandon says, yo, I just found your page today. Keep up the great work. Sounds like you really know what you're talking about. Appreciate that, Brandon. And yes, we've got a trade here. We will see exactly what's going on. Nice pickup for the Wolves. This is a trade. According to Shams, Monte to the Wolves. I just again, the issue is this guy makes $9 million. Over $9 million, makes $10 million. Kyle Anderson's probably traded. If I had to guess, I would guess Kyle Anderson's been traded. My assumption here is that Kyle Anderson's been dealt. We don't have any actual news yet on the trade. This is what I just don't understand. If it's Kyle Anderson here, I just, like I said to DB, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me for Detroit. I really don't think that Minnesota should do that. We still don't have a fit. Part of why this makes sense is Tim Connolly is the one who believed in Monte Morris. He spent his career with him in Denver. And then obviously Connolly left Denver, and then Calvin Booth traded Monte Morris. So this is clearly a Tim Connolly guy. Tim Connolly really likes him. And Tim Connolly is the president of basketball operations for the Timberwolves. Okay, no. There is no Kyle Anderson. Okay, there is no Kyle Anderson at all, which is very good. Very, very good. Let's go over here to Shams. Timberwolves are sending Shake Milton, Troy Brown Jr., and 1 second-round pick to Detroit for Monte Morris. Solid for Minnesota. Morris can help them. TBJ and a second I love for Detroit. More shooting and regain a draft pick back. It's a nice move for them. I think that's a really nice move for Detroit. Troy Brown Jr. is okay. He's a solid player. And Monte Morris, if I had to grade him, I would say he's a solid player. I think Troy Brown Jr. This was a pretty solid get, I think, for the Timberwolves. I think he's going to help them. He's a significant upgrade over Shake Milton. For sure, he's a significant upgrade over Shake Milton. But this is for sure helpful for Detroit as well. So, yeah, the Wolves. I'm going to have to write an article on this. Bombzoni says this closes the Tyus door in Minnesota, and of course, a former Wizard does it. Yeah, Monte Morris's deal is done. Wolves snubbed the Pistons so hard. I mean, I don't know. Second round pick is pretty fair value, I think. Let's do Shams is 1 now as well. So that's a great point, Nader Nation. Let's get that tweeted out there. But Timberwolves are sending Shake Milton, Troy Brown Jr., and 1 second round pick to the Detroit Pistons for Monte Morris. So I'm going to update that into the description here too. Minnesota Timberwolves trade Shake Milton, Troy Brown Jr., which the Wolves are on a road trip, by the way, so that's tough. And a second round pick to the Detroit Pistons for Monte Morris. So there we go. Updated trade. That's obviously our new trade news. But I think it's a pretty good deal. I think it's a pretty fair trade, to be honest. Doesn't really move the needle a ton. But It's like Minnesota's had problems at the end of games, and I think Monte Morris can help them with that. Like their ball security will be a little bit better now, I think. Braith, thank you so much for the $2, by the way, with the big trade. Monte's an underrated asset, huge deal for Minnesota who needed depth there. I mean, yeah, I think like the Shake Milton thing just didn't work out, which if you go back to the offseason, I could have told you. Like I said I just said the Shake Milton. I said, to be honest, I said both of those contracts, Milton and Brown, weren't valuable. And honestly, I mean, Ashley, like think about it this way. I'm gonna tweet this out. In totality, Pistons turned Knox into Fontecchio, TBJ, Milton, think about it from this perspective. Like the Pistons turned Knox into Fontecchio, Troy Brown Jr., and Shake Milton. Like that's pretty clever. That's honestly pretty clever. Oh, and Morris. I mean, shoot. Let me I need to copy this because let me delete this one because this is incorrect. I forgot to include Morris's name. And Morris into, I mean, I think that's pretty solid for them. I really think that's pretty solid for them. So I think that Detroit did pretty well on this. My trade grades here are gonna come here in a second. Lockdown Scout says good trade for the Wolves. Morris has been hurt all year. Yeah, he has been. I know Morris has been injured. Like I still think he's gonna help them. Morris is better than 95% of your. I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that. It was not Kyle Anderson. Did not turn out to be Kyle. They don't have a trade exception. So they don't have a trade exception that big. At least they have like a $3.5 million one. I think it's solid for both sides. Like to be honest, Brandon says I think the Wolves can still get Bones. I mean, yeah, but I don't think they're going to now because they got Morris, so they've already got a backup point guard. Elijah said, "What's been your worst age draft prospect grade over the years?" I didn't really give a grade, but this was before I started YouTube, but I didn't like Trae Young as a prospect, and I was just very wrong. So, Oracle says if the Knicks manage to land Bruce Brown, they'll be pretty darn nice. Sheesh, it's rumored apparently. Veg Wellington, it's also because Anthony is from Orlando area and even named after. Yeah, I mean that's a good point too, Eric. That's a good point. Daniel says I think the Mavericks are going to land Andre Drummond this week. They've been interested in him for a while now. I mean, they might land him. Can the Wolves still get Bones? Probably not. Ben Simmons at a second for Chris Paul and Looney? No. Killian Hayes about to get moved on from. Someone is getting cut. That is definitely it might just be Shake Milton, by the way. Who can the Mavs get this summer? I mean, it would depend on how the playoffs go. Maybe someone like Jaylen Brown, which would be sweet. Fabian says, can someone explain to me the trade exception? How are you getting them? You get trade exceptions by trading out salary, basically. So if you trade salary into cap space, you open up a trade exception. If you trade more salary than you bring in, you open up a trade exception. I have a video on the channel that explains it a bit better, Fabian, so I would definitely go check that out after this one. Timberwolves pursued several point guards on the market over the last couple of months and land on a reliable playoff-tested veteran in Morris, who will be a free agent after the season. Definitely a solid pickup for them. For my trade grades on this here, let's dive into it now with my official trade grades on this. I'm going to give the Pistons a B. Like, I think Troy Brown Jr. can play for them. Shake Milton's whatever. Second round pick, pretty solid for Monte. And then for the Wolves, I'll give them a B. B plus maybe. Like, part of why I'm harsher on the Wolves here is because in the offseason they could have just not signed Shake Milton and Troy Brown Jr. They could have just not done those things and just either kept Taurean Prince or I don't know. They could have they had other options that I thought that they should have executed. So Pretty disappointed about that, but pretty solid. Alex here says Connolly and Tibbs both love bringing the old gang back together wherever they go. Yeah, it's true to a certain extent. Definitely true. I wanted Tyus, not this dude. Tyus is going to cost $14 million. Brandon still says Wolves B+, Pistons B. That's about what I would give, to be honest. Imagine getting traded to the Pistons. I know they're mad. I mean, Monte Morris can help Minnesota, so it's definitely an okay deal. If it's not a 2024 pick, I'll be very happy with this trade. If you're talking about the Timberwolves, I don't even think the Timberwolves have a 2024 second rounder to trade. The Timberwolves, oh yeah, no, they do. They have the Memphis or Washington one. I think we'll have to see which one it is because depending on that, it will obviously have an impact on the news and what happens. Very interesting. Do you want Kuzma to the Mavs or Grant to the Mavs? Neither, please. I don't want really either. I don't think either of them moves the needle enough. Air Up says, do you see the Rockets trading for a new starter? No, I don't. I think the Rockets are pretty happy. Pistons a C. I don't like this trade. Well, here's the thing. You traded an expiring contract for a second-round pick. Like, let's take out even Troy Brown and Shake Milton, say none of them even play a second for you. Would you rather this, or would you rather Monte Morris continue to spend the season playing for you guys in a lost year and you lose him for nothing in free agency? I think, I mean, it's better than letting him go for nothing. Like, you get a second rounder. It's like, it basically paid for your Fontecchio trade. You know what I mean? Like, it basically paid for Fontecchio doing this. So I think it's pretty smart. They're shifting the roster. They got away from a guard. This opens up more minutes for Marcus Sasser again. Like, trade Grant Williams away. I don't think they need to even do that. 25 says Jaylen Brown ain't going anywhere, buddy. It takes one more playoff collapse for people to start talking some rumors. 2030 second rounder. Solid. I'm just gonna tweet solid. Like, I don't even hate that I don't hate that at all for Detroit. It's a 2030 second rounder. I know people are gonna say, "Whoa, what?" But 6 years from now, that might become a big deal. You never know. 2030 second round pick. I think that's okay, to be honest with you. I'm actually not mad about that at all. So that's a pretty good win, I think, for the Pistons. Matthew here wants to know if I think the Celtics are done. No, they have a trade player exception. I think that they will use it, at least some of it this year. Timberwolves pursued several point guards on the market and land on a reliable playoff-tested veteran Morris, who will be a free agent after the season. I do like that quite a bit. Trevor says, I like it for the Pistons. Sasser absolutely needs minutes. He's great. Monte wouldn't have been worth to re-sign. We'd have to outbid other teams. Now I'm feeling better about the Jazz trade. Yeah, this is like you get some value back on the Jazz trade, and I think Troy Brown Jr. can shoot. Like, Troy Weaver is valuing cheap shooting. Fontecchio, cheap shooting. Troy Brown Jr., basically a throw-in into this trade. He can shoot the ball, and he's cheap. Timberwolves saved a little bit of money in this too, which is important for watching what happens. These are fun trades, Josh. You just have to enjoy them. They're fun trades. 49ers faithful, do you think Klay Thompson on the 76ers moves the needle for Philly? Yeah, I 100% do. A quick trigger three-point shooter next to Embiid would be sweet. Chris says, what would a Olynyk return to Houston look like? What about Brogdon to Houston? I don't think Olynyk's going to get traded to Houston. Brogdon to Houston, I just don't think it's going to happen either. Too much money. Shake Troy Brown and a first grader. Sweet. Like, listen. Like, think about it. What players are more likely to help you next year? The 2030 second rounder or Monte Morris? The answer is neither, because neither of them are going to be on the Pistons next season. Like, I don't know, I'd rather have the extra draft asset, to be honest with you. Cole Fisher says Celtics trading for Tillman shows that they aren't only trying to win now, but also look toward the future. I mean, yeah, he's a solid younger player. Makes some sense. I mean, I think you just have to look at it from this perspective. Like, if it got announced as a 3-team trade and they traded Knox, a second rounder in 2023, and Morris for Fontecchio, Brown Jr., and Milton, and a 2030 second rounder, like, would you be that mad about it? I don't think the answer is yes. I think the answer is you'd be pretty happy. Wyso says, Sheldon, be honest with us. Are there any teams you don't like or orgs you hope end up worse off after this deadline? Come on, tell us the truth. I really don't dislike any teams. I think there's teams that do stupid stuff, and then I'll tell you that, and then everyone equates that to me not liking them. I just tell it how it is on stuff that I think is bad or not the right decision. Ethan says a lot of the contending teams atop the conference making moves need an OKC move. Yeah, we do need an OKC move. I would love to see that. My mom telling me to do the dishes. I yelled, "Whoa!" She smiled. She knew it was washed. That's hilarious. All right. Avik says, yo, what's up? I saw the Tillman trade and the Fontecchio trade. Did anything else happen with Houston, such as an interest? Nothing with Houston, but there was a Pistons trade here just a second ago. So I think you're tired. Yeah, that probably checks out. I've been live streaming. For those of you who do not know, I've been live streaming for 7 hours today. For 7 hours. But this was the trade here that you missed, Avik. Timberwolves sending Shake Milton, Troy Brown, and a 2030 second-round pick to Detroit for Monte Morris. I think that's pretty good. Killian got to go this deadline. I liked him as a player, but not living up to the expectations. Sayi, happy birthday. Let's get some birthday balloons for Sayi in the live stream. Shout out to you, Sayi. I hope you have a happy birthday. I hope you're enjoying the trade deadline here a ton. I'm having a lot of fun, so happy birthday, man. Chris says Rockets have to make some moves for a shooter or current backup big. Maybe Bismack pickup, but what shooter do you see for them? I mean, I don't think that they're pushing this year. I think that they're okay with where their team is. Wubik says, is there a player or players that you'd be surprised if they don't get moved by tomorrow? PJ Tucker is at the top of my list for that. I think he'll get moved. I think Pat Connaughton probably gets moved. Dayon here says, I wish Nuggets trade Zeke and someone for Vasi Micic. Micic is not going to help the Nuggets. Alex says, Wolves getting more stable playoff-proven guys is 100% a good thing. Want them to get some more of these kind of guys. Yeah, I think it's helpful for them. I mean, it's a solid trade. Solid trade for sure. Cole Fisher says, who do you think would trade for Wiggins and what would the Warriors get in return? I think the Mavericks or Bucks are really the two teams to watch there. And you're looking at, maybe some whatever mid-level contracts like Bobby Portis. The Warriors are going to have to give up some second-rounders with that, though, probably. Knicks reported after Burks. Is that likely just a second rounder? Grimes would be great, but I think his value is higher than that. Yeah, I think it's just going to be like salary and salary and a second rounder maybe. Miguel says, yo, who do you think Kings will trade? For Sacramento, I think that Davion Mitchell is right at the top. Scoob says, appreciate you, sir. Been hanging in the channel all day. Well, I appreciate you, Scoob. We got 1,000 people in here. I'm going to stay live for 10 more minutes. So we're going to have 10 more minutes of NBA trade deadline discussion here. And then, of course, I'm going to prep for tomorrow. Probably rest my voice because I am on the cusp of just losing it here. So we are trying our best here, but we are trying our best. So we're going to stick at it here for sure. Scott Day says, any news on the Warriors? I still think we're waiting for a big-time trade here around Andrew Wiggins. If the Mavericks get Drummond, it helps their backup center behind Lively. Yes, it does. We got some balloons in here for Sayi for his birthday. That's awesome. Does Lowry get traded? I think there's a good chance that are bought out. How did the Minnesota Timberwolves lose to the Chicago Bulls? Because they play isolation basketball at the end of the game when they're not built to do that. Henry Hughes says there's so much global talent, definitely enough for expansion. Nothing like the past when rosters were 95% USA, meaning second-round picks are more and more valuable. Agree. Yeah, second-round picks are extremely valuable, especially given the new second-round exception. Make sure you guys drop a like. You heard it here from Mason. Again, we're just going to be live for a few more minutes here today. Over 700 likes on the stream, which is absurd. Huge thank you to everyone who has been watching here today. I've had a ton of fun. I hope you guys have as well. You guys have just gone absolutely crazy. And remember, we're going to be live all day tomorrow too. So Brady says, well, I'm kind of in the middle on this. Wouldn't have minded getting slow-mo, and the pick is 2030, so I don't know. I mean, it's Monte Morris. Like, what, you guys want him for 32 more games? Like, I just don't even understand. Like, he's an expiring contract. And you guys have a ton of guards. You have Sasser, Ivy, Cade. Like, what do you need Monte Morris for? I guess I just don't understand the appeal for Pistons fans on that. Lockdown Scout says, I will cry if the Bucks trade for Wiggins. It's a real possibility, man. 49ers Faithful said, who would Warriors get in return for Klay Thompson? Depends on what team. And there's a bunch of different options, I think. Jim says, I wish the Warriors trade Wiggins and Klay. Wow. Nader Nation says, I'm calling a big trade in an hour or two. We will see what will happen. But yeah, the 2024-2025 finances in Minnesota are going to be tough for sure. They're going to be in a weird, tricky spot for sure. So we'll have to see what happens. Take care of yourself, man. LOL, this was a crazy long stream with consistent brain work and talking throughout. That's high effort. And if I could afford a super chat, I would drop them. Well, you know what, guys? We had like 39 or 40 super chats today. So if any more rolling in the last 6 minutes, I'll be super grateful. But if not, I'm super grateful as is. Thank you to everyone who's been in here today. You guys have been crazy. I've been working my tail off, trying my absolute best here to bring the best trade deadline coverage. I feel like we're finding a good rhythm. And I think tomorrow is going to be absolutely epic. I think tomorrow is going to be a great day. I want to see all 800 plus of you in there tomorrow at the very start of the stream. So hit that notification bell if you haven't already. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel for more content. We're 2 away from 22,300 subscribers. So if you hit subscribe right now, you're literally probably going to be the 22,300 subscriber on the channel. I don't even know if I said that right. That's how tired my brain is right now. But Wake Up says, I'll be tuned in from start to finish tomorrow for sure. I will be streaming very early in the morning, live tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m. EST / 7:45 CST / 5:45 PST. So that will be the time that I am live tomorrow. Alex says, keep that voice up for the big day tomorrow. Chug some honey. Last year, I lost my voice the final day, and I still worked through it. So Icy Condition says, is Orlando going to do anything or stick it out? I think they could do something. They're positioned well to do something for sure. Christian Seda says, you think the Spurs are going to do anything? I do think they'll find a backup point guard. Tyus Jones, I wouldn't rule out either for them. Shout out to us. We got hit over 22,300 subscribers. Let's see if we can keep pushing. We got 800 people in here. Let's see. Can we get 80 more, 100 more subs before the end of the stream today? It's completely free to you guys. Maybe you can unsubscribe later if you don't like me anymore or something. I don't know why. Maybe you guys just don't like me. No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. Kyle says, what do you think the 76ers are going to do? I think they'll be aggressive. I think that Andre Drummond's a very real option for them. Joker says, what's up, bro? Glad to have you in here, Joker. We've been live for about 7 hours today, but we will be going live tomorrow as well. United States says the Clippers are standing firm. Utility Hall of Fame bladder control, as always. Gremlin, you know it. 7 straight hours of streaming. He says, if someone is in the 9th seed, they should not be salaries. They should not be sellers. They should be buyers because they still have a chance to make the playoffs. I mean, it depends on where their team context is, right? Noah Tubbs says, who is someone you think the Mavs could look to that might be getting less coverage? That's a great question, Noah. Let's touch on that really quick here with a couple of possibilities. Let's talk about that here now. So a couple of guys who I would love. One of them they can't even trade for is Matisse Thybulle because they signed him to an offer sheet. So they can't trade for him this year. Although he would have been sweet for them. Andre Drummond, I know there's some coverage on that, but I don't know if you heard that or not, so I wanted to mention his name. I think Royce O'Neal could make some sense for Dallas as a possibility. I think a Dennis Smith Jr. reunion would actually be really sensible for the Mavericks as well. I think that someone like Chris Boucher could play a role for them, although I don't know if I love that trade as much. Miles Bridges, I just really hope Dallas doesn't do that, to be completely honest with you. Chris Dunn makes some sense for Dallas as well. And I think, I mean, man, the Mavericks should have jumped in on that Fontecchio deal, to be honest. Fontecchio would have been really good for the Mavs at that price. I don't know if Memphis is still selling pieces. Like, I would really like Luke Kennard for Dallas. Like, if they can turn the Rashawn Holmes contract and a couple of seconds into Luke Kennard, I would really like that. Really like that. You want to see a let's get this up on the stream now. This is going to be the first look at Xavier Tillman. This is crazy. Shout out to Ben J Creates. This is the first look at Xavier Tillman in a Celtics jersey. That's some heat. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty cold. Look at Xavier Tillman, man. 24 or 25 going on 38. Oh, man. Xavier Tillman. What does the next 24 hours look like for the Bucks? I think they're going to be on the phones for sure. Brooklyn should start from scratch. Well, they don't have their draft pick, so that's kind of the reason why they won't do that probably. You got a new subscriber. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you guys. Let's see if we can hit that 22,400 mark. We're 72 away. We've got one more minute to get there. Let's try it. Everyone hit subscribe right now. We need 70 subscribers in a minute. That's 10% of you. Can we do that? That would be crazy. Would really appreciate it. Melvin says subscribe, talk about the Bulls. I think Andre Drummond's really their biggest trade piece here. We'll see what actually happens, of course, but I think that's really going to be the big thing. Make sure you guys go follow on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys. NFL and NBA Productions, welcome to the stream. Washington, I think they're going to focus on gaffer trades. And thank you guys all so much. I am going to be concluding the stream here. Shaquille O'Neal says, found your channel today, new subscriber. Hey, I appreciate you guys. And we did it. 7 hours consecutive, nonstop live streaming content. Noah says, great thoughts. I'd love a Drummond trade, and I hope that Mavs avoid Miles and Wiggins. Not worth the risk. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Noah. I don't even want to get around some of the, especially Miles. I really don't want Miles Bridges. Luke Kennard to the Mavericks wouldn't be a bad pickup. He could be that guy off the bench that could average 15 points a game. I think just having a real sniper next to Luka Doncic would be really valuable. Mason says, in your opinion, what's the percentage Pelicans trade? Gain a new subscriber. Well, thank you, Mason. I think it's probably a lower percentage, Mason. Probably like 10%, 15%. They've already made their deal trading Kyra Lewis Jr. to get below the tax line, something I had predicted they would do a couple of weeks ago. Then they did it, of course. So I think they're in a pretty good spot. Oladipo for slow-mo. I don't see the Timberwolves doing that. Hype Frog Play says, yo, bro, what about Ben Simmons in a second for Chris Paul and Looney? I just don't see I think the Warriors would need more. Rodolfo says, new came up on NBA News. You're dope. Hey, I appreciate you, Rodolfo. Hopefully you guys do tune in tomorrow. Again, I'm going to be live all day tomorrow, all day long. A lot of W's in the chat right now. You guys are all super awesome, but I would love to see a bunch of great trades tomorrow. And hey, listen, if a trade happens tonight, I will go live. I promise you. So I'm going to be sitting by my phone, waiting, watching the news. I'm going to try and rest my voice up now for the rest of the day. So if no big trades happen, I will be chilling, okay, and resting my voice. But is it time for Lance? We got to get Lance in the NBA, baby. They opened up a roster spot. Lance and make a dance. All right, I'm doing way too much now. Doing way too much. Yeah, retaining Memphis' second rounder was good for the Wolves, by the way, like Mason's saying. Jeremy Grant is also a bad fit for most teams. I do tentatively agree. But remember, I am live tomorrow morning, starting at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:45 a.m. Central Time, 5:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yes, I will be exhausted tomorrow after streaming for over 7 hours. I've already streamed for like 20-something hours this week, and tomorrow is the big day. So we got even more streaming ahead of us. Huge thank you to everyone. Again, I really appreciate it. Huge thank you to everyone from the bottom of my heart. I just hope that, my sincerity comes through here through the microphone, because I really do appreciate all of you guys, every single one of you. Chris, I appreciate you. Hydro, Appreciate all of you guys. Every one of you just means a lot to me. They do gain not a $4 million. Maybe they might have been able to break something up in there. So maybe, but we'll see. But W's, everyone. Appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports live stream.